a day you don't want to miss a moment of.
But before we dive into today's session, let us begin with the pride and inspiration.
Yes, we now request everyone to kindly stand for the ICI motto song.
य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामम् शुक्रम् तदेव शुक्रम् तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः
You all, you may please be seated now.
We now invite our distinguished speaker, CA Kinjal Bhuta ma'am, and respected dignitary, CA Jitendra Saglani sir, Vikasa chairman, to kindly join us on the dais.
So please welcome them with a huge round of applause.
We take great pleasure in inviting Vikasa chairman, CA Jitendra Saglani sir, to address the gathering.
Thank you, Ashi. A wonderful speaker of today's first session, CA and advocate Kinjal Bhuta ma'am. In absentia, virtually attending this program, the respected chairman of WRC, CA Ketan Saiya sir, Team Vikasa, dear students. I welcome you all to this second day of 2-day series on income tax. Today we had a wonderful day. I see new faces today because I think yesterday was a working day for you all. And we also were in fix when we planned this program, and then the rains were lashing like anything. So heavy pouring made also us very nervous that whether we should be having this program or not. But then rains have subsided and you all have come down. So thanks everyone that despite being into art, despite studying so much, and then here is really making us feel very much encouraged, and we keep on organizing you all. So thank you so much for joining. Friends, I was just discussing with Kinjal ma'am that is it advisable that we as a student, when we are students, should we pursue something beyond chartered accountancy? And she was telling me that obviously law is something that everyone should do because there are various aspects to actually study in law. And I think she's a perfect example when it comes to litigation. Today, she has to travel to Pune after this program for a matter. She was actually in a fix whether she should be coming here or not. But despite her professional engagement, her family commitment here amongst us all, to take you through the nitty-gritties of litigation, I was just discussing that what she will be covering, and she told me that show cause notices when they come in, and what all matters that you actually have to address when it comes to appeals and all. How the drafting is to be done, how should be the mindset, what you should actually refer to is what she's going to cover, and I hope she'll be have a very engaging session with you all. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again for gracing this occasion on a Sunday, and thank you everyone for joining. Friends, we have volunteers meet today evening for a cultural fest, which is a youth fest. We call it Avatar, and I hope that students here who wish to actually be a part of this particular youth fest would be staying back with us. We have 2 more sessions after this. So we have Ketki Mittal ma'am coming up, and then later we have Megha Dhanuka ma'am. She's also going to speak on AI. I hope that Bhavar sir, because he was not keeping well, we had invited him. He was supposed to join today. Let's see if his health is permitting that he will also be joining today to actually discuss with you what all actually stacks about the way he has actually taught and how you can refer to the exams. So with these words, I conclude here and thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir.
To express our gratitude, I now request CA Jitendra Saglani sir to present a memento to our esteemed speaker. Before that, we like to invite our speaker to address this gathering. I request Jignesh Gupta to introduce our star speaker, Advocate CA Kinjal Bhuta ma'am.
Today, we have a distinct honor of welcoming an outstanding professional, Mrs. Kinjal Bhuta. Mrs. Bhuta is an accomplished chartered accountant and a brilliant advocate with over 15 years of experience in direct and international taxation. She is a legal practitioner, represent client before the various authorities, include high courts and ITATs. Mrs. Bhuta, also a respected author, having a written publications like Practical Guide to Faceless Assessment and Appeals. Her contributions to professional are immense. She is an honorary treasurer of Bombay Chartered Accountants Society and was awarded the Rising Star Award for the tax dispute resolution in 2022. Without then further ado, please join me in giving a warm welcome to the Mrs. Kinjal Bhuta.
To express our gratitude, I now request CA Jitendra Saglani sir to kindly present a memento to our esteemed speaker.
Thank you, sir, for doing.
Spotlight now belongs to you, ma'am. We're excited to learn from your expertise.
Okay, while he's very good morning to all of you. Good morning. So I'm really excited to be part of this 2 days conference and topic I think which they have curated is something which is really very close to my heart because it's my bread and butter. So I have to like it whether it's not an option for me. So this is such a wide topic, go on and on and on. But day to cover on this topic was certain legislative provisions. Obviously, as a part of your CA curriculum, you would have studied or would be studying in the future for your future exams, wherein you will be studying the detailed legal provisions with respect to assessments. The idea to the same also. Told that also to litigation cycle, it's a youth cycle. It starts from payers or and some of the issues with on it would be so let me just very first return of income. Obviously, even when you don't file, because you're complying, there is litigation. It isn't so. Even if you don't file your returns, still you will have tax mitigation is your in your income tax return. There is the return filing season which is ongoing. Many of you would be assisting, in the articleship. Most of you must be using softwares, third party softwares also, and sometimes obviously income very few do it get into the procedure of may not receive the case. Most of the cases where you receive an intimation is where either you have a refund or you have able go in detail. Do you receive 143.1 receive it in the return of you have claimed 2 lakhs. So something like that. It four corners of 143.1. Now this you have filed in the return of income, they want to check something. Proprietor, proprietary firm, return of my proprietary firm. Now there is some which I have shown. Should not file any kind of return of income. Provide numbers. That's it. So there is no documentation. There are no annexures. Since there are no annexures, sometimes unusual. So scrutiny notice that is generally called as a scrutiny notice, or if we the income tax act. Case on random basis. So there are different takeaway is are not satisfied with the numbers which you have filed, or this is the place any assessment or you could use was like an hybrid 2050 a physical kind of an assessment. So I think faceless is where also going to discuss when we discuss about the faceless assessments about what is it that we need to take care when we are drafting our means both government using the technology. We'll have to understand that drafting human interaction behind the computer able to you want them to understand the matter. So this is when it comes to 143 reopening of assess regular scrutiny. If you are close the assessment, you have received the notice. Procedure has to reopen. Reopening of assessment is one step further than the regular assessment and it cannot be used casually. For session field case which we reopened assessment. Opened assessments, but the situation reverse as of discuss that replies to all they are doing it, they are completing it. This is a very rare scenario which happens, but it does. So this is they have accepted it. Different so it may be you anything which you have returned. So they are not agreeing in any books of probably for whatever reasons. In that case, dismiss it. You have been receiving notices his own mind, he will use his own best judgment, and based on his own discretion, he will pass an assessment against you in the assessment order. The relief which you have to take is you will have to go it to the first appellate is as a CI, also faceless. So it is also called as NFAC, which is faceless appeals. Are not satisfied covering the appeal overview of what happens in the entire litigation cycle. So even once the first appellate authority, the matter comes up, notices from the first appellate authority, and you need to make a response to those notices as well. So now the question in replying to an reply to a you would have already represented at the earlier stage. So what different do you do when you come at the appellate stage, or the more seriously it has been, you are not represented properly, and that is why the submissions CIT appeals ready, we take adjournment. There is a limit, only partial assessment from your end. You haven't submitted most of the details and you receive the assessment order in hand. Now what next? You are under you submit everything, you don't know that what is the entire reason that they are asking those details, because not every case you receive a show cause notice, though you do receive it. So sometimes this is what the assessing officer actually wanted to do. So since you were not having any idea, which we make, oriented. CIT provisions. You use those case laws, you use those decisions, and you go to the second appellate authority. Discuss fact itself, then actual position has to be presented before the ITAT. You all can get is always go once the tax etc. Courts which we have in that building, you can just go in any one courtroom and sit for 1.5 hour. The best way to understand litigation is to go and go to high court, but oriented and the thing able to understand going on. I think every single case, and probably if you with whatever ITAT has done, then you advocate present only brainer one against you. You go to the apex legal body of the country, plain vanilla and very simplistic model. There are a lot of other for etc. Let me be very specific. We are covering every single any single notice. They keep on sending is queries with your return of income. Consider folder or best judgment as more. And then a best judgment as what do you do? I'll come to that. 140 search and seizure. Consider a most of you would be know what. So don't know. I'll just explain in a minute. Search team of income tax officer, probably the investigation wing and the search officials. They come to your the raid, which is nothing but search and seizure. So they come any other things, books of accounts, is everything statements. They raiding. There's a managing director case stands still. Recording your subsequently queries which can be made. Now these are not it refer notice is under section 133. This is the income tax goods, right? And they are not satisfied whatever you're submitting. Ledger confirmation. They are bogus sales. But these are not correct sales. Issue 133.6 notice to my seller. Going, but you receive a 133.6 notice with respect to information which the income tax department requires. Six. If you do not, a lot of taxpayers going to be, everyone needs get into. you will have to reply to the same. And this is not only for if you have an verify some to verify your used when they don't, you have submitted something, verification. We think consider I this is the notice, please verify. So you verify that also to be replied. But if notice or you reply and they are not satisfied, then it reassessment, but either you did not. This is what is a verification going. They want. He's scared that if go, पता नहीं what all questions they will ask. उसका तो छोड़ो, हमारे को assess ना करते. You know, that person, leave that person aside, probably it does happen. You'll have to be very cautious. Going is going is something which is not a solution to this issue. So these are the return equation that that expenditure is not allowed if you errors coming in. Issues two schedules about reasons for you receive disclaimer. So you have an AI session which is there, but nothing replaces natural intelligence. Many a times the income tax office also go so wrong. You may be aware which is for rebate under section amendment this year in the Finance Act to bring an explanation that this is what we believe, that what is the situation. So many a times the income tax software itself is so wrong. Now, what is limited power? You have 141, which is be done by Central Processing Center, which is CPC. So when it comes 141, there is no human intervention. It is a computer to have a generated 143.1. So it very limited as compared to the powers of override their powers, and they are at the 143.1 level, which they cannot as per the law. The reason why corners of you receive a 143.1 notice, you will always receive a kind of qualified people are also aware of this. So this is something which you will need to take care when you every intimation which you receive. And you refile your return, and that agree to that, will accept that, they will again issue you a notice under 143(1), which they say that they are accepting to the same, and your matter is closed. So that is the first way you reply. Second way in which you may reply is by filing a rectification letter under section 154. So if you are not agreeing, so the assessing officer says that no, you need to claim 1 lakh, according to me I need to claim 2 lakhs. Now whatever may be the dispute, it is a mistake according to you, you feel it is a mistake of was or mistake of some fact. If there is a mistake of some kind of facts, then you can file a rectification. Window is very wide open, you have 4 years to file a rectification. 4 years from the date of the receipt of 143.1. So you need to file that rectification. That rectification is filed to the CPC center. If they are able to rectify, they rectify. If they are not able to rectify, they will transfer the matter from CBC to your jurisdiction assessing officer. That is when you need to go and meet the jurisdiction assessing officer and explain him or her that this is the situation, and please rectify. Whatever you have done is wrong. Please rectify and grant me the refund or grant if you want. So this is the second way in which you do. The third way, if there is no has overridden their powers under section 143.1, which means that they are adding something which they cannot as per the section. In that case, you will have to file an appeal against 143.1. So whenever there is non-factual error, wherever there is an error of law, that is the time when you file an appeal. So you'll need to know, sometimes you might want to file a rectification letter and at the same time also file an appeal, because appeal filing window is just 30 days. You can file appeal only within 30 days from the date of the receipt of the order. So you may not want to wait that I write to the he will rectify after 5 years, tab tak to mera limit for filing appeal will gone. So in such case, to file an appeal and you will have to file a rectification both. Sometimes you might want to do all three. You file a rectified return, you also file a rectification letter. Too huge and you think that there is some legal element involved to the same, then in that file an appeal. To give you, when you have to file against appeal against one lakhs of is with respect to cooperative housing societies. So if you may know that cooperative housing societies have a specific section which is 80p. Now, as if you have deposited some cash in a cooperative bank, whatever interest you receive from the cooperative bank, you can claim that as a deduction under section 80p 2D. Controversy which is going with respect to a housing cooperative society, cooperative society, and that litigation has reached to the Supreme Court level, and the Supreme Court has also adjudicated on that matter. What is the CPC doing? Whenever I'm a cooperative housing society and claiming a deduction under section 80p, having my exemption deduction under section 80p, and are not allowed to claim, and they are not, obviously when they will not allow me a deduction, it will create a tax impact. Is there anything wrong in the claim which I have made? The answer is no. Is there a dispute whether it should be allowed or not? The answer is yes. So if there is a dispute, but if that dispute is that legal dispute is enough to go to the Supreme Court level, that means it is a debatable issue. If it is a debatable issue with respect to the law, that how you need to interpret a law, then CPC has no role or power to issue you a 143.1. That is the time when you have to file an appeal, and rectification will not help. Then you will have to file. So this is all about 143.1 and what do you do once you receive 143.1. So I think what is an incorrect claim has been defined. This definition is very important. It is a part of which I have specified here. Just need to read it. I have explained most of it, but you will have to ensure that every time you receive a 143.1 and if there is a question which comes to your mind, Kerry, is this allowed? That is the time when you will have to actually open the act and read the section and find out, because it is very important. There are a lot of chartered accountants, and believe me, because I am the practicing CAs themselves. A lot of CAs also who do not know that against intimation under 143 file appeal and not is by the time you realize it, by the time they come realize, okay, 2 years have passed, years have passed. When there is a delay, when you go before the CIT appeal, most of the times they will dismiss your appeal on the grounds that you delay. You were given a window of 30 days, you filed after 3 years, we are not going to allow the delay. And we all should know that knowing the law of the land is not an excuse which can be taken for the delay. And especially as professionals, knowing the law is not an excuse. If we give an example that CA did not know, that will backfire, because CA must know. So, many a times people do use that. It's so funny that when we go to ITAT, there are many affidavits wherein they are filed and they were telling that, the chartered accountant who was representing the matter was not aware that the appeal was supposed to be filed. How can you even, write that kind of a thing on an affidavit? Because as a chartered accountant, probably you should know the law, especially the income tax law. So, knowing these provisions correctly is absolutely essential when you are getting an intimation under 143. Now let's with scrutiny assessment, which is the main assessment which we call. There are different words. We call it as scrutiny assessment. We call it as a regular assessment. Regular assessment is under section 143.3. Now, I have already given you a brief that what is a regular assessment. There is a time limit window and they have to issue you a notice within that time limit window. Now there are two kind of notices you receive when it comes to, since I was told that I need to talk about the notices which are being issued and how to deal with them. There are two kind of notices you receive when there is a regular assessment. First, 143.2. 143.2 is what it is basically a information kind of a notice. You don't need to reply to that notice. That notice is just informing you that we have opened your case for assessment. And in that notice, they will tell you whether it is a limited scrutiny assessment or whether it is a complete scrutiny assessment. Now, what does limited scrutiny means? Limited scrutiny means that they have received some information from somewhere. Okay, not some very not very adverse information, not from any investigation wing, but some information. You consider a duty department, you have sold a property, so they, and you have not filed any capital gains in your return of income. In that case, you will receive a limited scrutiny notice saying this notice is with respect to assessing or tax, verifying the sold at so and so address or so and so rupees. This is a limited scrutiny assessment. When there is a limited scrutiny, sold a property, and that is why the limited scrutiny, they many times do is that they will start issuing notices. You will inflow, you will also keep going and start replying things. One fine day, they ask you a question, give me your balance sheet and the ledger accounts of the sale parties, and do give it. Jo Aya submission, because someone in the session told that you need to reply everything. So I'm giving a disclaimer. You don't need to reply everything in case of limited scrutiny assessment. Limited scrutiny assessments, many a times the assessing officer uses as a bait to convert that into a complete scrutiny. They did not had any information of an earlier situation. So whenever there is a limited scrutiny, people, because 143.2 is a kind of a notice which is just an information, you don't have to reply. People generally, due to oversight, don't read the notice. Please read the notice. Though you don't have to reply to it, you need to know whether it is a limited scrutiny or it is a complete scrutiny because of a CAS. There are random cases. CAS is computer aided scrutiny system, wherein randomly they pick up, like itne logon ne return file kiya hai, just random cases, and doing an assessment. If it is a limited scrutiny assessment, you will have to restrict to make your submissions to that. Now, can an assessing officer your limited scrutiny into a complete scrutiny? The answer to that is yes. But can they do it without informing me? The answer is no. So if they are asking you a notice and they are asking my business expenses, Jabi, question of this entire assessment was my property which I have sold. You will have to actually write in the letter to the, you converting it, or I'm restricting my answers to the same. Then he might want to see, then he will legally issue your notice and say that I'm converting into. But till then, till that time, you don't need to yourself admit everything which you have with yourself in your possession. So understand, yes. Verification doesn't have any interaction with the officer. It is not as an assessment. Limited scrutiny falls under section 143.3. The section is very important. The reason is that 143.3 has wide powers. It also gives powers to the assessing officer to call for information. It gives powers to penalize you. So he can initiate a notice once if they feel, same example, if you have sold a property of 30 lakhs and you're not offered, he will compute jitna bhi capital gains ka amount hai, he will say that I'm also levying a penalty of 100% on the same. That powers assessing officer under verification section. Verification will happen not by way of a notice. You will not receive any verification notice. What you will receive is on the income tax portal. You will probably receive an issue letter, which is not called as a notice. You will receive an issue letter where they say that this is the verification for this particular specific purpose and we want a verification. You will have to reply it on the income tax portal itself. So it is not a assessment proceedings at a stage. So it is probably a lighter powers as compared to the limited scrutiny assessment. But if you do not reply to verification, it can lead to limited scrutiny or even a complete scrutiny or even a reassessment. So verification is basically one more opportunity before it converts into a full-flown assessment. Another thing is verification notice, verification thing cannot be converted into a scrutiny assessment. Cannot immediately do it. But whenever there is a limited scrutiny assessment, they can just give you a simple issue letter that, look, you gave this information, but now we feel that we want to do a complete scrutiny of your case. That powers are not there under 133 section, which is the verification section. So the distinction comes with the powers with the officer who is there in place. Now, this is one notice, which is 143.2. Now there is a second kind of notice which you receive at the time of assessment. That notice is under section 142.1. Now 142.1 is a questionnaire. Basically, it is a questionnaire. So every time in the period of that 9-month assessment proceedings, every time when the assessing officer wants to ask you a question, he has to issue you a notice under section 142.1, and he will ask you all the questions. You will have to make a reply. I have these two notices towards the end. I'll display the same. But so how do you reply and etc. when we get into that? But this is when it comes to that. And once you furnish all of these details, that is when an order is passed under section 140 be passed considering my replies which is being filed by the assessee. Now, best judgment assessment. So judgment assessment, I have already informed you. I don't want to take much time on this thing, but just one thing which I want to talk to you, what happens next when the best judgment assessment happens. So best judgment assessment, if you people were not sleeping when I talked earlier, was that when you do not reply, whatever reason, when you don't reply, assessing officer kya karega? Man marzi. Whatever they want to do, they will make an addition, right? Now, when you go to the CIT appeal level and there is a best judgment assessment, what will happen is that since you never submitted any information, right? You never submitted any information at the assessment level, the CIT appeal level, you will have to file additional evidences. Now, additional evidence is something wherein you will have to go to the CIT appeal and you will have to write to the CIT appeal that for whatever reason it may be, I never got an opportunity at the assessment level. Either I did not receive notices or probably, it was sent on the wrong email address. It was not my email address. You will have to give a reason, and CIT appeal level pay, you will have to make all the submissions of the assessments. So that is the place you will have to do. What will happen is in an appeal of a best judgment assessment, your appeal actually gets converted into an assessment because the powers of the CIT appeal and the CIT appeal has every single power which the AO has and some more powers. So when it comes to best judgment assessment, you will have to ensure that you have to file additional evidences. Now, why I'm telling you, because when you file a whenever there is a best judgment assessment, definitely there will be something against you. Assessing officer itna acha to nahi ki you are not replying and I will accept everything. It never happens. So there will be definitely something adverse, and since there is something adverse, you will have to file appeal. In the appeal form, there is form 35, which is the appeal form. There is a question whether you want to submit additional evidence or not. In every best judgment assessment, the answer to that mostly will be yes, because naturally you never submitted anything at the assessment level, so you will have to submit it. So this is a best judgment assessment. You will have to look into and submit all the details whatever you missed at the AO level, you will have to furnish at the CITAP level. Now coming to the 147, which let me tell you, there are multiple slides on this, but just in short, let me explain you that there are two ways or two conditions when an assessment can be a reopened assessment. So first of all, reopened assessment means that there is an additional time limit. The time limit right now under the law are two time limits. One is 3 years and one is 5 years. If the income, according to the assessing officer, the escaped income amount is less than rupees 50 lakhs, then the time limit is 3 years. If it is more than 50 lakhs, the time limit is 5 years. Earlier, the time limit was 6 years prior to 21. From 21 to 25, the time limit was 10 years, the highest time limit. And then the law has recently changed in August 2024. That is when it came down from 10 years to 5 years. So for you people right now and for the assessment years coming forward, the time limit is 3 years and 5 years. The time limit. Normal regular scrutiny assessment time limits 1 year. This is the main difference between a reopened assessment and the regular assessment. Regular assessment, they can assess you only up to 1 year. Why extra powers given to the assessing officer to reassess beyond 3 years and beyond till 5 years? Extra powers, they feel that you have done some extra, means that there is some information. So there are two preconditions to doing a reassessment. One, there is an information which is available with the assessing officer, that there is something pertaining to you which you have not disclosed. Information is absolutely essential. If they don't have any information, they cannot do suspicion. ऐसा नहीं कल उठ के अरे ये tax नहीं pay किया है, चलो let's issue. It cannot happen like that. Will have to give us on what information they are doing it. And second, that information has to lead to escapement of income. Only having information is not relevant. So suppose consider a case that I have, same case that I have, or let us take another case that I have invested in some mutual funds which is worth rupees 10 lakhs, okay, and I have not filed any return of income. Now according to the assessing officer, the information is that you have invested but you have not filed the return of income. सबसे पहला question क्या आएगा? You have not filed return of income, that means you don't have any source of income. So they will issue your notice, but they will have to in the notice itself, they will have to do some prior verification of the information. What if that situation was that I was a person who was a senior citizen and I was not even the account holder of that investment, but I was just nominated as a nominee by my husband. If that is the situation, the entire source of funds of that 10 lakhs is my husband. My husband has filed a return of income, so there is a source. So does it mean there is an escapement just because there is an information? The answer is no. So every information will not lead to escapement. Whether it leads to escapement or not, that is the duty of the assessing officer to do before they issue you a notice under section 148. So whenever you challenge the 148 notices, you will have to ensure to see that information has been received, whether they have verified information or not, whether they have found out that there was any escapement or not, and based on that, they will have to proceed. Why so much duties on the assessing officer even before notice issuance? Because this is a reassessment. Reassessment gives more powers to the assessing officer, also gives more duties to the assessing officer. If you are harassing or you are asking or investigating an assessee for the record of past 5 years, then you need to be little, probably informed that whether there is an escapement. So this is the entire section. Now there is another section which was introduced with 148, which you all should definitely know, is 148A. Now, remember talking about before 21, you used to directly receive notice under section 148, but used to create a lot of problem. So what did Supreme Court said? There was a Supreme Court decision, a landmark decision case of GK and drive shaft. If any of you want to read it for academic purposes, you can. That decision mentioned that you need to give an opportunity to the assessee. You cannot just reopen. And that time the reopening was for foreign assets, the reopening used to go to 16 years also. That has now been eradicated. Now there's no 16 years. That time there was reopening up to 16 years also. So what they told, you need to issue you a notice to the assessee. That is why this section 148A was 148 says that before reopening, you will have to issue your notice. So there are three subsections when it comes to section 148A. First, they will have to give you a notice. Subsection 2 says you will have to make a reply. Subsection 3 says, based on my reply, they will pass an order. And that order is normally called as order disposing the objections of the assessee. So we normally call it as objection order, which is 140. In that 148A order, he will try to bring out the reasons why he is convinced that you have escaped some income. Only and only after this, they will issue a notice under section 148. 148 notice directly nahi aa sakta hai. There are certain exceptions where 148 notice can come directly in a case where verification was done. I did mention about verification. वो cases में they can directly send you. In cases where you are a party or you are connected to a person where search and seizure had happened. In such cases also, you can receive a direct 148 notice because that is more heinous crime. According to them, you are party to a search, then probably you need not get it. These are the ways in which this is the procedure of reassessments, which is quite different from the normal assessments. I've already mentioned about the show cause notice under 148.1. So you can read it. This is all for reading purposes. I think I've covered it. When you receive procedure after you receive notice, once you receive notice under section 148, there is no option to you but to file a return of income in pursuance to this notice. Whether you have filed a return earlier or whether you have not filed a return earlier, with pursuance to 148, you will have to file a return. It is mandatory under law. So you'll have to file a return within the time period of 3 months or so, which they give you. And after that, only after you file your return of income and the 3 months window is passed, they will start issuing. And again, here you will get 142.1 back, wherein they will ask you certain questions and they will tell you that this is the questions which we are asking. And then the procedure of filing reassessment is same. Only difference between how to deal with a reassessment and how to deal with a normal assessment is that in a reassessment, not only you are replying on the merits, but you are also challenging the action of the assessing officer of reopening your matter beyond the regular assessment. So that is an extra submissions which you are making at the 148A level. So those submission banana padega. एक तो 148A level submission challenging the reopening itself, challenging the applicability of section, and second submission where you are submitting everything, which is different from the normal scrutiny assessment. So what is an information? They have explained, they have given an explanation of what can be an information. What can be an information? They have already mentioned it. So anything which is there in Insight portal, anything which has been, there is an audit objection which has been received, any information which they have received from another country, we have double taxation agreements and information exchange agreements with many countries all over the world. If you receive any information, like some of you or most of you must have read of Panama Papers, right? Which was a very big controversy, or Swiss bank accounts details were given. So all those will form under this and they can be a reassessment because of the same. This is all information, this is all in the section, but I've just given while going. Period I've already given you. The time period is stipulated under section 149, which is 3 years and 5. There's an additional 3 months you can see. 3 years, 3 months, and 5 months. This additional time period is nothing but 3 months is given to the income tax department because they give you 3 months to file your return. So that 3 months is additionally given to that, but there is nothing you can probably do it later on. These are all time limits. 151 is an important section. So as I told you, and I emphasize that reassessment is an extra power given to the AO. So whenever there is a reassessment happens, every officer will require a sanction from the higher authority. Sanction means approval, in short. So there'll be an approval which will be required from a higher authority, and that approval they have to take it before they issue you a notice under section 148. Who is that higher person? It can be Joint Commissioner of Income Tax, it can be. This is to ensure that the assessing officers are not harassing the tax payers left, right, and center. So this is that thing, but in practical, this is just considered as a formality. Not much things are. I just need to take a minute off. I think a lot of issues with this presentation. I think I've just uploaded the wrong one. Just a minute. Give me a minute. Sorry, no. I had two presentations and I think this one is not the correct one. Yeah, this one. Yeah, thank you. You all will be shared the presentation later on. Yes, so I think we were here, which is power to call 133.6. I think I've already, given it at the earlier stage that the assessing officer under this section has a power to call information to anyone, almost anyone. So even if you're not a return filer, but you have done some transactions with a person who is a return filer and his assessment has been opened up, then you will receive a notice based on that. So this is the powers which are 133.6. These powers are extensively utilized during conclusion of assessments. 131, I think we have already talked about, which is summons, which is the power to call for information, and you will have to probably go before the authorities. They can also impound your books, they can also retain your books of accounts or whatever documents you are giving. So the powers under section 131 are quite wide, not part of this session, but. And now coming to search assessments, which is under 158BA. So now, see, search assessments I've already informed, but I just want to give you a little history so you understand what has been happening in the search assessment. So prior to 21, we had different sections when it came to search assessments, because when you're in the litigation cycle, you are not only going to receive the cases of today but also of the past, probably of the past 5 years. Prior to 21, we had a different mechanism of assessment, which was normally the two famous sections were 153A and 153C. 153A means when search has happened at your own premises and you are receiving a notice. And 153C is that suppose I'm just connected to the search party. And because he is being searched, I'm also being searched. I'm just a connecting party. I'm not the main person. That was the sections earlier where they could do a search assessment up to 6 years. Then the law changed. So from 21, again, the entire gamut of search came under 147. We just discussed about 147 right now, which is the escaped assessment. Everything traveled to 148. And in 2025, which is since it is a latest amendment, I would like words. This amendment came up in September 24. There is an entire new section which they have brought about. So now for all the search which happens after 1st September 2024, this is the section. Based on the date of search, you will apply the section. So if the search was done in 2020, then you will have to apply that law. If in 23, you will have to apply 140. This is the new law. So based on that, you will have to make the law applicable. And now the law says that there is a block period. There will be a block period, entire block of years which are there, which are entire block be searched together, all the parties put together. Thing which I would like assessment is that search assessments are an exception to the faceless assessments. So whereas all other assessments are done faceless, where there is no intervention and there is no one-to-one interaction with the AO, search assessment goes to the centralized circle. You must have heard centralized circle. Specific circle. And in that case, there will be one-to-one assess, because search matters generally are complicated matters. You cannot probably finish it faceless manner. Things which I have mentioned now, when it comes to search, entire procedure is different. This is a new code which has been brought about. The entire gamut of assessments is very different, and you will have to read everything when it comes to search. So there'll be time period is different, sanctions are different, time period to complete the assessment is different, even the tax rates are different. So you'll have to read through, but this is for your academic knowledge. Given you what is a block period, what is an undisclosed income. It is a fairly new section. It is still getting developed. Every 6 months, we are getting some changes in this section. Now, coming to the assessment selection criteria. So, based on, I earlier mentioned to you that there will be a regular scrutiny assessment based on certain criteria. So on what basis a regular scrutiny assessment happens? Does it happen in every single case? The answer is no. It happens only in some cases. Sometimes it is just random, but most of the times these are the parameters why there is an assessment which has been happening. So if there is a difference between your ITRs and your 26AS or AIS, TIS, etc., or any government authority records, then there will be a search notice which will be received, assessment notice which will be received to you. There is something like SFT, which is called as specified financial transaction. So lot of authorities, banking authorities, mutual fund authorities, stamp duty authorities, as per that section, they have to periodically file their SFT statements with the income tax department. So if, stamp duty authorities have to report every single transaction of sale or purchase of immobile property, which is beyond rupees 30 lakhs. So वो सारा information goes to the income tax department. Now income tax department will take that information and they will compare it with the assessee information and see कि अच्छा there is a sale but there is no reporting of income. So I will have. So most of the parameters of selection criteria are from the SFT information. That SFT information section is 285, but there are a lot of criteria which are there. So, and one which is random, which I told is normally called as CAS cases, which is the computer aided security system wherein you are receiving. And last, now the way we use AI, right? The income tax department is also very proactive in using AI and technology into their systems. So now what happens is there are multiple departments which are functioning. There's a GST department, there's an MC law department, there's an income tax department. So right now they take information from other department, they try to reconcile that. So when you file your GST returns, there is a turnover which you have to furnish, right? The same turnover you also need to put it into your income tax return. If there is a mismatch between your income tax turnover and GST turnover, which many a times it will happen for many reasons, then you will get a notice that there is a mismatch. Or if there is a huge GST turnover but no return filed, then you will. So they are using information from other departments also to issue you a notice. So this is the assessment selection criteria. It keeps on revising every year. The recent one is in June 2025, which I've just given the parameters. So you can just read it. Now coming to taking the last part of the section, which is on how to respond to the notices. When you're receiving a notice under section 143(1), how do you respond to the same? So whenever you are receiving a notice, I think 143(1) we have done, we'll get into 142(1). See, a typical notice of an assessment is when the assessing officer is basically trying to get well versed with your accounts and with your return which has been filed. So he will normally, if it is a limited scrutiny assessment, he will be interested only in that part. If it is a complete scrutiny assessment, he will call everything. Consider a simple case of a business person who is making a sales of raw material. He will probably ask you everything like, give me your balance sheet, give me your return of, return of income. Yes, years also is something which they may call you. Give me your tax audit report. Give me your ledgers of the sales of the purchase. What is the gross profit reported? What is the net profit? This is a typical kind of assessment notices which comes. Starting 2-3 notices will be like this only, which will be more information oriented. Though it is information oriented and it is very basic, let me tell you, 8 out of 10 times chartered accountants or authorized representatives, they falter in the reply which they make at the assessment level. Most of the times when we deal with the matters at the CIT appeal level and ITAT level, we are just covering up the mistakes which the CAs have done at the earlier stage. Why is that so? Because since they are very basic in nature, it is taken very casually. That is the simplest answer to that. So whereas though it is very basic, it is very important to see to it every single document which you are submitting before the assessing officer. Whatever you are submitting in the portal goes forever. It can be used against you for after 3 years also. You know, they can reopen your matter and use that data which you have submitted today. So you'll have to be very careful and cautious of whatever you are submitting. Sometimes people submit computation of income with the office notes. Office notes में लिखा है कि ये नहीं दिखाना है. That also goes to the assessing officer. And which is so many a times it is extremely important to look into the attachments, because क्या होता है, people prepare the attachments. Most of the documents are given by the client. You take the documents from the taxpayer and just upload it. You will have to read through the agreement. Many a times I have seen simplest of errors are that, you know, you have to submit a sale deed, instead of that you are submitting a purchase deed. Why? Because purchase deed के ऊपर title sale deed है. Purchase deed can be a sale deed for the other person. So you'll have to look into whether you are a seller in that particular deed or not. So these are the common errors made by a lot of people. Sometimes errors are, most of the times they are avoidable. Sometimes they are not avoidable. Everyone is in a rush and you do make mistakes. Whenever you make a mistake in the assessment submissions, you can definitely write to the AO and also inform that this is the wrong document which was uploaded. We are submitting the new one, rather than creating a controversy out of nowhere. Another thing is that since the assessment period is long, it is 6 to 9 months period, right? Many a times what happens is you are making a reply, you know, in office system, what happens is that it might not happen that one person is completing the entire assessment, right? So you might be doing just one notice, the other notice is done by someone else, or you are be given just the show cause notice. If that happens, it will be your responsibility to look into the all the submissions which have been done before, so that you are not contradicting yourself. Because it also happens many times that first notice mein humne kuch aur dala, in the second notice, first notice mein I told that this is consultancy fees, second notice mein I just just contradict myself and say that this is commission, this is not consultant. And it practically happens a lot. So you will have to read every single submission which have been submitted before making your final submission, which is a show cause notice submission. And the last thing which I would like to say is that when it comes to 142, seen a lot of people, you know, putting a lot of case laws when it comes to assessment proceedings. Let me be very clear. Your entire assessment, if you ask me, your entire assessment replies should not even have one single case law. Why? Because this is not a legal issue at this stage. At this stage, it is a fact finding issue. So whatever which can be done, it can be done through facts. Yes, if it is a purely legal issue, you might want to quote some case laws, but do not make your show cause notice reply full of case laws. You cannot have 15 pages, 14 pages case law, one page mein facts, wo bhi aadhe. It cannot happen like that, because most of the times, you know, it is very difficult to give facts at a later stage. Every time you give fact at the CIT appeal level or ITAT level, you will have to give an affidavit why I'm not giving it right now and why I did not give it at earlier stage. And explaining that becomes very difficult, and you lose your entire case despite having a very good case on the merits of the matter. So it is absolutely essential that facts should come out properly at the assessment stage. Baki kuch bane nahi, but facts have to be clarified and then be given to the income tax officer at that stage itself. Just 2-3 pointers on how to present a notice. So when you are making a reply to the notice, it doesn't need to be fancy. You don't need to use any legal jargons whatsoever. Okay, just see to it that every question of the notice is answered properly. So if sometimes the questionnaires are 14 to 15 pages. Okay, it's not only 5 or 6. Sometimes they also go into 14-15 pages. You will have to number every question which the officer is asking and make a reply to that. The normal practice which we do is, which will just show you a notice here, is that you reply to every single thing which he is asking in the same number formatting which he is asking. So it's very easy for him to validate. Every document which you are attaching should have an annexure number and a name, and the same annexure number should go into the attachments. You cannot have annexure A usme or usme annexure 1. Many times what people do is they will put 10-15 annexures, but wo annexures ka reference is not there anywhere in the notice, which is very difficult for the AO. AO is not going to look into your entire data and try to match. So, whenever there is a faceless assessment, it is extremely important that your drafting skills and your presentation skills are extremely important. If you do not give to them in a ready platter with matching everything, they are not going to pass a favorable order. As simple as that. So your favors of getting a good order a lot depends on the how you draft your reply and how you make your attachments. So because I was told that we need to just show you. So for those who are not into tax practice, this is just like a sample of the notice which you receive. So I did mention you 142.1 right earlier, which is a questionnaire. So this is how a typical notice comes, wherein you're given a date of time and etc etc. So this is the questionnaire. See, if you see, this is the first notice which was received. I've picked up the first one to make you understand. So okay, just a minute. हाँ presentation में So this is the normal notice which you receive here, wherein they mention you assessment year etc. See, there's an assessment year etc. which has been mentioned, and the timings and how do you respond to the same. Generally, the notice is being received. There is no, since this is a faceless assessment, if you see, your it is only the name. There will be no name of any officer whatsoever, so you will not know from where the officer is all over India. Right now, this is the first notice. So if you see, there is a basic information which has been given. So they will ask you all the details of your creditors, debtors, etc., your financial information, your balance sheet, P&L. And see, this is a bigger notice. So they have also given you instructions for how you have to submit and the declaration. This is how a normal 142.1 notice actually comes into. So starting beginning me, you will have to make. So if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, you reply it in that way itself. Now consider a case that how do you make a reply? So just to show you that, now I have also tried to make a reply in the same way. If you see it's 1, then it's 2, verification of expenses in the same way. And then there is annexion numbering. If you can see, we have annexion numberings everywhere. So either it's 1, 2, 3, 4 or ABCD. And this is how your entire attachment goes. This is just a sample of how you make a reply to the assessments. So whenever in the presentation, you'll get this also along with the same, just to have an idea. The thing is that once every attachment and every cross referencing has been made in submission, it is very easier for them to make your assessment. Only and only notice where you will have to bring in something legal is your last notice, which is also popularly called as a show cause notice. Show cause notice is almost end of your assessment, wherein they tell you, okay, I have looked into everything which you have submitted up till now. Now this is the problem which we have. Suppose there is a sales. I think these sales are not genuine, these sales are bogus. You please explain how it is. This is where, after putting up all the facts, you have to narrate the law. So every time, whenever you have that urge of using a lot of case laws and just googling and finding out case laws from India Kanun, stop yourself. Read the section 2 times. Read the facts, read the section. Quote the section in the notice. So if it is non-genuine and if they want to add something under section 68 or 69, read the section. Always read why the section has come in the first place. It may be an old section. So generally, it is a good practice to read why the section was come up. Many a times, they add, there is one popular section which has been come up in 2017, which is 56 to 10, wherein that if there is any difference between, your value which you have, suppose if you have purchased a property, and if your property value and the market value is different, they add it. But the entire essence of bringing 56 to 10 was anti-avoidance. Is there any anti-avoidance here? Is there any tax evasion here? The answer is no. So instead of quoting 100 things, why not quote the section and why the section was introduced? The easiest way to find out is the explanatory memorandum which comes with the Finance Act. The easiest way is to find out those decisions which highlight that why this decision was coming into first place. Because many a times I see that the submissions are only facts and case laws. People forget their assessment is about the section under which the addition is to be made. In fact, many times the assessing officer also forgets that which section he is adding, because in the show cause notice he doesn't write the section at all. He just makes an addition. That is where you will have to highlight it to the AO that in which section are you proposing this addition, because if you don't know the section, how would you know that whether he has crossed his limits or not? So looking into it, an overall view makes it at the show cause notice level, I think it makes a lot of difference at that level. And I think and last thing, I think this is the last slide, is that once you have done the assessment, what are the contents of the assessment order, because this brings a conclusion to the entire picture. So once you've completed your assessment, there will be 3 things which will be uploaded on the portal, which comes with the assessment order. Everything is a part of the assessment order. One is your assessment order, which comes under 143, 143.7, etc., whichever section it may be. You will receive a notice of demand. Notice of demand generally comes under section 156. What does it mean? That suppose your returned income was 50 lakhs and the assessing officer has assessed your income at, so he will compute your tax as per 1 CR is called as assessed income, which is the income according to the assessing officer. On that assessed income, he will compute your entire taxes, and that computation he will show as a part of the computation sheet. So that is the second document which you receive along with the assessment order. In that computation sheet, he will make an entire computation with your taxes, with your interest, everything. It will not have any penalty, it will just have interest, and there will be an amount which he will derive, which is payable by you or probably refundable to you, whatever it may be. Sometimes it may be a lesser refund also. So that is called as the demand. That demand comes up in your notice of demand, and once you receive a notice of demand, there's a 30-day period window. You need to reply within 30 days window, otherwise they will start recovering money from you. Whether you file appeal or you don't file appeal, they will start recovering money from you. So it is important to reply to all these 3. Reply to assessment order will be what? If it is adverse, it will be filing an appeal. Reply to demand notice will be filing and stay application. And there will be third thing, which will be computation sheet. If there is any mistake in the computation sheet, you will have to file a rectification letter under 154 as regards to the computation sheet. So every 3 document which comes with the assessment order, you will have to independently read all 3 and make a reply for all the 3. And if at times, if they have initiated a penalty, because if they feel that you have done something, there's undisclosed something which is you have done purposely, there is some purpose behind doing that, or there is some under reporting or misreporting which has been done, they will initiate penalty also. Assessing officer has to initiate penalty with the assessment order. So there will be a penalty notice also which will come. So that will be probably the 4th or 5th document. But these 3 are minimum documents. And why it is important to look into everything is because most of the people are not aware that if you don't reply to the notice of demand within 30 days, your interest will keep on piling till the date you don't pay any amount. So you will see in the income tax portal, your original demand and interest may be just 1 CR. In the portal it is more than 2 CR, 3 CR, because the interest has kept on doing, multiplying, and it has a compounding effect. So you need to reply to every single document which comes with the assessment order. Even if you don't receive any document, then you will have to call for it from the assessing officer. Many times it happens you don't receive a computation sheet at all, then you'll have to apply to them that please furnish us the computation sheet. I think yeah, that's it from my end. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, then you can ask me at this stage. The clean copy of the presentation I shall provide you. Any questions? I take it either you've understood everything or not understood at all. Anyways, I think you all have been a great audience. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, Kinjal Bhuta ma'am, for your powerful and insightful session. You have not only clarified technicalities of litigation and scrutiny, but also taught us how to approach them with confidence and professionalism.
Yes, ma'am. This session has been truly enriching, and we are grateful for the time and wisdom you shared with us today. On behalf of Vikasa WRC, we sincerely thank you. And as we officially conclude this session, we have been joined by our dynamic WRC chairman, CA Ketan Sayya sir, and versatile WRC secretary, CA Jinal Savla ma'am. So before we move forward to our next session, we have an excitement announcement to make for you all.
So the moment that you were waiting for, the moment that you all are here for today. So sir, CA Bawar Borana sir will be joining us at 4 p.m. today here for a live session. So it will be a completely a free of cost session for all the students who are attending. So in case if you have any of your friends who wish to attend the session and who are having their exams in September and want to get anything clear, you can call them and let them know that Bawar sir session will start at exactly at 4 p.m. today. Now, we would like to invite the dignitaries along with our speaker for our next session, CA Ketki Mittal ma'am on the dais. From here, we would be handing the proceedings to for the next session to Managing Committee member Bhavesh Mota and Bhavna Rawari.
So after session one, how's the Josh? Doesn't seem that high. How's the Josh? Good. Yeah, good. Am I audible at the back? Thank you. Thank you, CA Kinjal ma'am, for such an insightful session. I'm sure we all have gained valuable learnings. As we begin our next session, I request our session speaker, CA Ketki Mittal ma'am, Chairman, Vikasa WIRC CA Jitendra Saglani sir, Secretary WIRC CA Jinal Savla ma'am, and Chairman WIRC CA Ketan Sayya to kindly grace the dais. Now request Secretary WIRC CA Jinal Savla to kindly address this vibrant gathering with the words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so hope all of you are having good time in day 2 of direct tax training prepared for students under the dynamic chairmanship of CA Ketan Sayya sir and Vikasa chairman CA Jitendra Sanglani sir. Both the sirs were working on this program since so many days, and I hope all of you are enjoying every bit of it. And we had super brilliant speakers yesterday and today as well. All of us heard Kinjal, and now we have Ketki ma'am. So wishing you all the very best and wishing you a happy learning. Friends, our profession is all about learning, upskilling and networking. So enjoy every bit of what you are doing. With this wishing you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insights. Now, I would like to request CA Ketan Sayya, Chairman of WIRC, to kindly grace the audience with his words.
I think I had addressed yesterday. However, since they called me, let me take a liberty of talking to you for 2 minutes. So, एक story बताता हूँ. There were two parents, दो father retire हो रहे थे और उनके बच्चों को अपने अपने business में वो लोग add कर रहे थे. एक का business manufacturing का था और एक ग्वाला था, जो गाय भैंस को चराते हैं, ग्वाला था. जिनका मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का बिजनेस था, वो एक बाबू टाइप थे. उन्होंने बच्चे को बुलाया और बोला कि देखो कि सारे एम्प्लॉय को एकदम स्ट्रिक्टली रखने का, और एक गलती करेगा तो उसको 10 के सामने फायरिंग देने का, कस्टमर को निचोड़ देने का. रेगुलेटरी बॉडी तो इंडिया में ऐसे ही चलती है कि आप पे करो और कुछ भी हो जाएगा. तो उसने अपने पापा की वो एडवाइस ली और बिजनेस में एंटर हुआ. ग्वाले के पापा ने बोला कि देखो ये गाय भैंस बकरियां ये हमारी भाषा नहीं समझते, लेकिन हमको इनकी भाषा समझनी पड़ती है. यही हमारी संपत्ति है, यही हमारे फैमिली मेंबर है, यही हमारी एसेट है, यही इन्हीं से हमारा जीवन निर्वाह चलता है. तो हमें इन्हें हमेशा अपना मान के जो भी कार्य करना है, और सुबह को भगवान को याद करो, उसके साथ साथ इन सब का धन्यवाद करना है, इन सब को याद करना है और फिर आपके कार्य की शुरुआत करनी है. कुछ सालों बाद वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनी बंद हो गई और ये जो ग्वाला था, इसकी आज एक लार्जेस्ट डेयरी है इंडिया में. एंड देयर आर lakhs of animals are there in that dairy. Turnover is into thousands of crore. और ये बंदे की कंपनी कुछ 5 या 7 साल में बंद हो गई, बैंकरप्ट हो गई. ये दोनों स्टोरियों से काफी कुछ सीखना है. वे ऑफ लाइफ, थॉट प्रोसेस, wherever you are, in whichever area you are, हमको किस तरह से बिहेव करना है, किस तरह से कार्य करना है, किस तरह से दिन की शुरुआत करनी है, और लॉन्ग टर्म विजन क्या होना चाहिए हमारा. आप सभी लोग, all of you are in such a great profession, and I keep telling everybody that in the entire globe, in the entire world, कहीं पे भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये नहीं कहा कि अगर एग्जामिनेशन कंडक्ट करना है तो सीए इंस्टीट्यूट के पास जाके सीखो. बट इंडिया के सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये कहा कि एग्जामिनेशन कंडक्ट करना सीखना है तो जाके इंडिया के सीए इंस्टीट्यूट के पास सीखो कि कैसे एग्जाम कंडक्ट किया जाता है. कहीं पे भी दुनिया के कोई देश के प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने ये नहीं कहा कि मेरे सिग्नेचर से ज्यादा पावरफुल सिग्नेचर एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का है. बट इंडिया के प्रभावशाली प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी सर ने ये कहा कि मेरे सिग्नेचर से ज्यादा सिग्नेचर एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का पावरफुल है. कोई भी कंट्री के कहीं के भी प्रेसिडेंट ने ये नहीं कहा कि सीएस आर पार्टनर इन नेशन बिल्डिंग. इंडिया के एक प्रेसिडेंट एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम सर ने कहा था कि चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स आर पार्टनर इन नेशन बिल्डिंग. Now you can imagine in what powerful institute you all are members, you all are student and future chartered accountant. और हम सबको इसका गर्व होना चाहिए. और इसके साथ साथ कई सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज भी आती है हमारे पास. ये सबको हमें बहुत ही शिद्दत से निभाना चाहिए. With this, again compliments to all of you for sparing your Sunday and coming over and listening to all the worthy speakers. A fantastic talk by Kinjal. Of course, I missed it. I heard a bit of it, but a very powerful talk. And I am equally, I'm confident that another session is also going to be so much powerful. With this, compliment to entire Vikasa team for organizing this 2 days conference very, very perfectly, very, very aptly. Thank you so much.
So much, sir. Begin section. beyond compliance.
Whether it is income, investments, or corporate entities, effective structuring safeguards wealth and opens door to growth opportunities.
And advisory is where technical expertise meets sound judgment.
Share deeper insights on this crucial topic. We are privileged to have with us today CA Ketki Mittal ma'am.
For Ketki Mittal, writer,
Ojha from Wings of Vikasa, and it is my pleasure to introduce the speaker for today's income tax seminar, Ketki Mittal ma'am, a fellow chartered accountant and law graduate. Ketki ma'am specializes in mergers and acquisitions, succession planning, international taxation, and corporate law. Her career with BK Khare and Company, later worked with Bansi S. Mehta and Company under Shri Yogesh Thar, and now serves as a director there. Finance, direct tax advisory, and corporate restructuring. And she has authored work on succession planning in the Chamber of Tax Consultants publication. Currently, she also serves as Vice Chairman of Direct Taxes Committee of the Chamber of Tax Consultants. We are privileged to have her with us today to share her insights on taxation and corporate structuring. Please join me in warm welcoming C. Ketki Mittal ma'am.
Thank you, Sakshi. May I now request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly present a memento as a token of appreciation to ma'am. And with that, we are delighted to hand over the session to CA Ketki Mittal. Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ketki. As he rightly asked, how's the Josh? How's the Josh, guys? Doesn't look like this is not even a war cry. Okay. So I request you all if you can just come a little forward. There are a lot of blank seats, so it will be a little interesting because it's going to be a little interactive. Because I know everybody's hungry and sleepy, but then let's make it a little interactive so it'll be fun for you as well. So I have tried to keep my slides a little shorter and tried to explain concepts. If you have any questions, we can take it in between or we can take it at the end as well. So I would like to introduce my topic. Firstly, I go with income tax planning, structuring and advisory. This is the topic allocated to me. I have divided it into 5 sections. And this is what I believe in. So if I have not understood it and not explained it well, I can't explain it to you. So you guys judge me for this as well. Okay, starting with introduction to tax advisory in practice. Okay, so I would like to tell you that what is the difference between advisory and tax advisory. So if I want to buy a house, I will ask, oh, you can buy a house. What is the difference between advisory and tax advisory? So tax advisories, I study the law, I study the tax regulations, I study the GST, the stamp duty, and accordingly, I advise him. Okay, you can now go ahead and buy the house. This is the basic difference between advisory and tax advisory. I would like to go one step back. That why do you need to do tax advisory? Can anybody help me with that? If anybody is practicing into tax or into audit, can anybody just say, why do you need to do tax advisory? Come on, guys. I'll not eat you. I'm not so dangerous. Come on. Anybody else? Yeah. Perfect. Very rightly put by you three. So we need to do tax advisory for one thing is compliance, which is obviously written here. So if I have to file the ITR, if I have to make an accurate filing, if I have to file some other form, if I have to file a TDS form, then I need to do the compliance bit of it. I need to plan in advance. So if tomorrow I'm going to start manufacturing or a new plant tomorrow, then what is going to be my tax implication? How much income I'm going to earn? What will be my tax exposure? What deduction is available to me? So that for that reason, I need to get into tax advisory. I need to know the basic business setup of the client first. Okay, what is his business setup? And then accordingly, I can start advising. One very important thing before we come to this tax advisory bit is that we need to understand what is the client. See, unless and until you don't understand what is the client, you can't advise him. So you need to know that today this is his business, this is his fact situation, this is his progress plan, this is his objective, meaning this is what he wants. Having understood that, I can lay down a floor plan for him. I can understand his tax. I can give advice accordingly. So this is some basic things. I have prepared a fun segment at the end where I can deal with this a little later. Now, the critical importance of tax advisory. Why is it so important? Why is everybody like, in my firm, like we have like a 60 articles. In the first year, everybody is in tax. चलो 8 महीना हो गया अभी मुझे तुम टैक्स में लो टैक्स सॉरी इन ऑडिट अभी तुम मुझे टैक्स में लेकर जाओ क्यों लेकर जाओ अरे व्हाट इज टैक्स then there's an article who comes and says ma'am case laws is so boring 20 case law पढ़ा कुछ समझा ही नहीं क्या करने का I'll go back to audit. So why is tax advisory so important? Why do people want to do it? There are some very basic things. One is that tax law in India, fortunately, unfortunately, is not static. It is evolving, it is changing, it is growing, they keep amending things. So because of that, you need to keep updated yourself. Now, if I don't file my return in time, can anybody tell me what happens to a loss? Suppose if I have a loss of 80 crores, I am a company, private limited company, I have a loss of 80 crores. I don't file my return in time. What will happen? Penalty, other provisions. So compliance and timely compliance is very important. Secondly, if I'm a tax advisor to a client, and if there is a provision I can advise him to, that would maximize his profit. I need to be updated with that. It can help his business growth. And also, if my client wants to set up something in UK and I'm in India, how to avoid tax, how to mitigate tax, I should be updated with that. Okay. Now, what do you as a student require in tax planning or in learning income tax, direct tax, GST, all these big jargons? One is technical acumen. What is that? I would like to say that, okay, even a, sorry to use this word and don't quote me wrong, but even a BCom person को आप सिखाओगे उसको 10 दिन बिठाओगे वो रिटर्न फाइल कर लेगा यार वो उतना कर देगा या आजकल AI भी कर लेगा. But then why does a client need to come to you or me? वो क्यों आएगा एक CA के पास अरे मेरा रिटर्न तुम फाइल करो क्योंकि मेरा जॉब पोस्टमैन का नहीं है उसका डेटा लेके रिटर्न फाइल करना इज नॉट माय जॉब. My job is to analyze each section which I'm filling, each deduction which I'm going to give. I'll give you a practical example. What happened with me? So last year there was a section 80JJAA. I know most of you all don't know. Okay, that gives an additional employee deduction. What happened is for my client, one of our listed companies, we made the 80JJAA working. We precisely made 4-5 times checked it. Now, while filling tax audit report, our government side, so forget it, Winman was also not working. At 3:30 in the night, my qualified assistant forgot to fill the figure. And my tax audit report is uploaded. Okay. And we didn't realize, client in excitement didn't realize. Now, after a month, I filed my return. When I'm filing my return, at that point in time, I realized, oh shit, I have done this. And then listed company, CFO, me director, partner, I'm handling everybody's mess. So can a compliance person do it? Can a normal person who's just filing and typing and punching and do it? No. I needed to analyze. I needed to find out what happened. What is my option? So, chalo, okay, happens. See, we are humans. We are not AIs. I am not. I don't know about you all. Huh? Gen Z is, by the way. So, what can I do? So, in my firm or in my this, we have a practice. What if I am filing an ITR? Today, I have filed this ITR for XYZ client. Or we as a firm have a habit of making notes, okay, which we type. It's a nice 10-15 page letter where each stand is explained. Why I have taken this, why I have taken this, why I have taken this. What we do is we make it, show the client, take his approval, file it with the AO. So my claim is registered that. See, I have forgotten to claim 80JJAA in the tax audit, but you give it to me. Second option is when I'm going to assessment stage. At the assessment stage, at that particular stage, I can also raise a claim. So this is what is the difference between a compliance person and a CA who's into tax practice. Secondly, there is a huge need of developing analytical brains. What do I mean by that? Means there is an analysis which we were taught in audit, which we still follow, is Kaka analysis, YY analysis, mind my language, Susu analysis in Gujarati. Okay, what does that mean? I ask you a question, why? You ask why, and why this. So you get to the basic. So that is how you develop an analytical brain. There's a left brain and right brain concept. I say there is a third brain concept called analytical power. So I need to be having that ability to analyze key, this is the situation, this is the fact, this is the law, and then reconcile all the three to give a answer. One very important thing which I personally believe is communication, because this non-communication thing can lead to wars between country. Okay, so this is very important. Like I will tell you what happened with us. So there was somebody from UK whom we were coordinating. So he introduced, we phone pay called me. I couldn't judge, okay, it's a male or a female, okay, it's my bad. He said, my name is Z. I thought it's a girl. Hi, ma'am. Ketki or dash 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 dash. In all my communications, I have been addressing as hello, ma'am. Hi, ma'am. How are you, ma'am? Personally, we had a meeting at Taj Hotel, and I see, I'm like, नहीं नहीं ये कोई गलत इंसान है हमारे तो लेडी के साथ मीटिंग है एंड आई एम आर्ग्यूइंग नो 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 सर इट्स अ लेडी जी cannot be a guy. Okay, and there one Chinese guy comes, tall, hefty, and he said, I am Z. And I am sweating there, and I'm like, oh God, like it was my first year of my job. I'm like, today तो ये termination letter देके घर भेजेगा, बोलेगा इसको gender identification नहीं, tax तो कर ही नहीं सकती है. Okay. So I would suggest that this is very important. See how Mr. Trump communicates. कितना complication कर रहा है यार. So communication very important. I would suggest start writing mails, start drafting. I have one suggestion also. I don't know how much they listen to me or not. That we should actually introduce a subject called drafting in the BCom syllabus or CA syllabus. I would really recommend Board of Studies. It's very important. Sometimes in copy pasting also people copy paste. Okay, people don't change the facts also. We as seniors we understand. मतलब he को ही रखा है. Assessment year भी नहीं change किया है. Country भी नहीं बदला है उसका. So this is very common, but we can avoid it. Something is ethics. So if I have you as a client and I have you as a client, okay, I will tell your secrets to him. He will tell your secrets to him. We can't do that. Okay, we are CAs, and obviously we have some ethics. Secondly, adaptability. One thing which I have learned is to adapt to new things. So like tax laws. Now my articles are teaching me AI. Okay, कि ma'am, there is a software called Gamma. I can make your PPT by that. What is the fact? I don't know, ma'am. आप देख लो उसको. वो आप कर लेना. But this is what it is. Okay, they have a habit of doing a research through Chat GPT. I don't know if you know. In Bangalore tribunal, what had happened? If you want me to narrate, I can narrate in a minute. So the Bangalore tribunal, they gave one decision called Buckeye by one very esteemed member. I don't want to name him. Okay, that decision quoted certain facts. कि ये fact है, ये fact है, ये fact है. Actually, that was an AI generated thing.
and the decision was so cryptic and it was so legally unsound. And I was asked to write an article. I was like, either this article stays or I stay in the profession. It's legally impossible. And to my luck, the decision was recalled because it was based on AI. And with me, what happened is once I went on Chat GPT to save time because of my junior article, he said, no, no, ma'am, it's helpful. AI made a case law, एक decision बना ही दिया उसने अपने नाम से, पता नहीं कहाँ से ले आया, which was not in any of the books. Luckily, luckily I searched as a backup and didn't go to my boss. Others that day, me and the AI and the junior would be out of the window. We three would be out, I'm sure. Okay, so these are some of the things. One thing which I want to update you, or you will be very happy or sad, I don't know, but I can tell you is that as you all know, the income tax is being revamped. Okay, so we have a new income tax bill, which is a reality. It comes into force next year, that is April. I have done an extensive work on this, but I would like to say two, three things here that I feel happy also and I feel a little sad also because from next year you and me will be at par. Why? Because हम दोनों एक ही bill पढ़ेंगे first time साथ साथ में. So you will also read, I will also read. Maybe your interpretations are better because you're reading with a fresh mind. Okay, they are saying it's a revamp, it's a this. I have seen it. It's little cryptic and उसके text समझ में नहीं आते हैं. And एक section बोलो तो एक section है 10. वो कम से कम 8 places में split हुआ है. वो ढूंढना is a nightmare. और नए sections याद रखना मतलब चलो, you will do it. For me, it will be a task. I will still be calling an old section. You will have a better hand at me. So if you are genuinely planning to practice tax in future, this is a great opportunity because इस पे अभी कुछ commentary आएंगी, कुछ नया laws develop होगा. So it's a great opportunity. For me, it will be like, I am here, my boss is here, my articles are here. I'll have to go down, up, where I don't know, being in the middle. But I and you, we both can learn together. Maybe you will have a better hand at me. And trust me, that bill, I don't know if you know the history, Feb में आया, ठीक है, उसके बाद उसका select committee का report गया, then amendment वाला bill आया, then अचानक withdraw हो जाता है और नया आ जाता है, and नया bill is also like this, and वो bill कुछ 536 sections में है and some odd 600 pages. For heaven's sake, I couldn't navigate. My article is very good. He has that navigator. Ma'am, आप सिर्फ section बोलो income tax का, मैं नया बताता हूँ आपको. So I mean to say that we all are in par. So we are on the same boat from next year. Okay, and it's a very good opportunity. I think you must start considering it. Now, coming to the individual tax planning bit, which is given to me. These are some of the basic things which I've tried to plot. So there is something called the old regime. There is something called the new regime. Everybody is aware about it. Old regime means the traditional regime which is going on, which has bigger slabs. If you can see, it has 2.5 to 5, 5 to 10. So it had some bigger slabs and the rates were less. In the new regime, the slabs are smaller and the rates are also like 5%, 10%. So the rates are also smaller. The effect of this, I will explain you. You can hold on to that. Just 2 points I want to mention here is that in the old regime, they were little considerate. Okay, the Miss Ma'am was little considerate. Senior citizens and super senior citizens को थोड़ा उन्होंने benefit दिया था. New tax regime, come, we will kill everybody. Everybody is here. So बेचारा 80 years का uncle और 25 साल का uncle, sorry 25 साल में uncle नहीं होता है, 25 साल का बच्चा भी same tax भरेगा यार. So this is what the anomaly is, but sadly, wrongly, we have to live with it. Okay, so this is something which is there. The next is surcharge. See, I understand, remembering just going back to the previous slide, iska corresponding section is 202. There is some bit of nuance in the deduction part of that. I will explain that also. So if you see the slab, if I tell you, I'm putting on the slide, how many of you can tell me the slabs? Chalo, let's do that. Maybe even I can't. So I'm not dragging. It's difficult क्योंकि वो एक तो every year change हो रहे हैं. Secondly, new tax regime में तो बहुत सारे हैं. So it's little complicated. मतलब अगर मेरे को किसी को advice करनी है, मेरे को book तो खोलनी पड़ेगी. Correct? Now, to add on to this, the surcharge part. Boss, if you open the BEAR Act, the Finance Act part, and in one reading you get it now, I will give you 10,000 rupees. You can't get it. Okay, the Finance Act part in surcharge, I had an opinion to give. I opened it 15 times to just reallocate and find out the rate. It is so complex, so complex. Which section, which provision, which assessment, you're all gone. Couldn't understand. Then I had to make micro notes. My article, ma'am, चलो chat GPT को पूछता है. I was like, boss, ये client का बात है, we'll do it afterwards. So I just want to highlight two things here. In the surcharge portion, in the old regime, there are a few slabs and a few rates defined. And in the new regime, after 2 crores, it's 25%. It's stagnant. Health and education says, luckily, complex nahi kiya, 4% pe rakha hai. Okay, one important thing that if I'm an AOP and I have all the companies, my surcharge rate is fixed at 15%. Now, going forward, this is just one small example which we try to put. If I have the same income and I want to go in the old regime or new regime, I will have this much of tax, and this is the percentage of tax. So if you see optically, if you see, the new regime seems very great. Can anybody tell me, is this a fact or this is a myth? Can anybody tell me? You understood my question? So see, optically, if you see which regime seems good, new tax regime. Why? एक तो मेरा टैक्स रेट कम है, मतलब इफेक्टिव टैक्स रेट, मेरे को टैक्स सेविंग्स हो रही है. बट ये सिचुएशन फैक्ट है, मतलब ये राइट है कि रॉन्ग है? कैन एनीबडी टेल मी व्हाई? एनीबडी? करेक्ट, दैट इज वन थिंग. एनीथिंग एल्स? Correct. Anyone else? You both are right. There's one more reason. Okay, I will explain you. So one thing which, this is a right picture, but there is one thing which you rightly said, you are not allowing or encouraging people to save, which people were in earlier days doing. Secondly, as you rightly pointed out, this has not taken the deductions into account. So there appears a difference here, correct? There is one more thing which I will explain you. So now I'm coming to section 115 BAC. I just want to say that this section is called the new tax regime. It's a default thing. मतलब तुमको नहीं चाहिए तो तुमको लेने आइए. Okay, you don't want to do it, you have to do it. Okay, if you don't want to choose it, you have to opt out of it. This is the change. Okay, this is the change. Now there are two parts to it. This 115 BSc was introduced actually in 2020. At that point in time, it was not an option. It was actually an option. Okay, you are in the old tax regime. Now I'm going in the new tax regime. Okay, if I want to go, I will choose how to go about it. But now it's not like this. You have to choose to go out of it. Matlab, suppose if you are in the new tax, you want to go for the old tax regime. You forgot to access the option. Boss, you are at fault, not them. They have clarified that they are encouraging this section. So they don't want to give you deductions. Okay. Now there are two parts to this particular thing. I'll just go down and just highlight that. There are two parts to this new tax regime. So if there are two people, suppose that these people are business people, you people are little poor, you are in salary side. Okay? वो business वाले. आप लोग अलग अलग हो. Now if I'm into business, I have a business income, professional income. These people, if once I have opted for this, I can withdraw only once. And that too not in the year in which I have opted, in some other year. Then I cannot come back. Then it's go, get lost. Okay, you can't come back. Okay, but if you cease to have business income, suppose you all make losses. Okay, you are not intelligent. They have less money, but they're intelligent. You make losses. Then you can come into some other form, like you have other sources or salary, then you can opt. Whereas if I income, okay, then I can go and select it every year on year. Okay, I'm selecting next year. Next year नहीं करना है मुझे, मेरा वो deduction ज़्यादा है. So that is an option given to them. I don't know what is the rationale behind it and why such restrictions, but this is there. There is one more thing I want to say is there is a slight discrimination in ITR filing also. So if I am a salaried person, I can file it with ITR. But if I am a business person, I need to file it before, on or before the due date. Okay. This is one thing which I found. The forms are revamped. So every year there is a new, now if you can see there's a 21 AD, उसके आगे AB लग गया है. 10E उसके आगे भी कुछ लग गया, तो they are keeping on increasing these things. Now coming back to one more thing which I want to explain here is these deductions, computations, whatever. So if I am under 115 BAC, new regime, which are up to some point is very beneficial because of the slabs. So you don't get many deductions in that. Like आपका ATC, Mediclaim, etc., you will not get. Depreciation, you will not get. So such on deduction. There are some things which I really don't understand. So if I have a self-occupied house property, the interest on that house property I will get. But if I will not get. But if I have a rented premises and I pay interest on that, I will get. इसका कुछ logic नहीं है, but ये fact है. Okay. Now there are other things also like leave travel allowance, transport allowance, etc. You don't get. Also the family pension thing. If you read 115 BAC, you will not get this 57 section. You will not find it. I searched it 6 times. I didn't get it. You have to go to section 56 to come here. So it's a haywire. So 57 का जो section है, जो family pension का deduction है, that you will get 25,000 year. But other deductions you don't get. It's quite different here. I want to highlight 3 things again. Here is one is section 80JJAA. You get a deduction. One is 80CCD2. What is that? Is if my boss is very happy with me and makes a contribution to NPS for me, I get that deduction. And last is the Agniveer. See, some of you, if you drop out and you want to join the Agniveer, you get a deduction there. Can anybody tell me 80JJAA deduction is available to whom? Who can claim it? I can claim it, you can claim it, company can claim it, HUF can claim it, who can claim it? Yeah. Okay, I'm asking the assessee type. Somebody said company. You are saying? See, you read the section. It is available to an individual also. It says assessee. So there is a mistake. There is a mistake in way we are reading it. So 80JJAA, he is right. जिसको tax audit है उस. It is applicable equally to a person who is an individual, who is a company. दोनों ले सकते हो. But you have to add on your employees. Okay, 80JJAA, I can take a 3-hour session on that, okay? Because it has so many complications in the language, you will not believe it. I have given a 16-pager opinion on that, okay? And it is so complicated, yet so simple. But I'm saying that my point is where I told you about keeping yourself updated and analytical provisions, one is 80JJAA. Even, before coming to the lecture, I had a thing that is only available to corporate assessees. But when I read it, it's available to everybody. So my individual client who has employees and who's liable for tax audit, why can't he claim it? Yeah, he can also claim it. Correct? So this is about 115 BAC. There are a few illustrations which we have prepared. Okay, I would like anybody of you to volunteer and give me the reason why the which scheme is beneficial if you wish to. If you all are too shy or too hungry, don't want to do it, I'll do it for you. Okay, so some things basic is I have kept the basic income same, so I can draw a very good comparison there. So my basic income is 25 lakhs. I get a standard deduction. Family pension, as I explained you, 25 and 15 ka difference nahi samjha mujhe, but that is what they want. And then in the old regime, I'm getting an 80C and 80D. And then there is a net taxable income. And then I calculate surcharge with those complication procedures, etc., cess and all that. And then the difference is this. Can anybody tell me why is in this the new tax regime seeming better? Guys, I'm not so. Oh my. Oh. But I'm not so scary. Exactly. And also the deduction. So 2 things, again, as I told you, multiple slabs and those multiple rates, that is a main reason. Moving on to my second example, again, the basics I have kept it, just the income I have increased. Here, surprisingly, the old tax regime, if you see, is coming to be more better. Okay, I have many deductions, many exemptions. Again, here, why it is in spite of the high tax rate, because there is a because of the exemptions, right? So if somebody, somebody has so many exemptions and he is actually been exercising it, then I would suggest this. So what I want to make a point here is, suppose if you get, I'm just using you as an example, you get 5 clients, okay? You can't just go and say, boss, सब लोग पांच पांच पांचों तुम लोग न्यू टैक्स रेजिम में जाओ, मेरे को तुम्हारा डिडक्शंस का पेपर चेक नहीं करने का है, मेरे को घर जल्दी जाना है, शाम को मूवी जाना है. No, that's what I want to bring home a point is that each client, each assessee has to be assessed separately. What I mean to say is, suppose somebody may have huge deductions, ATC, ATD, so then why not go for the old regime? And if somebody has no deductions, then you can go for the new tax regime. So that call cannot be a uniform call. It is client to client based. Also, please remember one thing, that once you are in the new regime and you have business income, getting in, getting out is difficult. And also, if something is not claimed properly or something is not given properly, then it becomes invalid. So this is the point which I want to bring. There are 2 more examples. I will just take you quickly to the 4th one. So here there is a bit of controversy which I thought I can explain you. So quickly, I have short-term capital gains, which is 250, long-term income from other sources. What happens is, in the new tax regime, there is a basic exemption of 4 lakhs. And there is a section called 112A. Okay, it's a new section. It is introduced for a grandfathering thing. I am explaining that also. In that section, you get an exemption of 1,25,000. ये जुलाई में amendment हुआ है, you get a deduction of 1,25,000. So total how much deduction you're getting? 4 and 125. So effectively, under both the regimes, if I go, there is a different computation. Okay. In the old regime, basic limit is 2,50,000. So utna difference I will not get. In the new regime, 4 lakh and this. So basically there is no taxable income here. Now, the controversy goes somewhat like this. So we had this practical problem also. I'll explain you. So it's a big controversy. So when I have short-term capital rates, the rate of short-term capital gains is higher, correct? It's at slab rates. When I was filing the ITR for the client, when it was computing in July last year, after July, the utility did not let me adjust this 3 lakhs against short-term capital gains. जो 3 lakhs का मेरा exemption था, ये साल 4 हुआ, last year 3 था, वो मेरे को शॉर्ट टर्म कैपिटल के सामने एडजस्ट करने यूटिलिटी ने नहीं दिया. सेक्शन में कुछ नहीं है. द 87A का प्लेन सेक्शन आप पढ़ के जाओगे, सेक्शन इज एब्सोल्युटली क्लियर कि यहाँ मिलेगा, वहां मिलेगा, यहाँ मिलेगा, वहां मिलेगा. बट so what do? Client wants it, I want it, everybody wants it, yaar. I wanted it personally also. So what do? So there was a writ petition filed by Chamber of Tax Consultants, okay, to Bombay High Court on this. By way of utility, you can't restrict it. Bombay High Court has given a decision in favor, saying by utility you can't do this. So for financial year 23-24 and 24-25, I can adjust that 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs against short-term capital gains. Okay, now tell me for this year, what is the situation? Sorry. They very smartly, quietly in this budget in Feb amended. They have amended the law. Now you have to go as per the rate in 115. Matlab, short-term capital gains hai, boss. 2 saal diya, going forward, you will not get it. Okay, this is the law today. Got it? Okay, one very interesting thing is, which I want to say is, this 112A, the section 112A, उसमें एक subsection है. There's a subsection which says that if there is an income in this section, the rate is 10% earlier, now 12.5. You can't take 115 BAC ka 3 lakhs ka exemption. That section says it. So, okay, I read it, I will not apply. But 111 doesn't say it. I to applied also. So what? So I amend 115 BAC. So in short, today that Bombay High Court is rendered invalid for the years to come. It's a prospective amendment. Prospective means going forward wala amendment. Okay, this is what they have done. Rightly, wrongly, I don't know. I can't say that, but yeah, this is what they have done. Okay, 112A, I want to slightly cover that section, but I'll cover it with capital gains. Okay, now moving forward, I have explained much on the deductions. Everybody knows ATC, ATD, ATG, how to do it, whatever, limits in ATCCE. Two deductions specifically, which as a practitioner is important, is ATTTB, which is a senior citizen. We often miss it. And the age also of the client. I know it's embarrassing, but pooch lene ka. And secondly is that ATCCE, it is a 1,50,000 limit, which is there. And ATG, guys, practically speaking, please take the certificates, okay? Like we have cases, we have claimed and the certificates are not there and it's a huge mess. Matlab, wo solve karte hi, like age will go. Interestingly, this is a new thing which I discovered while studying for the lecture is this 87A thing. Okay, it's called rebate, but it gives you marginal relief also. Okay, so what is a rebate and marginal relief? Under the old old regime, the income is less. If your income is less than 5 lakhs, you get a rebate of 12,500. What do you mean by that? Does CBDT come and give you 12,500? Means you don't have to pay tax, correct? That is called as a rebate, which is rightly worded in the section. Under the new regime, again same thing, up to 12,60,000. Although the section ka heading is rebate, you get a marginal relief in this section. Okay. So what is a marginal relief and why it is so important? They have said to 12 lakhs, your income is exempt. Then they have put a subsection and two clauses to it. If you can read it and you reread it, you will get loss. But I have made a slightly nice table trying to explain you. Still, if you get lost, I will explain you. So assume my income is 12 lakh 20. I have earned that much. How much is exempt? 12 lakhs. So the difference is 20,000. Now on 12 lakhs, my income tax, guys, my articles are good, but उन लोग से भी mistakes होती है, okay? So 63,000 में थोड़ा rounding off errors है, so don't blame them and me, okay? So the 12,20,000 is 63,000 is my tax payable with cess without cess. Now, how do I calculate marginal relief? What the section says is what is the basic exemption and what is the income? Uska jo difference hai. So in my case, 20,000. Uska jo difference hai that you have to reduce from your total tax. So that comes to 63 minus 20, 43,000. Okay. So I will say I understood that 43,000 is the tax payable. No. 43,000 is the marginal relief. You have to pay tax of only 20,000. Got it? Once again. Got it? So my marginal relief now will come to 40,000. I pay tax of 20,000. Mind there are mistakes 30,000. Ignore it. Now we have tried to work out a table where if your income is 12,75,000, if your income goes beyond that, you will not get marginal relief. Why? Because the difference between your total, the 12 lakh and 75,000 and the tax payable, तो वो ज्यादा हो जाएगा. मतलब tax payable से ज्यादा difference होगा तो marginal relief नहीं मिलेगा. So 12,75,000 तक you can get a marginal relief. This is for people who are not salaried. If somebody is not salaried, like these people, this row is business for them. If people who are salaried, you get a standard deduction of 75, so that limit is also increased. This is what the basic difference is. If you want, this table calculator is superb. Right? Section padhoge, thoda difficult to interpret karna. So I tried to simplify it. Okay. Okay, some major tax reliefs for individual is house property. So if you all know, if you all own a house or if you're rented, we get an interest deduction. We get a standard deduction of 30% on our house properties. Salaried individuals get standard deduction. Income tax rebate and marginal relief both can be worked out. And NSC, NSS and senior citizens deductions. One thing which I missed putting in the slides, but I just would like to cover is that in the old tax regime, the marginal relief is not for this tax thing. It is only for the surcharge thing. There is a pura full drawn mechanism where you can compute on surcharge and get the marginal relief. Okay. So this is what it is. This is the controversy which I explained. These are the deductions. Okay. Now coming to capital gains, which is everybody's worry, why. So I will just like to take 4 minutes and just decode this for you. So firstly, I'll just go to that 112A which I left in between. So 112A is a relatively new section. What it essentially tries to say is that if you have sold some company shares, which is listed, guys, you are not responding. You all are sleepy, hungry, not liking it. I'm not understanding. Huh? I'm not face reader. I'm a chartered accountant. So if you all want a break, want to go to the washroom, then tell me. If you want to speak with me, I'm okay to that also. Come. Okay. So just one thing here. So 112A, if you're selling a share, which is a listed share, there is a STT karke security transaction tax. You have to pay that. They have said that when you have acquired the share, you have to pay it. Now, if I'm not paid when I've acquired it, some exemptions are there, etc., etc. If you fall under that, not required to be paid. And then when you sell it, you have to compute the tax. Now, how you compute the tax? एक तो उसका rate 10% था, अभी 12.5 है, and there is some standard deduction in that. Interestingly, like rightly wrongly, in July, the budget which came in July, because last year the elections budget came in July, interim budget was not there, and we had that budget. Indexation is now no more there. So when I sell an asset, I don't get indexation. But this alone 112A provision gives you that grandfathering thing in section 55 2AC. What it says is, grandfathering matlab kya? So suppose if you have acquired the asset before 1st Feb 2018, you get three values. You get the fair market value of that asset. Uske teen formulas are listed, non-listed, and equity-oriented units ka kuch hai. Equity-linked fund something. You have your original cost, which you had acquired, and you have the sales consideration. Plot it, compare it. That is your value of cost. So this particular provision today also stands unamended, and you get the grandfather. This is what I wanted to highlight. Very important. Can be missed also because we will say, "Arey capital gains में indexation चला गया, इसमें है कि नहीं है?" So very important point. Now coming to 54, I know it's little routine, but just few things. Fatafat I'll cover this. Basic is first is 54. So it's applicable to individuals and HUF. If I sell a long-term capital asset, being a building, a residential house, okay, and I have capital gains, then how do I invest? Can anybody tell me that India ने World Cup कब जीता last year? कौन से month में? Correct. Right. So I have just taken that date for easy reference. Assuming me, I have sold a house. चलो मैं नहीं, मैं इतनी अमीर नहीं हूँ. कोई और. Let's say you have sold a house in June 20. You got very happy in the World Cup. Virat Kohli ने मारा और बेटा मेरे को घर बेचना, मेरे को 10 करोड़ का घर लेने का. Okay. So you are selling your house in June 2024. How does this section work? Okay, ये verbose है. I'll explain you very simply. You can buy a house 1 year before, मतलब June 2023 में. 2 years after, मतलब World Cup 2024, your date of selling the house. So you can do it up to June 2026. If you are filthy rich, भाई तुमने World Cup में टिकट सारी black की और बहुत कुछ किया है, तुम बंगला ही बना लो 3 साल के अंदर. Okay, that is what you have to do. So these are the 3 time limits which you have to follow. Okay. Now, capital gains के exemption कैसे work करेंगे? So suppose you have a capital gain, I'm assuming very small figures, of 17,000. मतलब मेरा capital gain 17,000 का हुआ, तुमने नया घर 8,000 का खरीदा. So मेरा capital gain excess है, वो रहने दो. 8,000 जो cost है वो minus हो जाएगा. तो sorry 10,000 का घर खरीदा आपने, तो 17,000 का जो मेरा capital gains है minus 10,000 का जो cost है, जो balance है, you will pay section 45 tax on that. And one more thing, तुम्हारा your old house has to be a long term, मतलब 24 months hold करना चाहिए, then only you get this benefit. Got my point? So my old capital gains, like when he's selling his first house after World Cup, That capital gains amount is 17,000. The new house which he's getting is 10,000. मतलब उसका cost. So जो difference है ना, 17 minus 10, that difference पे this fellow will pay tax. Now suppose another World Cup is won. He is very excited. नहीं नहीं अरे वापस we are winning World Cup. And before May 2029, ये जो new house which he purchased after Virat Kohli's and our World Cup winning in US, he's very happy. He's like वापस जीतेंगे. ये जो नया घर लिया again he goes and sells it. Before May, if he sells it before May 2029, उसने बेच दिया. Then what happens? Then what happens? So at that point in time, ये जो मेरा कॉस्ट था 10,000 का जो आपने टैक्स नहीं भरा था वो कॉस्ट आपको नहीं मिलेगा आप नील लोगे उसको आप उसको नील लोगे और पूरा जो सेल कंसिडरेशन है उस पे टैक्स भरोगे ओके दिस इज व्हाट इट इज दिस इज द फर्स्ट लिम्ब ऑफ इट द सेकंड लिम्ब ऑफ इट इज सपोज your old house was 8,000 only leakage thi usme okay it was for selling for 8,000 new asset cost was 10,000 so you take the entire exemption you say I'm not paying tax but again you are excited for the world cup again you before May 29 you are saying baba I'm selling at that point in time this 2,000 rupees which you have as an exemption which you didn't pay tax that you will get as a cost of acquisition then this is the basic provision of 54 okay there are 2-3 things which is there which I would like to say that if I am selling a house I can now buy 2 houses but मेरा एक घर का वैल्यू 2 crore होना चाहिए उसके ऊपर वो I will not get it secondly if I buy a new house he is very happy he says I'm buying 20 crores house okay in Bombay but income tax is saying no only 10 crores is allowed to him only 10 crores is the limit above it you will not get the exemption these are the two things there is one more slightest small thing which I want to say suppose if you have sold it in June 24 ITR when will you file anybody see everybody's hungry yaar okay guys individual ITR you are right July 25 you are right but the forms are not notified and there is an extension September 15 is the extension no I'm hungry sorry I'm hungry so that September 15 before you file the ITR suppose if you are not able to purchase the house or by any reason you say I'm not able to use the entire capital gains you have to deposit it in a notified bank keep it there okay CAG whatever you call it capital gains account scheme keep it there and then utilize it now suppose the last thing is that if I am not able to buy only if I forget to buy I don't buy or I like suppose he sold it in June 24 after from that date up to 3 years if he's not able to buy a new house a particular new house then he will have to pay tax on that of capital gains yes that amount of 17,000 your original capital gains you got my point no so see he bought a house when he sold his house when he got happy with Virat Kohli correct now up till June 2027 suppose he is not able to invest or buy a new house that time he's not paid capital gains he's enjoying the exemption so when he will not buy a new house until June 2027 he will have to pay tax in that year on that 17,000 what you will say to the government that I am planning to buy a new house I'm claiming exemption government has given you 3 years period so to June 27 तक आपको invest करना है yes आपको proof देने हैं capital gains के आपको वो कैपिटल गेन्स अकाउंट की एक स्कीम है उसका एक नोटिफाइड बैंक है उसका एक नोटिफिकेशन उसमें आपको डिपॉजिट करना है जाके you have to deposit as per that you cannot keep it with you called capital gains account scheme. There are some notified banks and bodies in that. You have to do it as a. Right now, I don't have it handy. If you open up, I don't have it handy. I didn't go into deep. But if you read section 54 ka subsection 3, उसमें they have given. If you see what is, if you read the section का body, वहाँ पे एक notification का एक छोटा सा ऊपर एक ये देते हैं header. नंबर 12 13 उसमें जाओगे तो आपको मिल जाएगा कौन से बॉडी में मिलेगा. So there are, I think there was some NABARD or something last, but I have not done it in a while, so I'm not updated. But you just open that, you just type it, you will get it. It's that easy. No. So I'll tell you why. Because the government is saying that it is giving you a 3-year period. So ideally, आपको टैक्स भरना था कभी 2024 में. आपने क्या बोला, नहीं मैं 3 years तक वेट करता, I can buy. So government is saying, okay, you do that. You can pay till 2027. That is what it is. So you don't have to pay interest penalty. So that means what is a principle here कि आपका जो transfer आपका वो imply हो रहा है 2027 में. आपका transfer वो दिन नहीं गिना जाएगा, आपका transfer अभी गिना जाएगा. Therefore, no interest in that. Got it? So no interest penalty. So they are saying transfer is now, not then. आपने तभी नहीं किया, आप अभी transfer करो. It's a leeway.
मैम जैसे कि इसमें लिखा है कि कंस्ट्रक्शन 3 years में होना चाहिए, तो अभी मैं 24 में सेल किया, तो उसके पहले 27 तक कंस्ट्रक्शन हुआ, तो लॉक इन पीरियड 27 से शुरू होएगा 3 years का कि 27 से 24 से काउंट होएगा ना, और लॉक इन पीरियड 3 years का कि कंस्ट्रक्शन करने का 27 से लॉक इन पीरियड
आपका पीरियड 24 से काउंट होगा.
वो लॉक इन पीरियड
कंस्ट्रक्शन का जो केसेस है, so there is a decision of Delhi High Court in Delhi Development Authority. So what had happened is people had sold their houses. मतलब वो पता है वो housing schemes होती है, जैसे अपने यहाँ म्हाड़ा है. So housing scheme में people sold their houses. They were promised to give in 3 years, complying with this. बॉम्बे में भी बिल्डर्स देते नहीं है, करेक्ट. बिल्डर्स अपने यहाँ तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं देते. बॉम्बे की बात करें, so वहाँ पे they had said that it is not my fault. Construction is delayed, so more 2 years allow किया था. So 3 साल और 2 साल allow वो decision में किया था. But it may not be a fact, but rightly wrongly कहीं कहीं allow हो जाता है. अगर इसकी फॉल्ट है, आपको May 24 से कंसिडर करना.
और ये जो बाय विद इन 1 year बिफोर करेंगे तो उसके लिए भी लॉक इन पीरियड 3 years और 23 से काउंट होगा कि 24 से काउंट होगा फिर वो लॉक इन पीरियड
24 से ही
वो लॉक.
See, if you have bought, अगर आपने खरीदी लिया है तो आपको लॉक इन तो अप्लाई नहीं होगा. वो जो 3 साल का जो मैं बता रही हूँ लास्ट वाला, वो कब अप्लाई होगा जब आपने खरीदा ही नहीं है. या you know what happens is, I don't know if you all have dealt with any, have you ever gone and purchased a house by yourself? Even I have not, ठीक है, we are in the same boat, but I advise, so I can tell you what happens is in this is off the syllabus, it's not tax, huh? This is practical, don't quote me anywhere, they'll sue me. So when you go to buy a house, you have to give a token generally. So 1 लाख दे दिया, 2 लाख दे दिया कि सौदा बोलते ना, सौदा पक्का मेरा तेरा. Then आप उसको installments में देते हो. At times what happens is they give you a period of 6 months to complete your deal. You don't complete your deal, but and then you forget it. आपने बेचा, आप रेंट पे चले गए. Now you tell me, I stay in दादर, वहां पे यार फ्लैट लेना और ढूंढना 2 साल, मतलब मेरे नेबर को 14 साल लग गए फ्लैट ढूंढते ढूंढते. अभी तो उसके बच्चा भी जॉब पे आ गया है. So it's very difficult. तो उन केसेस में उन लोगों ने वो रिस्ट्रिक्शन 3 साल का डाला है. What happens is, suppose if one more case which happens is, he came to me, you came to me, both of you came. I offered you, you offered me 2, he's offering 2.5. मैं तेरे को बोला सॉरी यार मेरे सेंटिमेंटल वैल्यूज है, घर वर है, I sold it to him. Your sauda is cancelled. Now for you that 3-year period you don't complete, then what? You pay capital gains. But luckily, like what he asked very rightly, government says tax तभी मत है, tax का liability अभी है, तो तुम्हें interest penalty नहीं लगाएंगे. That is your relief in that. Okay. Section 54. The meaning of one of I cannot name, but there is one big actor. Okay, वो वन और अ हाउस में उसने ऐसा जो फ्लैट होते हैं
हाँ।
बीच की दीवार तोड़ के ये एंड से वो एंड तक एक घर बनाते हैं. तो वो सेक्शन की इंटरप्रिटेशन सेक्शन पे बुक लिख सकते हो आप. वन क्या होता है, रेसिडेंशियल हाउस का मीनिंग क्या होता है, कैसे करना है, क्या करना है, what is there in that. And on the 10 crore thingy, if institute calls me again, okay, for real estate developers I will give you the logic for 10 crore क्या है. उसके लिए 2 घंटा लगेगा बताने के लिए कि 10 crore क्यों है and वो उसका बेनिफिट कैसे लेना है. See, people staying in Malabar Hill, Church Gate, उनके एक एक घर 10 करोड़ के, उनको थोड़ी ये बेनिफिट होगा. So for them it is not beneficial, right? That is a thing. And one more thing I would like to highlight is, if I know you all are new, yearly budget होता है अपना. तो ये पता है ये जो जो पहले जो ये भी जो 2 houses है, मतलब you can own 2 houses now, correct? मतलब I can invest in 2 houses 2 crores. ये 2019, the budget of 2019, our CA Mr. Piyush Goyal presented the budget instead of Ms. Nirmala Sitaraman, and he gave an example saying that for the place where I come from, that is Mumbai, वहाँ पे people have 2 houses, so give this benefit. It was his proposal. So that is how this one house is made 2 houses. Okay. Okay, now going to 54 EC, not much to speak here, but except a residential house, if I sell something, I have a 50 lakh limit, which I can invest in particular types of bonds. Okay, REC bonds, NHAI bonds, notified bonds have wo. The amount which I can claim an exemption, it is not easy as 54, it's little formula based. So suppose if I've sold a plant and machinery of 50, my capital gains is 30 lakhs. That amount into the 20 lakhs का amount which I have invested in the bond, upon the consideration ऐसे करके derive करना है, वो आपको exemption मिलेगा. That is a little tricky, but it's not much about it. I have just for your references written the corresponding sections of the new IT bill. Okay. Now, provision. मतलब I can asset which I am selling is not supposed to be a residential house. I can sell everything, but not a residential house, and I can get an exemption. Here again, the mechanism of computing is little different. Rest everything is same. Is that my capital gains amount, which in his case was that 17,000, versus the amount into the amount which is invested, that is 10,000, upon the net consideration. So his net consideration may be 50,000. That amount is claimed as an exemption. With this, I cover capital gain case study. I'm an employee, okay, and I'm an employer. I give you some types of coupons, etc. Okay, and you do not exercise an option under PAC, and effectively, therefore, can anybody tell me? Don't exercise the option under 115 BAC. So I'm in which regime? Old regime or new regime? Okay, I'm under the old regime. Sorry, you all are wrong. If I don't exercise the option, so I'm under which regime? No, you are right. You're on the old. I was just checking if you all are awake, yaar. Old regime. Okay. So now here in this case, I don't opt. I'm in the old regime. So then these are the list of exemptions and things. Everything you get under both the regimes except this, yeah, 50 rupee meal voucher also they have tax. It's too much. Roj ka 50 too much, but that you get from perquisites. Coming to my daily bread and butter, business tax planning. Very, very important concept, objective. So now, assuming you have sold a house. Okay. So what happens is in income tax, I'm talking about income tax. First, let's understand the law and then you're filing. If I am selling a listed security, if I am selling a listed security, then the value on which it is traded, that is considered as my value. You have to put that on the date on which you sell. That value is accepted. At times वो T+2 में transactions जाता है, but जिस दिन आपने बेचा वो दिन का value गिनेंगे वो लोग. Now, when you come to unlisted shares, there is a slight of controversy here. I'll tell you why. Unlisted shares, like your listed shares, उसका value determine करना पड़ता है. उसके लिए एक section है 50CA करके. उसका value आप 11 में determine करते हो. It is called, I have termed it as modified breakup value. आप books के सारे assets लेते हो, उसमें आप stamp duty value substitute करते हो, फिर उसका value दिखाते हो, और आप वो value डालोगे for tax purpose. Now what happens is that is your actual value as per tax. मतलब income tax wants to pay you to pay tax on that, but you have sold it at other than that value. So that is why you have sold it at 100. So then the difference income tax wants you to pay tax. That is why this and लास्ट का क्लोजिंग प्राइस पकड़ता है वो, उसके लिए बहुत डिफरेंस आता है. इसके लिए माय प्रैक्टिकल सॉल्यूशन इज यू राइट अ नोट. हम आईटीआर के बाद नोट्स लिखते हैं, उसमें आप लिख दो कि ये प्राइस था, मैंने ये प्राइस पे बेचा है, सो दिस इज माय कैपिटल गेन्स, प्लीज कंसीडर दिस प्राइस, बट बिकॉज ऑफ द डिफॉल्ट दिस इज द प्राइस. Okay, now I will cover business tax planning, or I'll just go to the other topic and then I'll come back to the business tax planning thing. So one important issue which I was told to address is the global emerging issue, DTAA and cross-border transactions. What is double taxation? Double taxation can be of two types. One, wherein the same income is taxed twice in UK and in India. एक ही income को दो बार tax कर रहे हैं. That is called jurisdictional double taxation. And there is economic double taxation, where if India may, there is a corporate entity which has paid tax and given dividend, then UK will also tax it. This is called as double taxation. How do you deal with it? So there is a DTAA. It's an agreement which is entered into between India and some other country, which is where you write all the laws, how to tax it, how not to tax it, etc. Instrument to avoid double tax. It gives you allocation rights. It gives you right who has to tax, evasion rights, etc., etc. It gives you. This is my double taxation. I was told that yesterday international taxes covered, so this is all covered, I believe. Just two concepts. I don't know if he has covered, but I have just got one interesting example. If he has not covered, is tiebreaker rule. I don't know if he has covered. He has not. So I'll just quickly take 2-3 minutes to explain you what is a tiebreaker rule. So in the DTAA, which India signs, just to update you, India signs DTAA with many countries. Okay. It happens through negotiations, through instruments, and then once the DTAA is signed, entry into force, etc. happens. Now, tiebreaker rule is very important. Suppose there is a person, individual, Tiebreaker rule applies to individuals. If there is an individual, he is a resident of two states. Suppose he is a resident of US and he's a resident of India because he's there 183 days both. Can anybody tell me how is that possible? क्योंकि 365 days ही होते हैं साल में. Hey. वो कट टू कट आएगा. चल ना 181 थोड़ा सा ज्यादा ले लो. Anybody else? Correct. Exactly. So what happens is in US they follow a different. अपन April to March कर रहे हैं, वो लोग नहीं कर रहे हैं. So उनके हिसाब से वहाँ resident है, यहाँ भी resident है. Correct. So now I'm a resident of UK and I'm resident of US. Both. How do you determine that where are you resident of? So there is a hierarchical based test which they have laid down in section 4. It is only for individuals. You can't do it for companies, please. Which applies, which says the first, it's a hierarchy. You cannot come to nationality and say, "Arey, wo India ka national hai, this is my tax." No. It's hierarchy. You have to go in this order. So there is a permanent home test which says that if I'm a resident of India, to chalo resident ho gaya. Suppose if I'm a non-resident in, I don't have a permanent home in India and I don't have a permanent home in US. In that case, I go to my second test. That is my center of vital interest. Or suppose in a situation where I have a house in US and I have a house in India. In that case also, I go to my second point, that is my center of vital interest. What is the meaning of, now again in center of vital interest, again you do the same thing, you go to habitual abode and again you do the same thing, you go to nationality. I will just explain the, and lastly, if he's a citizen, if he has nationality of both countries, or he does not have nationality of any country, which is not a possibility, but maybe in some cases, then there is a procedure called mutual agreement procedure. Means you have to draft the petition. दोनों countries के authorities को बुलाओ, वो determine करेंगे कहाँ का. This is the last resort. I will just explain you small ways में what is permanent home. Permanent home means, suppose if I reside in a particular place, whenever I come to India, I'm staying there. That is my permanent home. Year on year, I come back and stay here. It's not necessary. It can be owned. It can be rented also. So I have to stay there. That is my permanent home. So as I said, if I have a permanent home in both the states, then I go to my second test, center of vital interest. Or if I don't have my permanent home in any states, again I go to center of vital interest. What is center of vital interest? It is center of life. There are two things here. One is personal relations, one is economical relations. So personal relations means my family, my social life, after my death, where I will be buried. मैंने hospital कहाँ है, मेरे kids कहाँ school जा रहे हैं. All that is personal. What is economic is my occupation, where I have built my fortune, where I have built my career, where I have earned. That is personal. Interestingly, the decisions Indian courts have held that permanent. Suppose I have to give markings. Personal is India, economic is US. What do you do? कौन सा important है? Indian courts बोलते हैं look at permanent or personal. Personal ties ज़्यादा है, family वगैरह. That will be your country of residence. But China, Korea, all these countries are saying no. Where you are earning, that is your center of vital interest. That is there is a controversy which one to consider. For India, right now we can consider permanent. Personal, sorry. Then what is the meaning of habitual abode? So suppose if my center of vital interest is again both, one each, then I go to habitual abode, like in my first step. Habitual abode is a place where I'm settled with my family. Every year I come back for vacations. Every year I'm here back. And my schooling of children is done here. That is my habitual abode. Now suppose if this also happens in, this person is very confused. दोनों countries में कर रहा है. He's here and there both. Then what? Then you go to the nationality. I hope you all know what is nationality. I'm an Indian, you are an Indian. Passport se determine hoti hai. People change nationality also. Alia Bhatt is not an Indian national. She was a British passport. So for her, if we have to determine her residential status and वो nationality तक पहुंचता है, then वो UK की resident हो जाए. That is what I'm trying to make up the point. Okay. Having said that, these are some of the very important clauses like residence, permanent establishment, business profits, dividends, capital gains. Dividend interest royalty FTS. Royalty FTS is the most key important topic. Hundreds of case law, read them, analyze them. It's very important. Every day you will get it. And generating to this, you have to issue Form 15 CACB when you make remittance. That is under Section 195. Okay, so when I'm making a payment to a non-resident, I go to Section 195. I go to that, I determine the tax and do it. Can anybody tell me under 195, what is the tax rate prescribed for TDS, withholding tax? Where it is written? So I will tell you, in section 195, section 195 takes you to a section 237A called rates in force. Uska just the subsection 3 of that 237A says two things. One is the DTAA rate, like you said, or the rate prescribed in the Finance Act. So if you have any time opened the Income Tax Act, the last portion of it, like second last portion, is the Finance Act, where every other rates are notified. So I have to see that act. I have to see the rate in the DTAA. DTAA 10%, my act also 10%, which I will choose. DTAA rate for TDS is 10. इनकम टैक्स एक्ट भी 10 बोलता है, हम कौन सा चूज करें? क्यों? सो योर सेक्शन 90 इनकम टैक्स का बोलता है कि जो बेनिफिशियल है वो ले लो. क्या बोलता है कि जो बेनिफिशियल, मेरे को तो लगता है जो कम है वो मैं लूंगी ना. जो 10, अगर समझो 5 होता तो मैं इनकम टैक्स एक्ट लेके बोलती नहीं 5 पे करो. बट सेक्शन 90 बोलता है जो कम है वो लो. So which you will take? Suppose I'm giving you a hypothetical situation. Income Tax Act is 10. DTAA is 10. You all attended a session no, yesterday. Tell me why I will choose which. He's saying income tax. Why? How it is superimposing? नहीं, बट आप रेट कब देखोगे? सपोज मैंने आज पेमेंट की, मैंने आज रॉयल्टी पेमेंट किया यूके को, तो मैं आज के दिन का रेट देखूंगी. कल तो वो 25% कर देगा यार. एक्ट में भी है. सो इनकम टैक्स एक्ट का जो आप, मैं जो लास्ट पार्ट हूँ, नहीं 195 में भी है, 195 में भी है. ओके, डिफरेंसेस. आंसर इज वेरी सिंपल यार. सरचार्ज एंड सेस. अगर मैंने 195 में टीडीएस डिडक्ट करना है, मैंने समझो आपको पेमेंट किया, आप यूके में हो, मैं आपने कुछ मेरे को सप्लाई किया ड्राइंग्स, मैंने टीडीएस आपको दिया. इनकम टैक्स एक्ट में 10% है बेसिक रेट, बेस रेट. इनकम टैक्स में लेकिन सरचार्ज सेस भी तो अप्लाई करना पड़ता है, और वो मेरा रेट क्या जाएगा? करेक्ट. बट डीटीडब्ल्यू में सरचार्ज सेस नहीं है. सो मैं सेक्शन 90 में जाऊंगी, मैं बोलूंगी यू आर माई क्लाइंट राइट, आई एम पेइंग यू. I will tell you, you get a form 10F sign, get a residency certificate. I will do under DTAA under section 90. One practical thing, sorry, just one practical thing. What happens in these deals is sometimes na countries, some countries, I can't name, our neighbors only, they don't want to pay the tax. So they do grossing up. Grossing up मतलब क्या? कि वो जो tax है ना, वो मैं bear करूँगी, not you. So if I'm paying you 100, you are in UK, I would have paid you 90, 10 I'm paying here. But if I'm paying him, he's in China, he will say, boss, you pay me, you make the deal price as 110, तू मुझे 100 दे, 10 तू तेरे जेब से दे. That is a grossing up. तो मेरा TDS वो टाइम पे 110 पे जाएगा. This is a practical thing which you have to keep in mind. Okay. DTAA में section 90 देखो, very important. Treaties देखना है, guys, very 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 important. And also one more thing, your TRCs. Countries issue TRCs without any information. Uganda में से तो कुछ भी मिलता है. So be very very careful before advising your plan. ये बहुत ही structured चीजें होती है, इसमें penalty सब होता है. There is one more leeway. Suppose if I feel I'm in a doubt, okay, when I'm paying you कि नहीं लगना चाहिए, I can make an application saying कि नहीं लगेगा. That is also a possibility. Okay. Just one last thing here, which I don't know if he's covered, but I wanted to cover here is this, that this is called a most favored nation clause. It's a very, very simple thing. Okay, so today if there is a has with 3-4 countries. One of them is France. Okay, what is most favored nation clause? Okay, one more thing, when you amend a DTA, it is not called amendment, it is called protocol. Okay, so वो change को protocol बोलते हैं. In that वो लोग एक scope डालते हैं. So फ्रांस की treaty I think 89 में वो लोग ने sign की. बाद में वो लोग ने एक amendment लिया. क्या बोल रहे हैं कि if India enters into treaty with any other country other than France after 89, okay, and suppose in that treaty the rate of TDS is 5%. This country has 10, India, France, that has 5%. और वो treaty में for example FTS को tax ही नहीं करने का. वो treaty बोलती है सिर्फ royalty tax करो, FTS not taxable. Then India, France जो treaty apply करे. Suppose now you are a France person, okay, I'm changing your residences. I make a payment to you. You will tell me, ma'am, please see this clause of India's pay. उसमें rate भी कम है and उसमें scope भी कम है. तो आप 5% and that is accepted. This is a hidden provision. Not many people will tell you. So India का Switzerland के साथ है, France के साथ है, and जो rates है, I will tell you the treaties also. Colombia, Lithuania and Slovenia में 5% है, and they are after 1989. एक 2006, 2010 और एक 2018. You can apply that. And the scope is also less. मतलब फ्रांस सब कुछ टैक्स कर रहा है, वो लोग कम चीजें टैक्स कर रहे हैं. Okay, that is one thing. Secondly, even Spain and Germany में भी ये हो सकता है. Just last go to the last topic which I'm allotted. Is that there is a huge controversy. So do you eat Maggie? Oh God, which company makes it? Where is it based? तो अगर मेरे को नेस्ले को पेमेंट करना है तो मैं कौन सी ट्रीटी लिखूंगी? Correct? Okay. India Switzerland interestingly has an MFA. Okay, उसमें ये clause है. But जब वो लोग ने पेमेंट किया, इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट इज सेइंग यू कांट इन्वोक इट. अगर तुम्हें वो क्लॉज है, वो नोटिफाई होगा, देन यू हैव टू यूज इट. So after that they have amended the treaty to bring this. Can you imagine? I am trying to invoke because you have given a clause. I am invoking with Lithuania में कम है ना, उसके बाद एंटर हुई है, मेरे को दो 5%. Income tax department says no, I can't do it. There has to be a notification for invoking the clause. So there is a huge controversy. This matter has gone to Supreme Court in Nestle and MFN is in doubt. Okay, this is one thing. Two things. Practical experience sounds interesting. It has hidden provisions. We need to be careful. Okay. One more thing is my article. सभी टैक्स हो गया, सभी टैक्स है. No, you have to read the treaty well. If you read India-Singapore treaty, securities are still not taxable in Singapore. And so you can take the DDAA thing and not tax it. Secondly, Singapore has a clause where it says that if there is some company, there is a shell company. This gentleman made a shell company and he's saying you make all payments there because Singapore में tax नहीं है otherwise. ये बोल रहा है शेल कंपनी है, तू मेरे को पेमेंट कर, यहाँ पे टैक्स नहीं है. No, Singapore says the company has to be there. Company has to have operations. So Singapore is very strict and it has this problem. So when you read a treaty, learn to interpret it well. And if you are really planning tax, please, international tax is a very good domain to expand. My personal recommendation. Okay, this is little interactive. I will just take 15 minutes more. Okay, and I will just lastly touch upon M&A, which I can just home and do it. How many of you are articles and doing real articles and not? Sorry, bad.
माय नेम इज गौरव वर्मा. मैंने एक्सपोजर लिया है डायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन में, लिटिगेशन एंड क्लेम्स 15 सी सीबी सीपी ग्राम्स वगैरह सब में. तो मेरे को इंटरेस्ट भी डायरेक्ट टैक्स में या आगे जाके भी मतलब उसमें कुछ करना है, मतलब जो भी प्रैक्टिस करनी है या तो जॉब करना है तो डायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन में रहे.
My one simple question, you not in general, what is articleship in direct taxation? क्या आप अगर समझो ये है सारा डमी कर उसको आपको एक्सप्लेन करें तो आप कैसे what how will you go oh I'm direct tax बोलेगा क्या है भाई क्या कर रहा है how will you what according to you is an
Articulation in direct taxation like making the statements of facts for the CIT appeals, for the ITT appeals, and for the if some uh, uh, notices come for 143 faceless वगैरह, then for the preparations of that statements, and then the partners will cross check and we have to file that, and for the like TDS mismatch for the years and years, for that the income tax portal is online, is not that hard copy was filed at that time. At that time also that TDS mismatch was there, so that I also handle that cases.
Great, you're doing a good job. Huh?
And if the ITT appeal was coming in our favor, and then also assessing officers not passing the order, not giving a refund, then we can have one other option, that CP gram. We can find the CP gram, and from that we can get the reply in 7 to 8 days.
Great.
Assessing officer can demand the appeals letters वगैरह, and then he can issue the refund.
यार पहले वाला लेक्चर तू ही ले लेता. Okay, anyone else? I let somebody else speak. You are the organizer. See, I am not going to go and tell anybody you are doing this work. Anybody? Come on, girls. Bhook lagi, I know, fast. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, okay. Oh God. Okay. So basically, what you said is right. I just want to tell you few things here about what is advisory. As I said, the first part which I had left, advisory is advising somebody. If somebody comes to me with a problem, I am not going to only say I'll file your ITR. No, I will advise him. How do you file tax? How do you save tax? You have to be time compliant. I have to build a trust on him. He comes and tell, I give the information here, this can't happen. I have to have a career also, earn money, and I have to have a professionalism. I don't know if you know, we have code of ethics. We cannot do certain kind of advertisements. I have to follow all of that. So this is very important. So a CA's role, advisory mein, a CA's role is not limited to filing ITRs. You have to have an analytical brain, develop that brain. After you develop that brain, you have to advise your clients. Your client can do an ITR filing with AI also. Why are you needed? Suppose एक chat GPT ने एक version निकाला, ITR file हो गए. Then what is your role? Sabotaged? What are you needed for? So you have to build your premium. No, I'm advising you. You file notes. You claim this exemption. Year on year, you make a strategy for him. Like 80JJAA, which we all forgot. It is applicable to everybody. Okay, this is what I want to say. Now, very simple example, why a client will come to you is that suppose if there is a particular deduction which I want to claim, one school of thought says I can claim, other school of thought say I can't claim, and there are decisions in both. Suppose if I go with the thought that I want to claim, मेरे को चाहिए ये deduction और ये decisions है, I can quote that, मतलब me as a CA will advise you, please quote the decisions, file a note and claim it. This is what it is. That is why I'm saying that you as a CA have to develop your analytical brain, be compliant. If you are into tax advisory, you have to update yourself. 10 years पहले का law नहीं चलेगा. Is aesthetic, lasting? Yes, but it is every day evolving. So you need to do that. Okay, some skills which are necessary is drafting. As I said, yeah, we need to have a paper on this subject. Listening, very, very important. So till date, I have been like almost 14 years now as a qualified. I write My junior, he sits with that, what is that, Read AI or I don't know what. What is that? I don't know. Or that iPhone में एक feature है उसके साथ, recorder. Okay? No, you write it. If you write it, you will analyze things. Secondly, understand. You can't only sit and okay, no, you have to understand it. You have to break down things as per your comfort. Today, a good article, tomorrow, a great CA. Also, one more thing, guys, I have seen in my office, articles don't ask questions. Either they have understood everything or not. You have to. Once you're qualified and you ask to you first. No doubt you can ask, but you need to ask. Okay. I would also say that one important skill is research. Trust me, my articles have it left, right, and center with this with me. They call me terror because in research I don't compromise. I can take a whole lecture on this, on research, but few things which I want to say is what is research? First, guys, go to your client, understand his problem. Okay, he wants to claim a deduction, problem identified. What you have to do, you want to give him the deduction. Read the section. How many of you being in CA practice in tax open the Barrett every whenever needed? Correct. So you read the act, you read your commentaries. You can't go to Google and chat GPT and find your answers. No. You read, you make a step process. Okay, I will read this, I will read this. This is my library, I do this, I do this. Then, okay, research तो अभी senior को कैसा report करने का? बोल देने को really. Oh, ये case law, ये no. You have to have a format. Devise your own formats. Be intelligent, be smart. I have done this in my office, which now everybody uses. So if I have to give a research, I use this format. Simple, very simple. Name of the decision, this is closed. Citation, year, code, assessment year, issue, case laws and distinguished favors, chart bana, take it simple across the table, do it. Even for calculations, even for important points, I use a lot of smart art. I use a lot of diagramming. I do a lot of restructuring. So for that, I still draw my diagrams with my hands and the fund flow and the flow of income and the taxation. So that is very important, guys. This is a very important skill. And one thing which I was saying is don't assume things. Small example, if you have ever read FEMA doesn't have straightforward provisions like income tax. It has hidden provisions. मतलब एक provision यहाँ है, एक provision वहाँ है. यहाँ से पढ़ के advice दिया, that don't do that. And FEMA has boss compounding problems. So this is what I want to say in communication skills. Research I have said to you. Technical knowledge, you're better. Judgment, at times what happens is you cannot be advising the client from both the ends. Okay, buyer and seller, I can't advise from both the ends. Oh, I'm selling advice. No, conflict of interest, advice on one side. Confidentiality, obviously you all know. And just don't conclude anything. Have you ever seen a news reporter? If there is a earthquake also, she will earthquake. No. She'll be there is an earthquake. So if the client is coming and telling you a problem, भाई मेरे को notice आया, oh God, तेरे को notice आया, you can't do that. You have to keep your face calm. Although अंदर से अपनी भी, like I will also get scared कि अभी इसको इतना addition हुआ, how do I succeed? Correct. Best example is a news reporter, right? Okay, these are few factors. I feel soft skills, real life examples, you can do it. One point on research which I want to really tell you is, I was in a big four for a few months. I was not getting a case law. बिल्कुल नहीं मिल रहा था and proposition बहुत ही आड़ा टेढ़ा था. I was not getting it. You know what I did? After half a day's research, I just typed Reliance. Okay, and I got the case law. I did some method and I did it. So I'm saying sometimes traditional methods works, sometimes no. But research is the base. Please be careful with that. And one thing which I forgot to tell you is, now when you're advising your clients, when you're in advisory, you don't only look at one act and advise. There is stamp duty, there is GST, now there is RERA. There are a lot of things. I'm saying, okay, I'm doing a merger. No tax implication, but stamp duty is too high. Will the client agree? Okay. And also, guys, one more thing very important. When you make an option, when you give an option, always take the client's feedback. What does he feel about it? Okay, it's his money after all. We are just managing. You're not creating wealth for him. That is one thing which is important. And just last 2 minutes I'm covering on this area because I was told to, and I also had some interest in this. So, what is business tax planning? What is restructuring, rather? I would like to say. So basically, you have to say sell a company's assets or an undertaking. Undertaking means business to say from year to year. What are the possible ways to save tax, or how do you avoid tax? So there are a couple of options you can use, which is mergers, acquisitions, um, paying tax, business purchase, sales. So this is all about restructuring. In restructuring, by practical experience, 2 3 things you need is: one is proper understanding of the facts. Understand the facts, learn the facts. Always in restructuring, guys, one practical thing is: ask the client his objective. What does he want to achieve? He wants to achieve no tax. He wants to do it for succession to give it to his children. He wants to take benefit of a particular provision. Always ask the client that. Be clear. Then grasp his facts. Then you start reading your law, and then you make option. Option one this, option two this, option three this. This has tax exposure. This doesn't have tax exposure. Or this has minimal tax exposure. At the same time, in restructuring, updation is important. And stamp duty plays a very, very important role, which we all have to take into consideration. Also now GST with RERA and Pilagra, Nahi Lagra, all that. So that is very, very important. In restructuring, there is something called transaction tax advisory. What does it mean? Suppose if today he has come, explained his problem, gone away. I have made options and given him. Okay, no tax. But when you take his option, you plot each section, you read each section, you may come up with some section when there is tax or some indirect implication. So that reporting of that options tax is called transaction tax advisory. Very easy, very easy. We can do it. Also, mergers, acquisitions. One thing very important is it doesn't happen overnight. It's a process by NCLT. So you have to tell the client 6 to 9 months. वो बोलेगा, मैंने बोला merger कल देख मजा कर. It's a long drawn process. It takes time. So when you advise, you have to keep in mind all these things when you do that. Also, guys, updation, as I'm again and again saying, very, very important. There is a updation or change in Income Tax Act and the new IT bill, where automatically provisions of the Companies Act will now not apply. So these things are very, very important and crucial to do it. And obviously, these some stages you need to follow. One is planning, target, M&A, cash flow. I think I've done. Any questions? Very happy to take it. Sure. The MFN thing, right? So typically, I'll just go from the basic if you don't know. So see, what happens is, agar meri income tax act hai, I don't have moving mind. If there is an income tax act, if there is a change, you call it act amendment. D double mein amendment. Okay. So what happens is, suppose no, I'm telling you a fact. India and France, assuming you are France, okay, you and I'm India, okay, we both have entered into a DTAA. Okay, we will tax this. He is entered on first Jan 1989. In that treaty, if there is a payment of royalty, that has to be taxed at 10%. Okay, and it's okay. Even anything you're selling is going to be taxed. Cinematography, this, that, and make available, you will tax everything. Okay, you are saying that. Then there is an amendment protocol which says that in India, if India enters into another treaty with him, this gentleman, not US, I'm literally not happy with the tariff thing, so not taking US. If I enter into, he stays in Lithuania. Okay, this man. I enter it. His government can enter, not him. We both enter into a treaty after your treaty. Suppose we enter in 2005. Okay. when I am going to make a payment to anybody in this country, the rate will be what? 5%. हम दोनों ने 5%, वो मुझे पे करेगा 5, मैं उसको पे करूंगी 5. Okay. And मैं क्या बोल रही हूँ, मेरे को अपन we both will only tax royalty. We will not tax FTS. We both mutually decide that if there is a payment of royalty, we will tax. FTS will not tax. Correct. So now what you can do? Now after his and mine treaty comes into force, say 1st Jan 2005. Our treaty is formalized 1st Jan 2005. So after that date, if anybody of them makes a payment to somebody in France, they can say this is the MFN clause, most favored nation clause, and because his rate is 5%, I will apply 5% to my payment and not 10%. That is the MFN clause. Two things to see. One is the treaty after your treaty and the rate. Rate तो कम होना ही चाहिए, ज़्यादा करेगा तो भाई गलत है. And the scope. So our scope is smaller than yours. You are taxing everything. We are taxing smaller things. So what you will say? No, no, I will take this. Give me the benefit. That is the MFN. Most favored nations clause. No, no, that is between you and him. So if he is making a payment to you, if you both have entered into a treaty, that is governed by that. India has no rights on that. तो आप दोनों के बीच में जो ट्रीटी होगी ना, वो आपका ट्रीटी देखोगे आप. और अगर उसकी ट्रीटी में सपोज ये बोला है कि आपकी ट्रीटी में वापस बोला है कि आपकी उन दोनों की ट्रीटी के बाद आपकी किसी और के साथ ट्रीटी में कम रेट है, so then again same thing applies. वो थर्ड कंट्री. So right now for India example, इंडिया और फ्रांस ने 1 अप्रैल 89 में ट्रीटी एंटर करी. उस डेट के बाद लिथुआनिया, इसने भी they have also entered into a treaty. Say Germany has entered after that. उसका भी 5% है. I think Yugoslavia was also 5%. Okay, Slovenia, she's also entered into 5%. And Colombia, she's also 5%. So you have an option. You can say, okay, any of the treaty after me, less rate, give me the benefit of it. That is most favored. Any other question?
So, ma'am, if there are some sections for which there are no judicial precedents relevant, for example, 28 subsection 4, if we see. So, on this, like on a general note, how we can conclude, like if we are giving an advice to our clients.
28, which one?
Subclause 4.
That business profession.
Yes. So, if that, like, if we can see there was one case law, Mahindra and Mahindra. If we are reading that.
194R. So two things. One thing is you you follow Supreme Court in Mahindra and Mahindra. That is your basic thumb rule for 194R. In 194R, there are two circulars. In 194R, there are two circulars. If you get any cue from that, you do that. Otherwise, monetary, the term monetary itself, उसके ऊपर research करो. There are some case laws जो बताते what is monetary, partly cash, partly in kind, partly in cash. Go research karo, you will get the answer. If there is no precedent on a particular section, you go to the basic, you go to the explanatory memorandum, you go to the basic, why they introduced it, and the particular term in that section, uske upar if you do a research, you will get your answers.
Okay. Just one more short question. The table which you showed there, in that one column was there decision distinguished and one was there like decision forward case reference.
That table which I use.
So yeah, so like I was having the doubt of what is the meaning of decision distinguished in that, because the last column is forward case references that we all know. But
so,
what is the meaning of that?
Can I take a practical example in this? It will be very easy for you. So if you all know, there is a section 17, okay, which says that if there is a change in the shareholding, मतलब मेरा अगर shareholding है और उसमें अगर कुछ change हुआ, okay, so year of loss versus the year I claim, I will not get that loss, okay, means suppose मेरा year 1 में loss है, year 2 में change हुआ, वो loss आपका Putting same रखना. 3 decisions in this. And 3 more. Ital India, Yum, and all these decisions are there. Bangalore is there. That United Breweries is there. Bangalore bench. So अभी क्या है? Yum जो decision है आपका, McDonald's का केस का, वो फेवर में है. मतलब वो डिसीजन क्या बोलता है? फेवर में. यूनाइटेड ब्रेवरीज जो बैंगलोर का डिसीजन है, वो डिसीजन आपका अगेंस्ट में, वो डिसीजन अगेंस्ट में. नाउ व्हेन यू रीड अ डिसीजन, आपने डिसीजन दिया, पढ़ा, यू हैव टू सी वेदर द सब्सिक्वेंट डिसीजन, मतलब जो बाद में आया है, उसने वो पहले वाले डिसीजन को कैसे डिस्टिंग्विश किया. हैज इट नॉट? यूनाइटेड ब्रेवरीज हैज कंसिडर्ड, मतलब उसने वो डिसीजन रिफर किया है और उसने बोला है 1 2 3 रीजन से आई डोंट अग्री. That is called distinguishing. How and whether it has distinguished. So that is has to be considered. The decision distinguish, मतलब जो पहले वाला decision है, वो कैसे distinguish किया? That is the principle. Like I'll tell you one more live case. Very basic section. You will tell me, ma'am, इसके ऊपर research भी करते हो क्या आप लोग? There is a section called 40B. What is 40B? मैं partnership हूँ, I am making you a payment of remuneration. Okay. You are getting remuneration. Also, you are a AI expert. You are a partner in my firm. You are AI expert. I make a payment separately to you. Ki this is for your skill. Can anybody tell me under 40B will this be allowed or not? Anybody who has read 40B? You know what? There is a flip flop. एक मद्रास हाई कोर्ट फेवर में है, बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट फेवर में है, एक और गुजरात हाई कोर्ट फेवर में है. 2 मद्रास हाई कोर्ट अगेंस्ट है, फाइनल एक मद्रास हाई कोर्ट अगेंस्ट है. बट एक जो मेन डिसीजन है, जो लेटेस्ट डिसीजन है मद्रास हाई कोर्ट का, दैट हैज नॉट कंसिडर्ड एनी ऑफ द फेवरेबल एंड अगेंस्ट डिसीजंस. मतलब इट हैज नॉट कंसिडर्ड. एक जो पुराना मद्रास हाई कोर्ट है जो अगेंस्ट है, उसने कंसिडर किया सारे फेवरेबल को, बट डिस्टिंग्विश किया. वो बोला है दैट डिसीजन इज सेइंग 40B में देयर आर 2 कैपेसिटीज. But who says 2 capacity? You are a partner, you're doing it for me. So only one, so disallow. So that is called distinguishing. That is how it goes.
In the same section with 40B, there is another subclause 5, which tells about the limits of book profits and the percentage applied to the book profits. So I think in that relevant cases, this was also the reference when the limits were changed prior. So this was also distinguished in the subsequent Madras wala.
That 4D wala thing.
Yes.
Where capital gains, वो 4D को क्या interpret करना है आपको?
हाँ, yes.
मतलब उसमें भी तो flip, हाँ, उसमें भी flip flop है कि 4D पूरा act लेना है कि सिर्फ business.
But in such cases, ma'am, we also consider the textman का commentaries if it is becoming difficult to understand the interpretation.
I would suggest you one thing. You read the case laws. Go to the basic and depth. Go to the first case law. Jot it down, distinguishing, and read Palki wala. Read Palki wala. It will give you a proper view, and it always has a view. I would suggest that.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Yeah. So I'm good. Guys, I hope I didn't bore you. Thank you for being an amazing audience. Hope you enjoy your lunch and the rest of the day. And thank you for a patient hearing. Short or any time.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a valuable and enriching session. Your insights have truly deepened our understanding of tax planning, structuring, and advisory.
With this, we conclude section 6. We now look for
So the lunch break would be up to 2:40 p.m. and after that we'd be having with us none other than CA Bhavar Borana sir coming here. So in the last session. After session 7, we'd be having Bhavar Borana sir coming here with us. So kindly make sure you have your lunches quickly and just come down.
Hello. Everyone, all are requested to come back in auditorium by 2:40 as we'll be starting the session sharp at 2:40. And once all the participants are in, please make sure that you keep seated so that you don't miss the last session after session 7, which includes CA Bhavar Borana sir as a speaker. You can ask them your queries, may it be relating to exams or taxation. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. Just in case you want. Okay.
No, I'll just set this up. Everything. Yeah, I'm just setting everything up so that we can start. Do we have Wi-Fi here? Connecting to my Android. In between, in case there is a lapse, we will need, I need the Wi-Fi. So I'm going to walk you through what is AI, the basics of AI, what are the basic rules, what are some of the common tools. I will not show everything because we don't have so much time. I'll show you something in ChatGPT, Perplexity, and Notebook LM. So, I'll show you some. Then I'll walk you through what and how to do prompt engineering, some parts of it, and do's and don'ts. One or two tax cases we will discuss on how we can use it for tax drafting or tax. Yeah, I'll just log onto my tools also. You all go eat too. You go. लोग चलिए ना, मैं सेटअप करता हूँ। चलिए। No, I'm just logging on to all the tools so that we don't waste time when.
Yeah. हेलो एवरीवन, आई होप सबका लंच हो गया है. यस.
हो गया खाना, अब बढ़ाओ ध्यान. हो गया खाना, अब बढ़ाओ ध्यान. स्टेज पे आने वाला है कुछ नया ज्ञान. अगला लेक्चर है सुपर स्पेशल, एआई ऑन इनकम टैक्स. थोड़ा टेकी, थोड़ा फिल्मी और बिल्कुल प्रोफेशनल.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, after a wonderful lunch and two truly inspiring sessions about given by Ketki ma'am and Kinjal ma'am, we now move forward to something futuristic, a journey into wisdom that is dealt with technology and taxation.
अरे पूर्वा, क्या बताओ यार. कल ऑफिस में पूरा दिन इनकम टैक्स के काम में उलझा रहा. कभी आईटीआर फाइलिंग, कभी एडवाइजरी, कभी डिमांड नोटिस, और हाँ, ऊपर से रिफंड फॉलोअप्स. मतलब यार, ये इनकम टैक्स ने तो कभी खुशी कभी गम वाला सिचुएशन बना दिया.
बस यार राघव, तू तो बिल्कुल सीए आर्टिकल वाली फ्रस्ट्रेशन निकाल रहा है. पर एक सवाल है, क्यों ले रहा है?
और क्या करूं पूर्वा, टैक्स का काम खत्म नहीं हो रहा. हर दिन नए कंप्लायंस, हर दिन नए डेडलाइंस. यू नो व्हाट, द वर्ड इनकम टैक्स सीजन्स गिव्स मी मिनी हार्ट अटैक्स नाउ.
Oh, tell me more about it. For me, tax season feels like an exam season. Lots of zero confidence.
Exactly. And then comes artificial intelligence. And I start thinking, great, now even robots will judge my savings. Imagine waking up in morning and instead of a cute good morning text, your phone says, "Dear taxpayer, you have received a demand notice. Please reconsider your life choices."
Oh, it's scary. But Raghav, you receive a good morning. Also receive. Making you smarter. No more endless forms.
True. Fraud detection, big data analysis, and predictive assessments. AI can do all that in seconds, whereas human takes weeks for that.
And that's why today's session is so important to understand how with our sessions grace the diet. Our request, CA Chandra Saglani sir.
Friends, first and foremost, I wish to welcome Megha Dhanuka ma'am on this Sunday. Fair time for you all and rather us all. They actually were trying to set the tone, but the expectation that we were discussing, me and ma'am, that they have from this is that you all should be set like perspective. How to set it, I think madam is the best person to talk on that. So I'll not take much of your time today. We have Bhavar sir also coming, and I know that you all wish to interact along with you. I think ma'am is also equally excited to meet him. So we'll actually say we'll definitely have kind of 70-75 minutes session. Obviously, I think that is the runtime of the yeah. So the little bit of time that we have today to understand what AI is and how it will actually interact and your say overall exercise of filing and everything lot more simpler. I think that is the entire say session all about. And once again, thank you so much, ma'am, and most welcoming you on this occasion at the 2-day seminar of income tax of the CASA. First, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words.
To introduce our distinguished speaker, I request Tejas Malkar to do the honors.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Tejas from Wings of Vikasa, and it's my indeed privilege to introduce our today's esteemed speaker for this session, CA Megha Dhanuka ma'am. CA Megha Dhanuka ma'am is an all India rank holder chartered accountant with over 18 years of experience in tax consulting and training. She's also a certified soft skills and image management trainer from ICBI, a certified train the trainer professional from National Accreditation Board of Education and Training, an NLP practitioner, and holds level 1 certification in artificial intelligence from ICAI. With a strong passion for training, she focuses on soft skills, tax technical skills, and AI in taxation and general use, while also promoting financial literacy among students and women. Throughout the journey, she has trained students at ICAI and professionals at leading organizations such as EY, KPMG, PwC, and Catalyst Advisors. So let's welcome our today's guest, CA Megha Dhanuka ma'am, with a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Tejas. I now request CA Jitendra Saglani, sir, Chairman of kindly present the memento to our speaker.
So, friends, we have had our share of fun imagining AI sending us demand notice. But now, time to understand the real power of artificial intelligence. So, with great respect and enthusiasm, please join me in welcoming CA Megha Dhanuka ma'am, who will be taking us into the world of AI in income tax. Ma'am, the stage is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you. When I saw the schedule, I was like, okay, this is a post-lunch session. But seeing the energy in the room, I think everybody is very excited because the topic is such. And before I start, heartfelt thank you to the Vikasa team for inviting me. I am really amazed at how the young kids are speaking so confidently on the dais. Amazing platform that you're giving them. I wish we had it back in 2004-5 when we cleared. Okay. So at the end of the session, don't be disappointed in me because you have really set out huge expectations from how to use AI in income tax so that you don't have to work at all and everything will be accurate. You'll be a little disappointed if that is what you're expecting. But my job is to be a trainer and to give you both sides of the coin. We will see the basics of AI first. I always believe that before you start using any tool, you need to understand what the tool is about. How many of you drive a car or a bike? How many of you? Quite a few of you. Before you started to drive, you were taught the basics, right? What is an accelerator? What is a brake? What is the function of the accelerator? What is the function of the brake? Can you get onto the driving wheel and just start driving it? Yes or no? No, it's very dangerous to do that. So we will spend some time first on learning the basics of AI, and then we'll go to some use cases. So the way I've structured this is I'll give you overview of what AI is, basic rules, some common tools. We'll see some common tools that we can use to our advantage. Then use of AI in tax. What are the do's and don'ts? What is prompt engineering? And what can you do after the workshop? Suits us? We are a little short on time, but I can take the questions offline later also. Okay, so we are at an interesting cusp in our profession. My father was an accountant, so I have seen him tally his trial balances manually. The auditor's tick. How many of you know about the auditor's tick? That reverse tick. Now, do you use it now? It's become extinct. When my father used to tally the trial balance at home, and we were little children, we would see what he is doing. That is how he used to total everything himself. Then came the calculators, eventually Excel sheets, and now a lot is automated. Your trial balance is kind of ready at the click of a button. You don't really have to match the ledger accounts and everything. So again, where we are is a turning point in the history of not only profession but as a human race, that we are bringing in artificial intelligence into our workflows. When I say bringing artificial intelligence into our workflows, mind you, I'm not saying we are replacing our work with artificial intelligence. We have to understand what a typical workflow for us is. Okay, please don't be disappointed if I don't give you direct use cases. I am teaching you how to think AI first. You will be able to incorporate AI into your workflows. So when you sit down, at the end of the workshop, you can go back to your office, you sit down, you think about, okay, what all do I do during the day? What all did Megha ma'am teach me about some of the tools? And how can I incorporate the two? You may not be able to replace everything from 0 to 100. Will you be? Should you want to? Ideally, no. Otherwise, we'll become extinct. The big question right now is, will AI replace humans? Why? Okay. Okay. But who can replace you then? Correct. You need to know AI. You know how to use it, so that somebody who knows it better does not replace you. You cannot sit back and say, this are young people like us are more worried about it. We cannot sit back and say, हमारे ज़माने में तो ये होता था, ऐसे ही चलेगा, यही करेंगे. No, we can't say that. We have to adapt ourselves. Use of AI. Fine, we'll move ahead. I have a small poll for you all. You can scan it or log on to menti.com on your phones and use this code. I thought I'll wake you up after the scrumptious lunch. The first question, who do you think will win in the humans, artificial intelligence, or neither? I'm doing it. Exit. Fine. So I think most of us believe humans will win, but humans with the help of AI. Humans without the help of AI, and I like the positivity in the room. It keeps us, the future of our profession safe. But let's not underestimate AI also. We need to be, you बोलते हैं ना, दोस्त को पास रखो, दुश्मन को और पास रखो. So you need to understand everything about AI to be able to master it. Next question. Have you already started using AI? Everybody, be honest. If it's a no, it's a no. Next question. You all can put it on the poll also. Okay. But it's a part of the poll. Sure. Are you able to get the next question? Every day, wow, okay. Do your principals know about it? Wow, this is interesting. it for? All three. Okay. You know, the same poll, if I run it in a senior batch of professionals, it's not so skewed. Okay, this is interesting. Now this is a free, just insert which tools do you use. So suppose if you're using ChatGPT for what? Email drafting. Just put it together. Which tools do you use and for what function? All my stuff. Okay. ChatGPT life. Okay. I hope you're like kids, so you don't have a wife yet. Yes. Okay. So I see a lot of ChatGPT. Do you see the heavy reliance on ChatGPT? And now with 399 per month, it's even better, right? How many of you have already taken the 399 per month subscription? No? Free version is good enough? Free version, everybody? Okay. But ये बहुत dangerous zone में जा रहे हो आप जब when the girlfriend is with you and when she realizes okay the romantic messages were not from you termed or friend zoned. Okay, so thank you for taking the quiz. It's interesting to see you all using ChatGPT. These questions in case Mentimeter does not work on time, you never can rely on technology completely. Okay. So now, you know, this is a fairly advanced class in that sense. All of you are using AI. So tell me what is AI and don't say artificial intelligence. Define AI. What is AI? Can somebody give him the mic or are you loud enough? I don't know. Huh. Okay. Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you. Anybody wants to add to that? So then what is generative AI? What is LLM? How is Gen AI different from Google search? So what you gave is ideally how you are using AI, you know, what you understand from it. But each of these terms actually has a different meaning. Artificial intelligence, LLM, and the difference between Google search and Gen. We'll discuss that shortly. Terms. Very important to know this. Okay. So artificial intelligence is that branch of science which is concerned with making computers to be able to do human tasks like problem solving, learning, decision making. Okay. So some AI coded how, sorry, intelligent enough so that some of the work which only humans were capable of doing, like analyzing
decision making, problem solving. Now they have coded that into the computer systems. So that is artificial intelligence. Even Alexa is a form of artificial intelligence in that sense. Maybe not advanced enough, but the base level artificial intelligence you can say. What is generative AI then?
So that the picture is converted to that new.
Correct.
So they basically generate a new product, a new.
Correct. So now computer programs can generate new content. You'll be surprised to know there is an AI tool called Suno and generate your own music. Correct. So many interesting tools, and you can generate text, you can generate pictures, you can generate art, you can generate music. So that is generative AI. Now, generative AI works on something called as predictive. Is the best. Anybody who believes otherwise? Now, all of you have been taught, nursery say, honesty is the best policy. That is why we are all programmed to say that honesty is the best policy. We may not believe it, that's a different issue. But at least when we are told, fill in the blank, we will fill it up with honesty is the best policy. Now, this is how generative AI and LLMs, large language models, are trained on huge data sets. जो भी आपने बचपन से अभी तक सीखा है उसके हिसाब से you are giving your answers. वैसे ही वो मशीन ने जो अपने बचपन से अपने सेटअप से अभी तक सीखा है, that is the answer that machine will give. That machine huge data sets which they are now crawling all over the internet. Sorry, I use my hands a little too much. They are using the internet, crawling all over the internet and getting data from there also. But now there is a difference here. Okay. There may be data sets which are contradictory. Not all data sets will be same. Fine. Yes or no? Do you agree with me or no? Are you with me? So now if a machine gets contradictory data sets, it goes by prediction analysis. It will not be 100% sure of what comes. So if you're asking answers, still it is predicting. It does not know the difference between right or wrong. Like today, you know for sure that 1961 Act is replaced by the 2025 Act. AI may not know it for sure. It is predicting, okay, 10,000 articles that I have read on the internet say that the 2025 Act has come into force. There could be some 2 articles where somebody has given their view that no, this may not come into force, this will get repealed. I'm just giving you a random example because this is what we understand. And then that LLM could get confused with that. There is a possibility that the LLM will take that answer and give you that answer. So this is what you have to be very sure about, that you know how the LLMs are answering you. They are answering basis the large data sets which are available to them, which they are trained on. Fine. Now, if the data set is answer is wrong, the data answer be wrong. Even if you give the best prompt, you can get a wrong answer. So yes, prompt engineering is important, but not the only way to reduce inaccurate results. If, okay, we have all read tax case laws. We all know that there are so many case laws which are behind paid portals like a Taxman, Taxutra, LexLegis, CTR Online. You know, some key information is available behind accessible portals. It's not available freely on the internet. LLMs, when they're data crawling, they work on data mining, okay? They go and hunt for data on the internet. So when they're doing that, do you think they'll get access to the paid portals? Simple. So are you getting authentic data always? No. So that is why we need to understand each tool, its features, its limitations. Unless you understand the limitation of that particular tool, you will not know how much to rely on that tool. Fair point? So we will try to understand that also. And you should keep reading. You know, this will change. Today, what I'm telling you, 2 days later, that will change. Like yesterday, we didn't know that there is a 399 model available in India. It's a new addition. There is, I don't know how many of you would know, there is a person called Dhruv Rathi. He's offering some bundle of AI tools. Sorry. Yeah, so I have not tried that yet because it's again a very decent thing and I've already paid for some tools. But if you want to try or if your firm has access to paid tools, you can see that. Okay, so now everybody understands the difference between AI, Gen AI and LLM. And you know the features. You will keep the features in mind when you're using those tools. How is Gen AI different from Google search? Abhi tak to everybody was searching on Google. Now everybody is going to ChatGPT. Why? Pinpoint. Okay. You don't have to search through all the websites. Yes. What else? इतना ChatGPT use कर रहे हो अभी बताओ. ऐसे ही अंधा प्यार. Okay. But as professionals, you need to know both sides of the coin. You also need to know if something is against you. You also need to know if there are case laws against you when you're doing research. So you need to know how generative AI is different from Google search, as Madam rightly said, is it, it looks at various sources. Google will just give you the links that these are the top 10 links, then 50 links, and you have to go to each link and search for what you're looking for. ChatGPT, Perplexity, or some of these tools go through those links and give you a summary of what is there in all the links. Now, what is the possible downside of that? No, these are all free tools, free to available website links. What is the downside of somebody else summarizing your technical work? Yes, sir. Correct. Plus, when there are 10 relevant links, yes, sir. Some of the established tax lawyers in the country, they will read it completely differently, yes or no? Now we are relying on recently sources. Now, thankfully, sources from where it is picked up, so you can go back and cross-verify the accuracy of what has been presented to you. Fine. Is it? I'm sorry to breaking your heart. Hallucination. Not there. Do we agree? Sanju movie देखिए किसी ने? You're too young. I don't know if you all would have seen Sanju. देखी है? सर को तो okay, sorry. When we saw Sanju movie, okay, could see those flowers and butterflies and all of that. It was not imagination. So I'm very happy that I got the correct answer in the first go itself here. Otherwise, people assume no. Imagination is different. Hallucination is different. आपको भूत दिखा तो वो हैल्यूसिनेशन है। आप बैठ के इमेजिन कर रहे हो कि मैं ऋषिकेश में गंगा किनारे मेडिटेशन कर रही हूँ, वो इमेजिनेशन हो सकता है, बिकॉज दैट कैन बी अ रियलिटी, दैट इज समथिंग दैट यू विश टू डू और यू डन इन द पास्ट एंड गोइंग बैक एंड लिविंग दैट मोमेंट. Imagination is different, hallucination is different. One of the biggest drawback of all AI tools, and I am going on record saying all, even paid AI tools are hallucinating. You know of some cases of hallucination? No? There is a case in income tax. So there is this ruling by Bangalore Tribunal, Buckeye Trust. Go back and check it. The ruling is on trusts and something, we'll not get into the technical discussion right now because then that will go. But this was a path-breaking ruling, which has come, I think, in the last 6 months only. So it completely changed the way at how trusts looking at their structure. So now after this ruling is out, whole of India is in a frenzy, the tax fraternity, that let's redo the trust structures, let's relook at it and this and that. Somebody in the whole wide India was wise enough to then read the ruling and go back and cross-check the case laws. Some of the case laws which were quoted and relied upon were hallucinated by the AI tool used by, I don't know which party, respondent, appellant, I don't know who used that tool. Those case laws do not even exist. So imagine now, okay, and this responsibility first comes at you. Why? Because you're doing the base level research. If you're doing the research, okay, it's very easy to do research via GPT. I'll tell you also how to do it, and how to rely on it, what should be the steps that you follow. But understand this. If you think that it is presented in such a nice manner, drafted in such a nice manner, bulleted, formatted, everything, ये तो सही होगा, तो नहीं होगा. आपको अगर किसी टूल का एक्यूरेसी चेक करना है ना, तो आप उसको गलत क्वेश्चन पूछो. Something which you know does not exist, ask it. And ask it very confidently with using smart prompt engineering. It will give you a very confident answer. ITR 8. I asked, what is the due date for filing ITR 8? And it gave me a full synopsis. This is what it is used for. This is the due date. And there is no ITR 8. Okay, so hallucination is real. Why is hallucination happening? Generative AI, it is predicting text. Case laws is the easiest to predict. They have a pattern, mathematical pattern, ITR dash, ABC versus XYZ. These are all predictive patterns for a computer. Fine. Now, because of this hallucination, you have to be very careful at the first level itself that you go back and cross-verify everything that AI is giving to you as research material. Fine, we'll do that. काम बढ़ गया थोड़ा सा. So this is that case about. The beauty was nobody checked. The intern, sorry to say that, the intern who researched, the manager who reviewed, the partner who cleared, the other party who defended, the court, nobody. And it got used and it got highlighted everywhere. Sir had mentioned bias. What is bias? Favoring one person or opinion or idea over another, that is bias. हमें सबको लगता है ना आर्टिकलशिप में सर को तो हमेशा उसकी आइडिया अच्छी लगती है, मेरी आइडिया नहीं अच्छी लगती है. लगता है कि नहीं लगता है? अगर नहीं लगता है तो फिर आप झूठ बोल रहे हो. हमें अभी तक भी लगता है कि मॉम लाइक्स माय ब्रदर मोर देन मी. So now when humans have bias, how can machines have bias? Machines are supposed to be very objective, right? Yes or no? Yes. Who made those machines? Who coded them? Unka bias aa gaya. The dangerous part about it is you will not even come to know whether there is a bias in the system and how do you eliminate it. So I have asked multiple senior trainers also where I attend and I constantly keep updating myself on AI practice also and theory also. So I recently completed another certification course. Malad Chambers of Tax Consultant did a very good course, 2-day course, and some very senior people were conducting the course. I asked them, sir, कैसे पता चलेगा bias है कि नहीं? नहीं पता चलेगा. आपको जब पता ही नहीं है कि bias है तो आप eliminate कैसे करोगे? कर पाओगे? पर करना तो पड़ेगा ही ना. So that is why you have to think, you have to be very clear in your thinking to be able to use AI. You have to use AI in a way that it does not sway you in decision making. Give me an example of this. Is everybody hearing that? And that same applies to tax. If the tool is favoring only favorable decisions, you will be led to believe that there is nothing unfavorable on this topic. Or if the tool is favoring only unfavorable decisions, you will end up taking a wrong position thinking that इसमें तो हम taxability ले ही नहीं सकते हैं. It has to be taxable. We cannot claim for any exemption or deduction. Are you understanding how we can affect decision making? So your basics of income tax, your approach very strong, in fact stronger than when you were not using AI, because now there is somebody confidently standing in front of you. मैं तो बता रहा हूँ यही right answer है. Then you will doubt yourself. So you have to be now stronger in your foundation of income tax. With me? Oh. So we'll move to some basic rules for use of AI. One, I don't know how many of you are using firm provided tools or personal tools on your personal laptops and stuff. If you can create a separate email logging into that, because right now we don't know how much data mining is happening when you're using the tools. So if possible, then there is very little you can do about it now. And one more thing, about data mining, and I forgot to tell you, LLMs are working on data mining. Now, a lot of good websites are putting anti-crawlers on their website. So, will not be able to extract data from their website. So, this is something again that you need to be aware of. How many of you have customized your chat? Settings personalized and customized? All of you? No? Okay, a few. So I will just wait for the others. Tendency getting passed around. What is getting passed around? Do it later. We'll give you 5 minutes in the end to do it. Fine. So this is one of AI tools. There is a customize option. Typically call you. What do you do? Various personalities. I am using the default mode right now. What traits should ChatGPT have? This is very important. You can tell ChatGPT to imitate your persona. So if you're a lawyer with 15 years of experience or a doctor with 15 years of experience, you can actually tell ChatGPT that this is what I am and this is what should be your trait. So it gives you more structured responses. It gives you responses which are more relevant for you. Then if you go further, there is anything else ChatGPT know about you. What trait should qualified with high academic prowess, possessing expert level, and give a definition, 15 years. Even if you are 2 years, give 10 years or 5 years. You will get better responses. And you can say what are the knowledge bases that you want to cover. Then what would you like ChatGPT to know further? I like answers in crisp and professional language. I do not like conversational tone, hey bro, and all of that, unless specified otherwise. Language should be professional but simple to understand, not many tech. So you can give your preference, your writing style, and you can train ChatGPT or any tool. Even Perplexity, I will show you those features. You can go to the account there and preferences, personalize. You can go there, do it. And I have said I like adequate technical concepts with a summary of key highlights. That in the end, they give a table. For whatever I ask, it gives me a table. So then I don't want to read much also. First, I'll see the table. If it is relevant, then I will read the whole thing. Now, one key thing which I have included here, in an attempt to reduce hallucination, I would prefer to have only information from verified sources and no guesswork on the data or response. Will this guarantee no hallucination? No, but it will reduce the. What is another way of reducing the chance? When it gives you a confident answer, you ask, are you sure? What are the sources? So it is noticed that if ChatGPT has hallucinated, it starts giving answers to this question. Perplexity gives a better response there. The difference between ChatGPT and Perplexity is, I know a lot of you are using ChatGPT, but Perplexity was somewhere the leader. Even when ChatGPT was not giving sources, Perplexity was always giving sources. So they have kind of mastered that, and their sources are more authentic, though ChatGPT is catching up, but I prefer to research on. So do a little bit of the tools. See what best you can get out of each. We'll come to that. This is customization, personalization. Thing that you need. Now, it will do an entire web search. How do you know till when is the server updated? How do you know that the latest information? In tax laws, you need latest information, right? कल अगर कोई circular आया है तो you need that circular. You have to ask that tool that you're using. Till when are you updated? Fine. Then it will say that, okay, I'm updated up to December 24. Would you like me to do a web search for latest information? Yes, but that will happen only if your web search option is on. Okay. Coding is not for us really. You can keep it on or off. Canvas is if you want to do some pictures and stuff. Yeah. Advanced voices if you want to be able to use voice commands on ChatGPT. Now in settings, there is one more important thing on data controls. Shared link, improve model for everyone. What is this? Is it on or on है कि off है? On है? What is this? Do we know what is this? You are agreeing to it, and your data goes into their training pool. So please be very careful. You should put this off so that your data is not, you're not expressly allowing ChatGPT or any AI tool to use your data for further. Really, I prefer mining data on your computer or your phone. Fine. So we've understood. I think most of you already have email accounts accessed via ChatGPT, so that's okay. Customization and personalization of settings. You all don't have everything linked to that bank, your bank accounts linked to that email ID. So maybe now take a separate email ID for your bank accounts. Okay. Now, what engineering? Not ChatGPT. Okay. Okay. So we correct. Prompt you give, there is a possibility that it will not understand first go. So you will have to try the multi-prompting technique. It will have to be a series of prompts. Give a prompt. See, because you will also not have preempted everything, right? As a professional, you wouldn't have preempted everything. So you will need to give a series of prompts and then come to the conclusion that you desire. Free versus paid versions, I think all of us are using free versions right now. So we'll stick to, we will not discuss the paid versions unless your firm is actually versions. Comparison of multiple tools. I like to do that, at least two tools. Do you know that there is CAGPT? Okay, we are using that, right? So I like to use CAGPT for tax work and also one other tool and then use what is there, but verify everything that is there. Sorry to say, but even CAGPT was, it is still built on that OpenAI tool. See, understand one thing. Any paid subscription also that you take, that base is the same, that LLM base is the same. The GenAI model is the same. Okay. In fact, there are US where paid tools which were costing $600 per month have given hallucinated case loss. Okay. So let's be mindful that whichever tool we are using, we are being careful about cross-verifying the data that is coming to us from that tool. If you are, if the chat is getting really long, thankfully on the free tool, it will stop at some point, that you've exhausted your limit for the day. But if on a particular topic, if your chat is getting really longer, the chances of hallucination increases. Why don't ask coding issue? Okay, custom GPT. Different tools for different purposes. We'll see some of the tools now beyond chat GPT also. Now, some of the paid versions have this modes to it. Okay, if you go to are you all using the study and learn mode? Anybody? There is a study and learn mode now. Are you using it? How's your experience? Can you share it with everybody? Okay. You to come back. Okay. But is it helping you? Which subject have you used it for? Okay. Yeah. Version also. You can see these icons. You can see these icons. So each of them is a different mode. Okay. Search, everyday question. Deep research, go deeper and give you more depth and research. Labs is project from scratch. So suppose you want to train your GPT on how to respond to income tax notices. You can use this tool. You can create a fresh tool and you can give it instructions and you can give some notices, sample responses, and there's a whole thing we can do on it later, maybe today. But I'm just telling you the features that this is how you can use. In Chat GPT, it is called the custom GPT. In Perplexity Pro, it is called the labs mode. Fine. Now GPT-5 is come. Various versions have been restored. 4, 4.1, all of that has been restored. So you should know. See this. Choose a model. Can you see choose a model? It gives you various models. You should know which model is good for what. And depending on what work you want to do, you will choose that model accordingly. Like Claude, CLAUDE, is supposed to be very good for legal drafting. So if you want to draft legal responses to notices or something, you can use Claude. But you need to know that Claude is biased towards US law. So in its drafting, you will see that style coming in. So you will have to then denies it. So anytime you're using a tool, you need to know the tool, its features, and its limitations. All three. Any questions? So are you all with me? एक और मिनट में नहीं बनाया है मैंने I think mobile number. Mobile number. No, mobile. Only mobile. So we have taken it. Place to start. Pro or plus one. AI tools. Are you allowed to use it? For using? We will GPT in detail because anyways we have constraint. I already Perplexity is when you can use for research. You'll get responses and with see this now. So this is not and not completely a tax email. I have taken a more neutral email. I asked email and I was using voice version. That is why there are some mistakes in how it heard me. Please draft an email to my client for following up on the proposal sent for soft skills training. That's it. So because I've given that you can use. And this is given, if you can read it, it is a very professional email. Okay, now you need to know whether you need to tone it down or not, depending on what your relationship is with the client. Please change the tone to lightweight and conversational. I found it too monotonous. No, please tone it down. So it toned it down further. I don't like the smileys and then and even in terms of the formality scale, if you see it is saying things no rush at all, whenever you find time, I would love to hear from you. So you will have to, in your prompt, okay, when you're giving your prompt, you will have to tell what do you want. Even after you, there will be these situations when you multi-prompting. What is Quillbot? Has anybody used Quillbot? Correct. So, when you're draft or when you use ChatGPT to draft something and you realize that, okay, this is not up to the mark, I need to change it, or there is something which is very technical and you need to paraphrase it, you can use Quillbot. Sometimes if it needs more professional tool, you can use Quillbot for that. Claude.ai. Gamma for making PPTs. Now Gamma content, generate the content of Gemini. Is it on? You will never be able to use one single tool for any work. You will have to use a combination of tools and come to the conclusion that you want to arrive at. For example, notice which has to do research on. If not all 10, at least 8 you will have to do research on. Where will you do the research? More structured answers, more. You can do it on Perplexity also. And then you can compare, verify what to use. But then you will have to pick up and use to draft the notice. So you can create a custom and train it to draft the notice as per your firm standards. Fine. Are you all uploading the notice as it is? I hope not. What are you doing? Content copy paste. Okay. What else can you do? Convert PDF. Are you doing that? What you're doing? Or use a Word document. What is it that you need to remove from the notice? Name, email address, and DIN, if there is some DIN or something, all sensitive information, amounts also, if it will give away the, some description which will completely give away the company name. If you're working for something which can completely give away the description, that you will, all sensitive information you will remove before you're uploading any notice. So either you convert it to Word document or you redact it. For redaction, please don't use free tools. Are you all using I Love PDF? Is on I Love PDF? Then what are you doing? Can you tell me? But PDF you're giving. बोल के paid होगा भी फॉर्म में, चेक करो. Because if you're anything that you're who is the product then? Please be very careful. It's not only about this information. You can convert it into a converter tools. That's hardly anything. How many of you have used study? You must be is using notebook LM. Are we thinking that when we're using a Perplexity Pro or something, there can be hallucination? Why? Because it is going and using a lot of data from all over the internet, and there can be data which is not correct. Now, when you use Notebook LM, you can actually restrict the data access which the tool has. Please listen to this. This is important. You can actually restrict the data access which the tool has. Each notebook that you create, see this, create a new notebook. Each notebook that you create, you can upload the sources that you want to. Are you understanding? So if you do a lot of research on FEMA, you can upload those documents. If you do a lot of research on GST, you can upload that. If you want to do a lot of research now going forward on the new Income Tax Act, I have not yet uploaded the act. I was still doing my research on the bill version. You can upload the bill, the act. You can upload that select committee report. You can upload the old version. Now, what Notebook LM does is, when you ask a question, so if I ask a question here, what is the taxability of salary income? It will refer only to the documents which I have provided. It will not refer to anything beyond what has been provided to it. See this. Okay, and it will take you to the source in this document itself. So if you want to go and check whether the summary that they have given is correct, incorrect, whether it needs to be tweaked a little bit, you can actually go to the source and read the bare act also. The benefit here is you are restricting its universe. That is one of the benefits. Two, as students, as accountants, when we sit with that whole act, we always worry, right, whether we've seen all the sections or no. So this will make sure that it is going through everything in the given document. Question. Can you see the question? Refusing to answer that. Same question when I was doing research on Perplexity, ChatGPT, or even ChatGPT. If I ask this question, it will start giving you an answer to this question. And then later, again, when you go to the tax question, there will be some mixture of answers between this and that. And it gets confused because the has wide access, no? Everything in the internet. So kuch bhi pucho, kabhi bhi, they will tell you. This tool if very effective for you as students to study also. As he mentioned, can you see this? These features? There is a mind map that gets created. You can have FAQs that you can create here. There is an audio overview. Okay, if you tell it that it create an audio overview, you will actually get a discussion where you be conversational and study as if you're buddy. Fine. For even for this, want to ask something, you can ask in that audio overview. See this. You're seeing the mind map. You can do this for your study notes also. Very helpful. So this is one tool which you can extensively use for work as well. Upload this. Because your data source is restricted. No, it see if you, as we saw, it is not giving answer to that chocolate cake recipe. So it will not go to anything beyond what you have fed into it. Fine. Sorry. Agentic AI is a little different. You can actually give, you can actually give a series of commands. So the agentic AI is a feature now, and it is getting used very extensively. You can give a series of commands, and it will work like your executive assistant in the background. Usko aap command do. This is what you have to use the agentic mode for that, but it is there only in the. It's not there in. This is not agentic AI. This is different. This is the research tool. Agentic AI, आप जैसे some of our partners go right, उनका कोई मीटिंग है या BCA में लेक्चर है, ICI में लेक्चर है, they would go right for 2 hours. आपको बोल के जाते थे ना, यार ये अपने top 10 clients का, please go and check if there are any notices pending on the income tax portal. मैं आ रहा हूँ 2 घंटे में, वो data ready रखना. Yes or no? We've been in that situation, no, where somebody has given us work कि ये 2 घंटे में ready रखना, मैं जाके आता हूँ. Agentic AI does for you. You give it a command with a series need to be done, and it does for you in the background. In fact, this exact is what you can use it for. 10 of your clients are given, you give the number and the login. So you don't give the number and login. You create a workflow which says go to indiaefilingportal.com, go to login section. When you are logging in, ask password from me. So then there'll be a prompt. You give the password. And the agentic AI will take over the command. Then the fourth step will be go to this section, find out what are the pending notices. Fifth command will be create a table with the following columns: serial number, name, assessment year, what is pending, what are the number for response available. It table for you. It will take a little more time than obviously what is a chocolate cake recipe kind of questions, because it is a process that it has to. On how complex the process is, it can take anywhere from 10 minutes to 40 minutes to 1 hour also. It will happen in the background. You don't need to be involved. It will do all the work. Whenever it needs an input from you, that window will come up. I would say don't give passwords there. Okay, don't give passwords. Any password that needs to be, but that you will be able to do only paid versions. Book LM is for research and understanding, for deeper study on laws if you want to understand. Complex case laws if you're not understanding. And unfortunately, there is no senior available for you to explain it. Dal do notebook pe. Dekho mind map. Pucho questions. What were the department arguments? What were the assessees arguments? What did the Supreme Court mention? Why did it mention? वो सब question का answer देगा. Audio podcast में सुन लो, mind map में पढ़ लो. Okay, very quickly you will be able to understand it. One more tool, very effective when you want to make presentations. Or if not, make presentations again if you want to understand something in a pictorial way. Napkin.ai. Have you all used napkin.ai? I like it that at least one tool one person has used in the room. How do you use it? For making notes. Very effective tool. अभी ये देखो, what is this? Transfer in relation to capital asset. Definition. This is from the bill, by the way, not the act. So even this is complicated, right? There is, okay. There is a blue button which comes here. Create a new napkin. Blank napkin. Okay, I'm taking the and I'm putting it here. Now you see this blue button. You just need to press it. It will analyze the text. And see this. This is all it using the definition. Now, mind you, there are times when they miss out things, okay? There are times when we have complicated definition within definition. So those things you'll have to be careful about. You will have to, but you have a multitude of options, some are headlines. You understanding this? Very nice tool to study also, to use for PPT. Next, please don't rely on this diagram blindly. Use the text that you've given it and cross verify it once. Fine, there can be something that they miss out altogether. Very interesting this is. And what you can do is then once you have this, suppose I like this, okay, just for example, we are taking it. You can click on it and then you'll have this toolbar here. If you want to change ratio, which is the sizing of it, you can do that. If you want to change some colors, you can do that. And you can then export it. When you're exporting it, there are various versions that you can export. If there are restrictions, see, any free tool that you're using will have a restriction on the number of downloads. You will not be able to. So if in a day you want to do 100 slides, I don't think you can do it. You can do a few slides in a day. I think 7 or 8 is the limit. But if you want PNG, which is the picture mode of it, you can also do a clipboard. Okay, and you can go here and just say Control V. See this. Fine. And you can't edit it. See this. This will happen. You can't edit it. I like to download a PPT version and edit it as per my requirement further. Fine. Some interesting tools we saw today. At least a few new tools we learned. We'll go and try it. You'll get more adept at using AI the more you use it. Just be careful about what data you're putting into the tools. So we've discussed CAG, various modules there, direct tax, indirect tax, all of it you can. There are some private also. As a firm, you can, there is good Lex Legis, there is best law. Vidul Lex Regis, there is one more. Taxman has now launched. And yeah, there are some, these are very tax specific tools. Only tax commentaries, there are case laws, there are barracks you can. So something like a notebook LM only for the tax world, more extensive. Fine. Any questions? That's a different altogether, right? I mean, how we are not using any UPI tools for any of our work here.
So like my query was if there are financial transactions happening every day, we are doing QR scanners and all.
Correct.
So the data which we are inserting while doing these transactions, in between this process, if we use blockchain as a AI tool, and if we
On your
use
phones.
as a centralized system, if the government
But that's not
introduces-
in your hand or mine, no.
So isn't it be like good or bad? Like what's your view on this?
So right now, so okay, there is, while this is completely digressing from the topic, just one quick answer I'll give you. Right now, there is nothing. If you don't want your data to be used, the only way is then you do a cash transaction.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, prompt engineering. What is prompt engineering? Sorry? Prompt engineering. Do you have to become engineers now to use AI? No. Simply mentioning prompt engineering is what? जो हमारे प्रिंसिपल हमको ऑफिस से निकलने के पहले इंस्ट्रक्शंस का लिस्ट देके जाते हैं ना, ये करो, यहाँ देखो, ये बुक देखो, ये केस लॉ देखो, ये करो, ये सेक्शन नंबर देखो. That list of instructions you're giving to your AI tool is prompt engineering. Fine. What is it? Garbage in, garbage out. Garbage response. That applies even to AI tools. Don't think of it as some fancy thing. Think of it as a list of instructions that you need to give to your AI tool for it to do the work efficiently. Now, because you are also at the receiving end of instructions, you don't like it when your boss just says कि अच्छा ये transaction पे capital gains लगेगा कि नहीं देख लेना. Do you like it? Want them to give you some more information, right? That what was the transaction? Is there an agreement? What was the date of purchase, date of sale? Which section do I look at? Which commentary do I look at? Imagine this is your day one in office. And you were just told कि अच्छा ये एक non-resident है. This is our client and उसने कुछ property भेजा, उस पे is asking for the tax implications. इतना बोल के चले गए. आपको समझा क्या देखना है? So similarly, AI tool is not somebody who is a tax expert. You need to tell them what is the question. First, you have to do context setting. That is very important. So context is done in two ways. One, when you give personality to your AI tool, okay, chartered accountant specializing in income tax laws or specializing in indirect tax laws, that is one context. Then in the tool, in the prompt, you do another context setting. You give a little more detail about the situation, the kind of output you want, and the resources that it needs to look at. The prompt engineer maximizing the potential of LLMs in various applications. Clarity, creativity. Giving the पीपीटी क्यों बना दिया? पीपीटी नहीं बनाना था, एक्सेल टेबल बनाना था. Have we gone through that or no? पर सर आपने नहीं बनाना था, मुझे लगा पीपीटी. वैसे ही ChatGPT को, परप्लेक्सिटी को भी यही लगेगा. अगर आप उनको बताओगे नहीं, whether you want a word document, how long do you want the word document to be, whether you want a presentation, how many, you have to give a proper prompts and expect ChatGPT or any tool for that matter to give you a response. You will have to think through what you want. Suppose you want to summarize a case law. You put a PDF which has the case law and you give a vague prompt. Case law. Will you get a summary? I'm not saying you. Tool does not know whether you want a long summary, short summary, what are the headings you want it to cover, what are the points it wants you to cover. Versus when you give it a detailed prompt like this. Summarize, think like a tax litigation expert and go through the law and summarize it on the following points. Background, final ruling of the court, technical explanation relied upon, key case laws, key conclusions, way forward, key case laws Madam had given in the previous lecture. The very nice table she showed you all, right, on summaries of case laws. You can take something like that. You can give it a prompt saying that this is the table format and I want the case law summary in this table format. Then it will be able to do a better task. Do you have to then verify it, or it's okay that now you've given a good prompt, when the table, you've given everything, you can rely on it? No, you'll still go through it because there could be some important arguments which have gotten missed by the tool which is reading that case law. For example, we did this experiment. We put a complicated case law where there are 3 judges, 2 are dissenting, one is dissenting and 2 are giving it in favor. And then we asked one of the tools to summarize it. So then it got confused. So then maybe you'll have to give it in the prompt also. So this means that you need to know at least the basics about the ruling that you're asking it to summarize. You just can't assume that it will summarize everything for you. Okay, maybe then use notebook LM first to understand and then go and summarize it. Fair? So you can tell it to be clear, you can tell it that use precise language, avoid jargon, you can specify what you want, you can even give constraints. Yeah, don't do this. You can tell it what not to do also. You should specify the format, length, tone, professional, semi-professional, conversational, friendly, all of that. Context, you have to context. What is context? Background. You have to give details about that XYZ is a resident of the US. They had a property in India, immovable property in India. They're expecting to dispose of the property. These are some of the key figures and dates about the transaction. What can be the possible tax implications? Refer to Income Tax Act, these sections, these circulars, and then create a comprehensive response. So you'll have to give a detailed prompt. These are some frameworks which you can use. Action, purpose, expectation. For example, you define the action, you tell the purpose, what is the ultimate goal for this activity, and then you also give the expectation, how you want the desired outcome. For example, draft an email in less than 450 words in a semi-formal tone explaining the withholding tax compliances for contractor payment 194C. The goal is to convince the client to undertake appropriate withholding. So now it will bring in a convincing tone in that email. It will not only be technical. You want the tone to be convincing. So you have to specify it to the tool. Task, action, goal. Okay, how is it different now? Same example, I'm giving you another prompt. Draft an email in less than 450 words in a semi-formal tone, explaining the withholding tax compliances for contractor payment. ये same है. Look at the following sections and circulars from the Income Tax Act. The goal is to convince the client to undertake appropriate withholding. उसको और specify कर दिया. So you will have to see, and the more you interact with the tool, no, the more it will learn how you like your responses. What is the kind of information and tone that you like, and it will start learning from history. So in the set, memory reference is on. It will keep learning from how you have given the previous prompts and what is the kind of response that you want. So that you should keep on, but keep that option where it is trained other models off. These are two different settings. You can actually take a picture of this because discussing everything. These are the frameworks. You can then, take one example and apply it on that example in various categories. None? Okay, some hygiene factors for hearing. Please don't use client name or identifiers. Always replace with XYZ ABC, year 1, year 2, amounts replace karo, Don't give away client details. Use generic or industry examples. Sometimes, in prompt engineering, you have to give an example about how to calculate or what to do. So don't give your client examples with client details. Either change them or use generic examples from the internet. Review all outputs manually. Use GPT for structure, not conclusion. Any AI tool, use it for the structure. Don't conclude completely based on that. Now, this is one very important way in which you use any AI tool is for brainstorming. We all agreed humans with artificial intelligence, with the help of the next wave of whatever professionals, yes or no? There are research say that if the more you use AI tools, the less your capacity, your brain. Yes? Phone numbers. So remember more than 15 in our contact book. And we remember only 5 people. Maybe 15 people. Baki sab to I remember my phone to my daughter. I am worried. If I don't learn her number, she'll be very upset. Mama, you don't know my number. But this is where we have come to because we are using calculators, we are using Excel sheets. So we have forgot. And there was a point. Remember my client PAN details also. I would remember year wise कौन से client पे कितना demand pending है, कितना refund pending है, सब याद रहता था एक point पे. Now we have come to a situation where we are not remembering numbers, and this will slowly happen with drafting skills also and reasoning skills also. So I like to use any AI tool in critique mode. What is this? This is very important. Very few people will tell you about this. You think through what you want first. Okay? You use AI, you give your draft to AI and you tell them इसको refine करो. इसमें से मुझे गलतियां बताओ. How can I make this better? Then you are sharpening yourself also. Okay? Please remember this. You are at the beginning of your careers. You cannot let your brain get completely taken over by AI. Don't give up your reasoning and thinking capacities. Even when you're doing some research, please independent. Don't tell that conclude, or if it has concluded, don't look at it before you have analyzed the case laws, the text, and come to a conclusion yourself. Then you reason with it. Yes or no? 5 साल बाद redundant होना है कि नहीं होना है? नहीं होना है. होना है किसने बोला? नहीं होना है. हमें redundant कभी नहीं होना है, which is why we will not let our reasoning capacity go down. With me? How do you prevent hallucination? Try to prevent hallucination. You cannot completely prevent it. I've given you those instructions. Set protocols, and even in your prompt, you can include it. Huh? Even in your prompt, you can include it. Please do not create any new data. Use existing data from reliable sources. You can take a line, use it. Fine. Now these tax use cases, as we were, I have email regular, I showed you one option. Tax opinions, we discussed that you do the research separately and the draft research. Verify each output. You will use this research as the start point. So today, what is the start point? Circulars, we go to commentaries, and then we go to case laws. Right or no? Now we get everything at one place because of the tool, but we will use that as a starting point, and we will use these tools as the verifying sources. We will not eliminate these tools completely. You understood the only reversed a little, it is not gotten eliminated. Assessment submission. Notices, you will redact the notices and upload it. Case law analysis, I've showed you also. Okay. Very important. Tax administration. Do you know how tax administration? Are you all aware? Senior members are aware. But so you want to guide them on how, what is happening? Yeah, a couple of examples. Correct. Correct. Yes. So AIS, your AIS, TIS, everything is getting created using AI now. So even if there is a small mismatch in your return and the AIS, it is getting picked up by AI tools. Case scrutiny selection is happening using AI tools. Please go back and check these news pieces. You should be updated as CA students. You should know how AI is. Do you know Supreme Court has started using AI for case management? Case management, lining up of the cases. It is not using for decision making. Case management, transcription of the hearings, translation of the hearings in various languages. There is a full circular which is there on how Supreme Court is using AI. Kerala High Court has issued directive on how to use AI, when not to use AI. Please read that. You should know that because you should know where it is allowed, where it is not allowed by the profession. Karnataka High Court X-Corp case where some case laws which were quoted are hallucinated, and then it is giving directive on how to use AI. So all the latest ITR utilities, and I have not checked it, but I heard it on one of the forums, is also that they're using AI-backed data now to fill the ITR utilities also. So all of these changes are happening in the tax administration, and we need to be aware. Do you know of the latest capital gains case which has happened using AI? Some fraud which was detected by use of AI. Do you know about it? So the case was that an SSE had capital gains on sale of immovable property. Some 1.4 crores ka gain aa raha tha. They didn't want to pay taxes. So how is capital calculated? Sale consideration minus cost of acquisition minus cost of improvement. Now cost of acquisition to registered hai. You can't do much about it. For cost of improvement, got some bills created. Correct. Correct. So they got some bills created and claimed this that index cost of improvement, and they brought down the capital gains to nil. So 1.4 CR से उसको nil पे ले आए. Now tax department caught the fraud. How? Bills, okay, were in Calibri font. They used AI tool to detect the font, and then they said this was made between 2004 and 6. Okay, the bills were dated between 2004 and 6 when this font was not even launched by Microsoft. And basis this, the entire claim was denied. So tax department is also using AI tools very effectively in forensics, in tax, tax mismatches, picking up cases for scrutiny, identifying frauds, tax frauds. So we need to know this. These are very interesting articles. Tell one of your tools every weekend to give you articles on how tax is being used, how AI is being used in India for tax purposes. So you will get पूरे का कुछ summary आपको मिलेगा 10 मिनट में पढ़ो and be updated. Now start using AI tools instead of translating girlfriend messages from Hindi to English or English to Hindi, whatever. Who was using it? I want to know that. Okay, any questions? So when you're responding to a tax notice, you follow 2 minutes. I hope we have the time. You will read the notice. You will check the validity of the notice. Yes or no? Are you all checking the validity of the notice? You will summarize the notice and list the document. Yes? Then you will draft an email for seeking. Everything come to a conclusion. Prepare your small notes and then prepare the response. This is moti the steps, or it has changed? Or you directly go to response bana. Out of all this, I personally believe you can use. So now what had we discussed in the, not the morning, the beginning of the session? You can integrate AI into your workflows. This is your work. I'm teaching you how to integrate AI into your workflow. This is your workflow. Now tell me, who can read the notice, AI tool or you? AI tool can also read the notice, but you will also have to read it. Okay? Who can check the validity of the notice? Are bolo? AI tool or you? You will check the validity. The notice and draft and correct. So now you know how to integrate AI into your workflows. Analyze the facts and case law. You can use AI tool assistance, but ultimate analysis जो decision लेना है. Will you be comfortable asking GPT कि अच्छा I am unwell, these are my symptoms, please give a medicine for me, and will you eat that medicine? You may do the research, but you will still check with the doctor, right? कि ये मैं खाऊं कि नहीं खाऊं? That is what it is. So you will still analyze the facts and case law. You may case laws between the law being applicable favor. So it's a fine art, right? That AI tool cannot do. It can tell you, okay, this is a summary of facts, case laws. These are the section numbers which are relevant. How do you read all three together and come to a conclusion in your domain? Fine. You can prepare advisory notes, AI tool for responses. Final submission के पहले एक आंख आपकी होनी चाहिए, आपके पार्टनर की होनी चाहिए. Fine. AI into your workflows. Any questions? Fine. All good. Anybody knows, last thing, anybody knows shadow tools? Shadow AI. Okay. So beginning of the session, you all said that your principals know that you all are using AI tools, yes or no? You all said that. Is there a list of approved tools given by your principal? No. Okay. So then maybe this is not so much relevant for you, but try and use only the known tools, the approved tools of the firm. Do not go into data directly on sensitive data on any tool. That is a key takeaway from today's session. Go back and test some of the tools, studies, difference in the way you're working. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an insightful session. I truly believe after this session, everyone's notepad will be full from new AI tools. Might be words cannot truly depict what ma'am said, but might be a shairi could. AI, Gen AI, and LLM came to light, each with a vision, each shining bright. From a bias and truth to contradiction play, they help us see text in a smarter way. CAGPT stands with a guiding spark, turning the complex into something stark. In this age of change, let's not resist, let's adapt, evolve, and not just exist. With that said, I will just hand over my mic to Bhavesh for continuing further. Let your expectations grow high. Thank you.
So, guys, how's the Josh? Come on, let's keep it a bit high here. Come on. So, now, as we move ahead to our most awaited session, I request our respected and much awaited speaker, CA Bhavar Burana sir, along with CA Ketan Sayya sir, Chairman WIRC, CA Jitendra Saglani sir, Chairman Vikasa of WIRC, to kindly grace the dais. Truly my privilege to introduce our esteemed speaker, CA Bhavar Burana sir. Sir is a name that resonates with every student for taxation, not only because of his vast knowledge, but because of his unique way of teaching that makes even the toughest of the provisions simple and memorable. And of course, how can we not mention his iconic introduction that every student eagerly waits for? Yes, people, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. कैसे हो आप लोग? होप सो आप सब बहुत बढ़िया होंगे. मैं भी बता देता हूँ, मैं भी बहुत बढ़िया हूँ. This line is not just a greeting, sir. It is an instant connection, a spark of motivation that makes every learner feel at home. Sir's guidance has inspired thousands to approach tax not with fear, but with clarity, confidence, and a ranker's mindset. And today, he is here with us for a session beyond the bare act, cracking tax with a winner's mindset. I now request our dignitaries to kindly present a small token of gratitude to Sir.
I think our sir can speak for a whole day, but we have put a restriction. We have told sir to just talk for 5 minutes only. And thereafter, we have kept the session for question answers. And it is not only tax which is to be learned from him. There are various aspects. I think he is one such person. If you listen to his life story, I think that itself is an inspiration to all of us. सो टैक्स तो सर से फिर हम क्लास में सीख ही लेंगे और वो सिखाई देंगे, लेकिन I'll request him to narrate the other than tax also those incidents which will inspire all the student in their life. So Bawar sir, आपका टॉक 10 मिनट से ज्यादा नहीं, मैक्सिमम, क्योंकि इनको क्या माइक मिलता है तो ये छोड़ते नहीं है, इसके लिए मैंने कंडीशन लगाई है.
We have the hand mic.
Check. Hello. Yeah, I'm audible. Yeah, it's okay. No problem. Okay, so guys, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. कैसे सब लोग? Hope so आप सब लोग बहुत बढ़िया रहेंगे. मैं बता दूं, मैं भी बहुत अच्छा हूँ. तो पहली चीज तो मैं बता दूं, मुंबई में बहुत बारिश हो रही थी लास्ट के 7-8 दिन से, एंड मैं 2-3 दिन से बीमार था. जो लोग अभी का बैच अटेंड कर रहे होंगे उनको पता रहेगा. तो मेरे पास 2 दिन पहले यहाँ से कॉल आया, विकासा के जो वाइस चेयरमैन है उन्होंने मुझे कॉल किया. चेयरमैन सर ने भी बोला कि बीबी सर हमारे यहाँ पे एक सेशन है, आपको आना है. मैंने कहा पक्का सर, मैं ट्राई करता हूँ, बट सैटरडे कल मैं आना चाहता था बट नहीं आ पाया ड्यू टू द इल हेल्थ. बट आज मैंने बोला 4 बजे मैं आ जाऊंगा. इन्होंने बोला ऑनलाइन ले लो. मैंने कहा नहीं यार, जो बच्चों से मिलके जो ऐसे आमने सामने मिलने का जो मजा है, जो प्यार है, वो कहीं नहीं है. So guys, I really thanks to WRC of ICI as well as Vikasa of the WRC of ICI to organizing this session, because ये आपने 2 दिन में बहुत सारी चीजें सीखी होगी. आपके लिए हेल्पफुल रहा या नहीं रहा ये बता दो. आपके लिए हेल्पफुल रहा या नहीं रहा ये बता दो. रहा ना? या. So please clap once for the WRC. So guys, आप लोगों ने ये जो सेशन है ये इनकम टैक्स पे था, और जैसा कि आपको 2 दिन पहले पता चला होगा कि इनकम टैक्स एक्ट 1961 की जगह अभी इनकम टैक्स एक्ट 2025 आने वाला है. और उसके बाद में बीच में तो जैसे 10 दिन पहले सुना होगा, बहुत सारे लोगों ने बोला कि नया एक्ट आ रहा है, विथड्रॉ कर लिया, गवर्नमेंट कभी नहीं लाएगी, इतना चेंज हो नहीं सकता एंड ऑल. और 11 अगस्त को जैसा गवर्नमेंट ने बिल प्रेजेंट किया लोकसभा में, वहीं पे पास किया. 12 को राज्यसभा में पास हो गया. 21 को प्रेसिडेंट ने साइन किया. एंड आप देखोगे 1 अप्रैल 2026 से इनकम टैक्स एक्ट 2025 आने वाला है. तो पहली चीज तो आपको ऐसा लग रहा होगा क्या सब चेंज हो जाएगा? कुछ भी चेंज नहीं होने वाला. जैसा पहले था वैसा ही रहेगा. टैक्स पहले भी लगता था, आगे भी लगेगा करके, ठीक है. एंड जो बेसिक एग्जामिशन थी 4 लाख, एंड जो भी स्लैब रेट दिया था लास्ट बजट में, बहुत ही बढ़िया स्लैब रेट है. अभी 24 लाख तक आपको स्लैब रेट का बेनिफिट मिलता है, वो नए वाले उसमें भी मिलने वाला है. चीजें चेंज क्या हो रही है नए एक्ट में? एक तो सीक्वेंसिंग बहुत बढ़िया हो गई. पहले क्या होता था, हम सेक्शन जब पढ़ते थे 35 साइंटिफिक रिसर्च पढ़ते हैं, 35 डी प्रिलिमिनरी एक्सपेंसेस, 35 डीडी करके अमलगमेशन डीमर्जर के एक्सपेंसेस, डीडीए वीआरएस के खर्चे. तो आप बोलोगे क्या है 35 डी डीडी डीडीए, आफ्टर दैट 35 एबीबी, 35 एबीए, 35 डी, ये सब चीजें हट गई है. अब सेक्शन नंबर है वो बड़ी सीक्वेंसिंग में, जैसे 1 से स्टार्ट हो रहा है और लास्ट में 536 सेक्शन है. इतनी सेक्शन ये नए वाले एक्ट में रहने वाली है. तो बड़ा ही प्यारा एक्ट है. आई एम ऑल्सो स्टूडेंट ऑफ नाउ दिस न्यू इनकम टैक्स एक्ट 2025. मैंने खुद ने भी पढ़ना चालू किया है. तो आप लोग जो है वो तो ऑब्वियसली आगे जाके पढ़ेंगे. जो लोग सीए फाइनल का एग्जाम दे रहे हैं या इंटर का एग्जाम दे रहे हैं, मई 2027 ऑनवर्ड्स उनके लिए नया इनकम टैक्स एक्ट लगेगा. बाकी अगर आप एग्जाम 2026 में दे रहे हैं, जैन 2027 में दे रहे हैं, तो आपको इनकम टैक्स एक्ट 1961 है वो ही लगने वाला है. सो गाइस, बिंदास, आप बिल्कुल टेंशन ना लें नए टैक्स लॉ को लेके. बहुत ही बढ़िया है, बहुत ही अच्छा है. एसेंस है वो सेम ही है, लेकिन बहुत सारी सेक्शन ऐसी थी जो आज काम की नहीं थी, उसको हटा दिया. और जैसे टीडीएस में इतनी सारी सेक्शन अपने को याद रखनी पड़ती थी, अब टीडीएस की एक ही सेक्शन रहेगी. और बाकी टीडीएस में जितना भी है वो टेबल दे रखा है कि भैया ये पेयर है, ये पेई है, इतने से ज्यादा पेमेंट किया इतना टीडीएस काटना है. तो टीडीएस की देयर इज ओनली वन सेक्शन इन द न्यू एक्ट. सो इट इज अ गुड मूव. अच्छा मूव है, अच्छी चीज है, अच्छी नई चीज सीखने को मिलेगी. लेकिन मेरे लिए भी बड़ा डिफिकल्ट ये है कि लास्ट के 13 साल से जब से पढ़ा रहा हूँ, हमेशा पढ़ाते हैं 44 एबीज फॉर टैक्स ऑडिट, अब सेक्शन अलग रहेगी। डेप्रीशिएशन 32 पढ़ाते थे, अब सेक्शन अलग रहेगी। असेसमेंट में 143(2) नाम से पता रहता है, 143(2) इज अ स्क्रूटनी का नोटिस, 143(3) स्क्रूटनी का असेसमेंट, 144 बैच जजमेंट असेसमेंट, 132 में रेड होती है, बट सब चीजें चेंज हो जाएगी। सो गाइस, नेक्स्ट 1 ईयर मेरे लिए तो चैलेंजिंग है ही है, आप लोगों के लिए भी चैलेंजिंग रहेगा। आप लोगों ने भी अगर इंटरमीडिएट में इनकम टैक्स एक्ट पुराना वाला पढ़ा होगा, नया पढ़ने को मिलेगा, बट यही तो सीए है कि इंसान को अपडेट हमेशा रहना चाहिए। गाइस, जैसा सर ने मुझे बोला है कि 10 मिनट से ज्यादा नहीं बोलना, मेरे को बोलने को बोला जाए तो मैं आपसे 2 घंटे तक बात कर सकता हूं, बट डोंट वरी अबाउट सर, 10 मिनट से ज्यादा मैं नहीं लूंगा। गाइस, आप लोग कितने लोग सीए फाइनल में, रेज योर हैंड। ऑलमोस्ट सीए फाइनल। इंटरमीडिएट वाले बहुत कम रहते हैं, इंटरमीडिएट वाले आते भी नहीं है करके। इंटरमीडिएट में कितने लोग हैं? वेरी गुड, बहुत फ्यू पीपल आर फ्रॉम इंटरमीडिएट। बट मैं आपको एक चीज बता दूं, इस लाइफ में व्हेन आई केम टू मुंबई फॉर द आर्टिकलशिप, मैं मुंबई आया था आर्टिकलशिप के लिए, एंड आर्टिकलशिप मैंने एक प्रोप्राइटरी फर्म से की, जहां पे कोई बड़ी फर्म नहीं थी। आजकल बच्चों को जब भी सीए इंटरमीडिएट क्लियर होता है तो कहाँ आर्टिकलशिप चाहिए, तो हर किसी को बिग फोर में जाना है, हर किसी को। मेरे पास जितने मैसेज आते हैं, सर बिग फोर में कोई पहचान है तो बताओ, बाकी फर्म में हम नहीं जाएंगे। बट मैंने तो छोटी सी फर्म से आर्टिकलशिप की, क्योंकि सीपीटी के बाद पहले आर्टिकलशिप होती थी, फाउंडेशन के बाद। एंड आर्टिकलशिप के बाद जब मैं सीए बना, सीए बनने के बाद आई केम इनटू द टीचिंग। मुझे पसंद था पढ़ाना, बिकॉज आई फिनेंस माय एजुकेशन थ्रू द टीचिंग ओनली। जब मैं 12th में पढ़ता था, मैं 10th वालों को पढ़ाता था। मैं 12th के बाद जब आगे आया, सीपीटी में पढ़ा, तो मैं 12th वालों को पढ़ा रहा था। ऐसे पढ़ा पढ़ा के मैंने खुद का एजुकेशन फाइनेंस किया। और सीए बनने के बाद ऐसा था कि नहीं यार, जाएंगे तो टीचिंग में ही। एंड आज जहां पे मैं हूं, टचवुड, मैं आपको 4 चीजें बोलूंगा, ये 4 चीजों पे अगर आप काम कर लो ना, तो लाइफ में हर चीज आप कर सकते हो। सबसे पहली जो प्रिंसिपल है, सबसे पहली चीज है, आप अपने आप में डेवलप करना एडेप्टेबिलिटी इन एनी एनवायरमेंट। एडेप्टेबिलिटी जो प्रिंसिपल है ना, वो बहुत ही बढ़िया प्रिंसिपल है, अगर आप फॉलो कर लो। आप बहुत बार ऑफिस में जाते होंगे, बहुत बार आपको ऑफिस पॉलिटिक्स से प्रॉब्लम होती होगी, अरे ये पॉलिटिक्स कर रहा है, ये ऐसे कर रहा है, वो ऐसा कर रहा है। एक बात बताऊं ना, अगर आगे बढ़ना है तो जो एनवायरनमेंट आपको मिले, उस एनवायरनमेंट को आप एडॉप्ट कर लेना, आप बहुत आगे जाओगे लाइफ में। अभी कुछ दिन पहले मेरी किसी से बात हो रही थी, एक स्टूडेंट है जो एक जॉब छोड़ रही है, कंपनी में काम कर रही थी। मैंने कहा क्यों छोड़ रही है, तो बोलती है बॉस से बन नहीं रही है। बॉस से बन नहीं रही है, ये एक रीजन है उसका, और उसकी वजह से वो जॉब छोड़ रही है। गाइस, ऐसा नहीं करना है। जब भी आप आर्टिकलशिप में हो, जो काम मिलता है ना, वो कर लो। कभी कोई ऐसा मत बोलना ये काम छोटा है, ये काम बड़ा है, जो मिलता है वो करो, कहीं ना कहीं पे वो काम आपके काम आने वाला है। सो यू शुड एडॉप्ट टू एवरी एनवायरमेंट। जब मैं मुंबई आया तो मेरे पास ऐसा चीज थी जो रहने के लिए मेरे पास जगह नहीं थी, बट एनी हाउ आई हैव मैनेज दैट। आप में से बहुत सारे लोगों को अच्छी हॉस्टल में वगैरह मिल जाता है। आई वॉज इन द वसई हॉस्टल। वसई हॉस्टल बड़ा दूर है, वसई रहता था, गोरेगांव में मेरा सीएफएम था। आई हैव ट्रेवल लॉट, सब चीजें की, बट आई एडेप्टेड टू दिस एनवायरमेंट। दूसरी चीज ध्यान रखना, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल। आपको बोलना पड़ेगा, बिना बोले कुछ नहीं हो सकता। यहां पे 2 दिन में आपने देखा होगा, इतने सारे स्पीकर है, उन्होंने बोला, अभी जो मैम बोल रही थी एआई के बारे में वगैरह, कितना बढ़िया बोल रही थी। यहाँ पे इंस्टीट्यूट की जितनी कॉन्फ्रेंसेज रहती है, स्टूडेंट कॉन्फ्रेंसेज रहती है, इंस्टीट्यूट की भी नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस रहेगी नवंबर दिसंबर में, आपको बोलना है। एंड कम्युनिकेशन स्किल डज नॉट मीन दैट यू शुड स्पीक इन इंग्लिश ओनली, यू कैन स्पीक इन हिंदी यार, क्या फर्क पड़ता है करके। आप हिंदी में बोलो। मैं जब राजस्थान से आया मुंबई, तो मुझे सच बता रहा हूं, इंग्लिश बिल्कुल नहीं आती थी करके। जो बच्चे आपस में इंग्लिश में बात करते थे, मुझे लगता था पता नहीं ये क्या बात कर रहे हैं, कौन सी दुनिया से आए यार, अपन गांव से आए हुए, अपने को इंग्लिश समझ में ही नहीं आती क्या हो रहा है। वहां बोल रहे हैं वो, लाइक यहाँ पे अभी जो पास्ट चेयरमैन थे गौतम करके, उनका इंटरव्यू हुआ। इंटरव्यू में उनको एक जगह पूछा कि हाउ मेनी सिबलिंग्स यू हैव। क्या पूछा? हाउ मेनी सिबलिंग्स यू हैव। उसको समझ में ही नहीं आया पूछा क्या है। उसने वापस पूछा करके, ठीक है, कि सर क्या बोल रहे हो बताओ करके। सीधी सी बात है, हम उस एनवायरनमेंट से आए, वहां पे हम भाई बहन ही बोलते थे, किसी को पता ही नहीं सिबलिंग का मतलब भाई बहन होता है। तो गाइज, कोई शर्माने की बात नहीं है, लेकिन आपको बोलना पड़ेगा। यू हैव टू स्पीक। आपको एज अ स्पीकर बनना पड़ेगा। जितनी यहाँ कॉन्फ्रेंसेज होती है, जितने यहाँ पे प्लेटफॉर्म मिलते हैं, आप उसको ग्रैब करो अगर लाइफ में आगे बढ़ना है तो। एंड होता क्या है पता है, हम जिस एनवायरनमेंट से आते हैं ना, हमेशा हमको ये लगता है कि यार अपने से नहीं होगा, अपन ये नहीं कर सकते। और एक वो कंफर्ट जोन से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते। और जिस दिन आप उस कंफर्ट जोन से बाहर निकलोगे ना, तब आपको लगेगा यार ये तो बहुत ही इजी था अपने लिए। What happened once with me, guys, in the 2017 तक मैं मुंबई में पढ़ाता था, ऑनलाइन पढ़ाता था, बट मैं हिंदी में ही पढ़ाता था। ऑब्वियसली हम हिंदी वालों को ही कैटर करते थे, मैं हिंदी मीडियम से रहा हूं, तो मैं हिंदी में ही पढ़ाता था। और मैंने अकाउंट्स वगैरह हिंदी में पढ़ी हुई है। आपको मैं बताऊं, मैं अकाउंट्स जो टर्म्स होते हैं, लाइक ट्रायल बैलेंस को हम लोग तलपट बोलते थे, बैलेंस शीट को हम लोग चिट्टा बोलते थे, ठीक है, कैश को हम लोग नकद बोलते थे, बैंक को हम लोग बैंक खाता बोलते थे। तो लाइक आई हैव स्टडीड अकाउंट आल्सो इन द हिंदी, कि जहां पे अकाउंट्स के टर्म्स जो है, लाभ हानि खाता बनाते हैं हम लोग, पीएनडल भी नहीं, लाभ हानि खाता बनाते थे। आई हैव स्टडीड इन द हिंदी। तो मेरे को ये लगता था कि मैं हिंदी वालों को ही पढ़ा सकता हूं। तो 2017 में क्या हुआ गाइस, कि मैं हिंदी वालों को पढ़ाता था, बट मेरे पास एक मैसेज आया चेन्नई से। देयर इज अ वन क्लास इन द चेन्नई, और वहां से उन्होंने एक मैसेज किया, आदित्य करके एक बंदा था, उसने मुझे एक मैसेज किया कि सर कैन यू विजिट चेन्नई एंड टेक वन बैच फॉर द सीए फाइनल फास्ट ट्रैक बैच। तो चेन्नई से मैसेज आया है, मेरे को पता है वहां हिंदी चलती नहीं है, तो मैंने सबसे पहले क्वेश्चन उसको यही पूछा कि सर आई हैव टू टीच इन हिंदी और इंग्लिश। तो उसका रिप्लाई आया कि यू हैव टू टीच इन 100% इंग्लिश। अब मुझे पता था अपन गेम से बाहर है, अपन हिंदी वाले हैं, अपने को इंग्लिश आती नहीं है, इंग्लिश में 3 लाइन से ज्यादा बोल नहीं पाते हम लोग करके, ठीक है, तो अपन उस गेम से बाहर है। बट हुआ क्या, मैं भी मारवाड़ी बंदा, मैंने सोचा ऐसे कैसे मना कर दूं, मुझे इंग्लिश नहीं आती। मैंने आदित्य को मैसेज किया, रिप्लाई किया, यू नो दैट, क्या बोल के, क्या आदित्य यू कैन नॉट अफोर्ड मी। क्या बोला, आदित्य यू कैन नॉट अफोर्ड मी। तो आदित्य बेचारा बड़ा पोलाइट बंदा, एक तो साउथ इंडियन बहुत पोलाइट लोग रहते हैं, उसने मुझे मैसेज किया कि सर कैन यू टेल मी हाउ मच यू विल चार्ज फॉर द 10 days बैच। अब उस दिन मैंने सोचा क्या कितना बोलूं कि आगे वाला बंदा मना कर दे। मैंने सोचा मैं एक दिन में कितना कमा सकता हूं, तो उस दिन मैंने सोचा कि एक दिन का ₹1,00,000 मिल जाए ना तो जिंदगी सेट है। मैंने उसको मैसेज कर दिया कि आदित्य आई विल चार्ज 10 लाख रुपीज फॉर द 10 days बैच। मुझे 101% पता था ये बंदा मना करेगा। रात को मैसेज करके मैं सो गया, मैं सुबह उठा, उठने के बाद मैंने मोबाइल देखा, तो उसने बोला कि अग्री सर, एंड उसने फ्लाइट की टिकट और शेड्यूल, होटल बुकिंग सब भेज रखा था। भाई साहब सुबह उठते ही 2 घंटे तो मेरे साथ क्या हुआ मुझे खुद को ही समझ में नहीं आया। मतलब मैं वो उसको सिंक ही नहीं कर पा रहा हूं, भाई मेरे साथ हुआ क्या है करके, ठीक है। फिर मैंने अपने आप को बोला कि यार अपन कब तक ऐसे भागते रहेंगे, कब तक ये बोलेंगे हम इंग्लिश में नहीं पढ़ा सकते। मैंने बोला मैं जाऊंगा चेन्नई, क्या होगा। मैं हमेशा है ना अपनी लाइफ में एक चीज सोचता हूं कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा बुरा मेरे साथ क्या हो सकता है, वो मैं मान लेता हूं मेरे साथ हो गया है, तो उसके बाद उससे बुरा तो हो नहीं सकता। तो मैंने सोचा मेरे साथ ज्यादा से ज्यादा बुरा क्या हो सकता है। मैंने कहा मैं चेन्नई जाऊंगा, वहां मैं इंग्लिश में नहीं पढ़ा पाऊंगा, बच्चे हंसेंगे, बच्चे भगा देंगे। मैंने कहा वहां ऐसे भी जानता कौन है अपने को, बेइज्जती महसूस वहां होती है जहां लोग जानते हैं, जहां नहीं जानते वहां कौन सी बेइज्जती। मैंने कहा कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। तो मैं ऐसा सोच के ऑल इज वेल खुद को बोल के, और आई विजिटेड चेन्नई। जिस दिन लेक्चर था उसके एक दिन पहले मैंने पूरी रात मिरर के सामने खड़ा रह के खुद को पढ़ा रहा हूं करके इंग्लिश में, कि कैपिटल असेट मींस प्रॉपर्टी ऑफ एनी काइंड हेल्ड बाय एसएससी, वेदर इट इज मूवेबल, इमूवेबल, टेंजिबल, इंटेंजिबल, वेदर इट इज कनेक्टेड विद बिजनेस और नॉट। मैं खुद को पढ़ा रहा हूं। दूसरे दिन लेक्चर था, मैं लेक्चर में गया। स्टार्टिंग के 2 घंटे तो मैंने क्या पढ़ा है मुझे खुद को समझ में नहीं आया, बट मैंने पढ़ाया। एंड गाइज उसके बाद इवनिंग तक मैं अपने आप को इतना प्राउड फील कर रहा था कि मैंने इंग्लिश में पढ़ाया है। मैं खुद इंग्लिश में कभी पढ़ा नहीं, ठीक है, बट मैंने इंग्लिश में पढ़ाया है। आई लाइक मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा था मैंने कोई वॉर जीत लिया है करके, ठीक है। एंड आई हैव कंप्लीटेड दैट 10 days बैच, and after that I used to visit Chennai for the 10 days batch, and that was 2017-18, and today it's 2025, and we under BB Virtual we have exclusive batches for the South Indian student, that is 100% English batches. So लाइफ में मैं बताऊं ना, एक चीज ऐसी होती है अगर शायद वो आप कर लेते हैं ना तो वो चीज हो जाती है। तो मेरे साथ ही ऐसा ही हुआ। सो आप लोग है ना, आप लोगों के साथ भी यही है, एक जो है ना ग्लास सीलिंग है उसको आप ब्रेक नहीं कर पा रहे हो, लेकिन जिस दिन आप उसको ब्रेक कर पाओगे ना, देन स्काई इज द लिमिट। सो गाइज यू शुड स्पीक इन फ्रंट ऑफ द पीपल, यहाँ पे लोगों से बात करो, यहाँ आके बोलो। ये जो प्लेटफॉर्म मिल रहा है ना ये लोगों को नहीं मिलता है, और आप लोगों को ये मिल रहा है, सो जस्ट यूटिलाइज दिस। So first is the adaptability, second is communication skill, third is the leadership. आप जब भी ऑफिस में काम करते हो, जब भी आपका जूनियर कुछ मांगता है आपसे काम, आप उसको दे दिया करो। बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे होते हैं जो अपना काम अपने जूनियर को, अपने किसी कलीग को देते ही नहीं, उनको लगता है कि अगर दे दिया ना तो शायद मेरा काम चला जाएगा। ऐसा नहीं है। इफ यू वांट टू ग्रो इन द लाइफ ना, देन यू हैव टू बी अ लीडर इन द लाइफ। यहाँ पे जो लोग विकासा के मेंबर है, एक बात बताऊं, यहाँ पे ये लोग जो इतना ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, इतनी मेहनत कर रहे हैं, सुबह से शाम तक आप लोगों को हाथ जोड़ जोड़ के लाया गया है, आप लोगों को इतने सारे मैसेज किए गए, इतने सारे इंस्टाग्राम पे मैसेज किए, आपको लग रहा होगा कि भाई ये लोग क्यों कर रहे हैं। बट मैं आपको बता दूं, आज से 15 साल बाद देखना, ये लोग कहीं ना कहीं बहुत बड़ी जगह रहेंगे। दे विल बी अ लीडर, आइदर दे विल बी द MP or MLA or in the institute, they will be a leader. So guys, leadership quality you have to develop, and last is a content. कंटेंट के बिना इस दुनिया में कुछ भी नहीं है। आप अपने कंटेंट पे ध्यान रखो, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हो, CA आर्टिकल हो, अपना कंटेंट बेस्ट होना चाहिए, टॉप नॉच होना चाहिए। जो भी आप पढ़ रहे हो ऐसा पढ़ना ना कि भैया उसमें उसके अलावा मतलब कुछ भी नहीं है। 100% गिव योर 100% टू द कंटेंट। एंड ये जो टाइम है ना, इसको बर्बाद मत करना। जो CA बनने का टाइम होता है ना, CA फाइनल से पहले रुकना मत, क्योंकि मैंने ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग देखे हैं जो CA इंटरमीडिएट फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट में क्लियर कर गए थे, बट CA फाइनल में 10-10 अटेम्प्ट लग गए हैं। और मैंने ऐसे लोगों को भी देखा है जो इंटरमीडिएट में 5 अटेम्प्ट में पास हुए और CA फाइनल फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट में क्रैक कर गए। CA फाइनल इज अ मस्ट इन द लाइफ। एंड गाइस, इतना ज्यादा डिस्ट्रक्शन लाइफ में चल रहा है, सोशल मीडिया है, इंस्टाग्राम है, टेलीग्राम है, टेलीग्राम पे लड़कियों के डाउट भी सॉल्व करने हैं, ठीक है, यही होता है। ग्रुप बना रखे लोगों ने टेलीग्राम पे, और अगर किसी लड़के ने डाउट पूछा कोई रिप्लाई नहीं करता है। किसी लड़की ने डाउट पूछा भाई 6 लोग तो वहीं रिप्लाई करते हैं, 2 लोग और पर्सनल मैसेज में आते हैं कि शायद आपका मैं डाउट क्लियर ना हुआ हो तो मैं कर लूं। आपने देखा होगा यहाँ लाइब्रेरी में सीढ़ियों पे ऊपर एक लड़की होती है, उस लड़की को एक लड़का सिखा रहा होता है। हर लाइब्रेरी का स्टोरी है। एक लड़की होती है, उसको एक लड़का सिखा रहा होता है, और वो लड़की पास हो जाती है और वो लड़का किसी और को सिखा रहा होता है अगले एग्जाम में। तो गाइस मैं बताऊं ना, लाइफ में सब चीजें करनी है। ये जो लड़की लड़का जो क्या बोलते हैं आप लोगों की लैंग्वेज में, जो भी है, जो भी शिप बोलते हैं आजकल, पता नहीं, ठीक है, सिचुएशनशिप बोलते हैं, आई डोंट नो, जो भी रिलेशनशिप ही हमारे यहाँ पे तो था पहले करके, ठीक है, बट आजकल सब लोगों ने अलग अलग नाम दे दिए। मैं थोड़े दिन पहले सुना नैनोशिप भी होती है करके, ठीक है, नैनोशिप, माइक्रोशिप, सिचुएशनशिप, जो भी है। मैं बताऊं लाइफ में सब चीजें करनी है, लेकिन एक बार CA बनने के बाद, CA बनने के बाद जो करना है वो करना। इतनी पार्टी करना ना, 10 दिन तक यहाँ के जितने भी क्लब है करके, ठीक है, वहां अपना ही नाम होना चाहिए करके, ठीक है, वहां डिस्प्ले जो चलता है ना उसमें अपना ही नाम आना चाहिए, वो सब करना है। लेकिन CA बनने के बाद एक बार बन जाओ यार, और जब बन जाओगे ना उसके बाद लाइफ, सच बता रहा हूँ, सेट है। ये जो पहले लोग बोलते थे ना 12वीं पास कर लो लाइफ सेट है, कोई बोलता था CPT क्लियर कर लो, फाउंडेशन कर लो लाइफ सेट है, हुई क्या? नहीं हुई ना। सच मैं ही बोल रहा हूं, CA बन जाओ लाइफ सेट है। क्योंकि CA बनने के बाद सबसे बड़ा फायदा क्या है पता है? आपको पढ़ना नहीं पड़ता, पढ़ना नहीं पड़ता, नहीं पढ़ना पड़ता। और इस दुनिया में मैं बताऊं ना, सबसे डिफिकल्ट टास्क क्या है पता है? पढ़ना। पढ़ाना इजी है, पढ़ाना इजी है। जॉब, आप मुझे बताओ, आर्टिकलशिप करना इजी है या पढ़ना इजी है? आर्टिकलशिप इजी है ना, मतलब जॉब करना इजी है, पढ़ना इज डिफिकल्ट। पढ़ाना इजी है, पढ़ना इज डिफिकल्ट, बिकॉज आपको एक साथ में 6 पेपर मैनेज करने हैं। वो उस रूम में पूरे 4-5 महीने तक बैठना है, ना कोई फेस्टिवल है, ना कुछ भी है, ना डांडिया में घूमने जा पा रहे हैं, ना कुछ कर पा रहे हैं, ना होली दिवाली सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं, वो रूम में आप बैठे हो। लेकिन गाइस मैं बताऊं ना, वो वर्थ है। जब मैं अभी कभी मिलता हूं ना, अभी मैं बताऊं, लास्ट सैटरडे जो है, मैं ताज लैंड सेंड्स गया, ऑल इंडिया रैंक 1, 2, 3 तीनों के साथ डिनर करने। तो अब उनकी लाइफ एकदम सेट है। किसी से पूछा कितना पैकेज मिल रहा है, तो वो बंदी है, उसका HUL ने इंटरव्यू लिया है, 28-30 लाख का पैकेज है। जो बंदा है जो AR1 है, उसका 30-40 लाख का पैकेज है, आराम से BCG में मिल जाएगा उसको। सो गाइस मैं एक बात बोल रहा हूँ, इट इज नॉट अबाउट ऑल इंडिया रैंक 1, 2, 3। कोई भी ढंग का बंदा है जिसने CA है वो फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट में क्लियर किया है, अच्छा खासा पैसा मिल जाता है। बंदा करने वाला चाहिए। मैं बताऊं ना, आप में अगर एफर्ट मारने की ताकत है ना, तो चीजें सब हो जाती है। मैं अभी कुछ दिन पहले एक लड़की से मिला, स्टूडेंट है CA फाइनल की, उसका 4th अटेम्प्ट में इंटरमीडिएट क्लियर हुआ और वो अभी जो है वो अमेजोन में इंडस्ट्रियल ट्रेनिंग कर रही है और उसका मंथली जो है रेम्यूनरेशन स्टाइपेंड जो भी बोलते हो वो 80,000 है। 80,000 रुपीज मंथली पुणे में अमेजोन में इंडस्ट्रियल ट्रेनिंग कर रही है। मैंने बोला कैसे हुआ तेरा तेरा तो 4 अटेम्प्ट में इंटरमीडिएट क्लियर हुआ था। बोलती है सर मैंने कुछ नहीं किया, मैंने क्या किया, जितने भी लिंक्डइन पे जो लोग थे मैं उनको रोज मैसेज करती थी अमेजोन वालों को, आई वांट इंडस्ट्रियल ट्रेनिंग, हाउ आई कैन अप्रोच एंड ऑल। दुनिया में एक बात बताऊं ना, हमारे वहां पे एक कहावत है कि बेचने वाला होता है ना वो मिट्टी भी बेच लेता है। तो एफर्ट मारने पड़ते हैं, मेहनत करनी पड़ती है। आप लोगों को जो बनना है ना, जो अपन हर कोई चाहता है यार कि बड़ा इंसान बनना है, कुछ बड़ा करना है, ऐसा बनना है, फेमस बनना है, ये होना है वो होना है, बट उसके लिए एफर्ट तो मारने पड़ेंगे ना, खुद को मरना तो पड़ेगा ना, तब जाके स्वर्ग दिखेगा। ऐसा तो होगा नहीं बाजू वाले को मार दो स्वर्ग अपने को दिख जाए, वैसा तो नहीं होने वाला ना। सो वी हैव टू पुट द एफर्ट। मैं बताऊं इस दुनिया में कोई लक वक जो है वो सिर्फ 1 और 2% काम करते हैं, बाकी 98% इज योर हार्ड वर्क। एंड मैंने ये देखा है कि आप कितने टैलेंटेड थे पहले, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, हार्ड वर्क बीट टैलेंट व्हेन टैलेंट डज नॉट वर्क हार्ड। So guys, ultimately this course is for the hardworking people. You should give your 100%. एफर्ट मारते रहो, लाइफ में खुश रहो, लाइफ को थोड़ा हल्का रखो। एक तो ज्यादा स्ट्रेस लेने की जरूरत नहीं है। एंजाइटी भी आजकल बहुत सारे लोगों को होती है, नहीं होनी चाहिए करके, ठीक है, उन सब से दूर रहो। लाइफ को थोड़ा एकदम इजी बना के जियो। क्या है, कुछ भी नहीं, सब इजी है। जब आप खुश रहते हो ना तो आपका हर क्वेश्चन का आंसर मिल जाता है। आप खुश रह के गाना गाते गाते कोई अकाउंट का सम सॉल्व कर दो, फटाफट आंसर मिल जाता है। और जिस दिन आप स्ट्रेस में हो, जिस दिन आपका माइंड ब्लॉक हो गया है, उस दिन आपसे कुछ भी नहीं हो पाता है। और पूरे दिन टाइम पास किया, पढ़ाई हुई नहीं, शाम को इतना रिग्रेट होता है, इतना गिल्ट होता है कि आज का दिन खराब हो गया। सो गाइस, लाइफ इज ऑल अबाउट द अच्छे से जीना है, खुश रहना है, अच्छी बातें करना है, अच्छे लोगों के साथ रहना है। पॉजिटिव लोग हैं वो दोस्त होने चाहिए, जो लोगों के बारे में बात ना करे। मैंने ऐसे बहुत सारे ग्रुप देखे जो सिर्फ लोगों को क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं। वो हर किसी को क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं, जिसने ढंग का किया है उसको हर किसी को क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं। किसी बच्चे ने बेचारे ने AR1 लाया होगा तो उसके नीचे लिखेगा इसने तो डमी आर्टिकल शिफ्ट की होगी करके, ठीक है, खुद का ठिकाना नहीं। सो डोंट, आप ऐसे लोगों के साथ मत रहो। आप ऐसे लोगों के साथ रहो ना जो आपके साथ कुछ प्रोग्रेसिव बातें करे। जब दोस्त मिले ना तो ऐसी बात करे, यार पैसे कमाना है, बोलो कैसे करेंगे, स्टार्टअप बनाएंगे करके, ठीक है। वो यहाँ पे बोले यार ये चाय वाला इतना पैसे कमा रहा है करके, ठीक है, अपन भी ऐसा करेंगे, कुछ नया करेंगे। ऐसे लोगों के साथ में रहना, और मैं बताऊं सच में चीजें हो जाती है। मेहनत करनी पड़ती है, एफर्ट मारने पड़ते हैं। दुनिया में पैसा बहुत है, कमाने वाला चाहिए। एंड गाइस मैं बताऊं एक बंदे की स्टोरी, मोहम्मद पटेल करके नाम है। 2017 में ही क्वालिफाइड एज अ CA। बंदा गुजरात का है, मैंने स्टोरी क्लास में भी बताई होगी। ही इज माई नोन पर्सन। उसने क्या किया, CA फाइनल का एग्जाम दिया, और सिलवासा से है गुजरात में, शायद गुजरात के पास में। तो उसने क्या किया, CA फाइनल का एग्जाम दिया, बहुत बढ़िया तैयारी करके। ही वॉज ट्राइंग फॉर रैंक, के रैंक आने वाली है। और CA फाइनल के रिजल्ट के दिन पता चलता है कि आपका रिजल्ट विथ हेल्ड कर दिया इंस्टीट्यूट ने। उसने पूछा विथ हेल्ड क्यों किया, तो बोले आर्टिकलशिप में 2 दिन कंप्लीट नहीं हुए थे। आर्टिकलशिप में 2 दिन कंप्लीट नहीं हुए थे, रिजल्ट विथ हेल्ड कर दिया। बंदा अहमदाबाद जाके आया, कुछ भी नहीं हुआ, एक ही ऑप्शन है, अगली बार वापस तैयारी करो। 6 महीने वापस तैयारी की, वापस मैंने रिजल्ट देखने को ही नहीं मिला कि भाई पास हुआ था फेल हुआ। वो उसने बोला रिजल्ट तो बता दो, तो पता तो चले कि भाई कितनी मेहनत करनी है, कौन सी रैंक आई है, तो अगली बार और ट्राई ज्यादा करते हैं। सेकेंड टाइम उसने वापस से एग्जाम दिया एंड ही स्कोर रैंक करके इन द CA फाइनल। 17 या 18 के आसपास की रैंक थी। एंड गाइस रैंक आने के बाद उसने बोला अपन CA लोग गुजराती मारवाड़ी मान लो इधर से, तो हम नॉर्मली बिजनेस के बारे में सोचते हैं क्या करें। एंड उसने क्या किया, बंदा गुजरात में था, बोला अपन प्रैक्टिस चालू करते हैं। अहमदाबाद में ही स्टार्टेड प्रैक्टिस, थोड़े टाइम प्रैक्टिस की, बट प्रैक्टिस में कुछ काम हो नहीं रहा था। देन ही स्टार्टेड सेलिंग द पीनट बटर करके, एक माई फिटनेस करके ब्रांड है, इफ यू रिमेंबर। सो राहिल एंड उसने मोहम्मद पटेल, दे स्टार्टेड विद द ब्रांड कॉल माई फिटनेस, जो जिम में वगैरह आप देखोगे व्हाइट कलर का डब्बा आता है, वेरी फेमस ब्रांड। सो माई फिटनेस करके चालू किया, धीरे धीरे उसकी सेल चालू होने लगी माई फिटनेस पीनट बटर की। तभी कोविड आ गया, और कोविड के बाद सेल वापस 0। लेकिन कोविड के बाद में जो सेल बूस्ट हुई, दैट इज लाइक अमेजिंग, क्योंकि कोविड के बाद लोग हेल्थ कॉन्शियस होने लग गए। अपने को लगा अरे पीनट बटर अच्छी चीज है, ये खाना चाहिए, ऐसा होना चाहिए, इसमें ये होता है, प्रोटीन है, विटामिन है, ये जो भी है। एंड गाइस कुछ टाइम पहले, 2 साल पहले की बात है, दे हैव सोल्ड देयर कंपनी एट द 200 करोड़ का वैल्यूएशन। ये अभी के बच्चे 2017-18 की बात कर रहा हूं मैं। सो गाइस मैं बताऊं ना, आप भी बहुत सारी चीजें कर सकते हो। अल्टीमेटली एफर्ट मारना पड़ेगा, मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, 10 चीजें जो है वो एक्सप्लोर करोगे, उसमें से 2 क्लिक होगी। 8 है वहां पे आप फेल हो जाओगे, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। सो गाइज दैट्स सर 10 मिनट हो गए होंगे सर, ठीक है। सो गाइज थैंक्स अ लॉट टू ऑल ऑफ यू, आपसे मिलके मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। एंड नेक्स्ट 5-6 मिनट्स इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चन यू कैन आस्क मी, आई लव टू आंसर यू। कोई क्वेश्चन है तो आप पूछ लीजिए मुझे से। यस
सर थोड़ा माहौल के हट के क्वेश्चन जा रहा है।
यस यस बिल्कुल, माहौल से एकदम हटके। हाँ
टेक्निकल
कुछ भी
क्वेश्चन
पूछ
because
सकता है, कुछ
September
भी,
attempt.
मतलब कुछ भी।
Yeah,
क्या वो रिप्लाई नहीं कर रही, वो भी पूछ सकता है।
नहीं बिकॉज सितंबर अटेम्प्ट है।
हाँ।
सर जनरली आपने मास्टर सम कवर कराया था फॉर
PGBP
पीजीबीपी
में, हाँ,
फाइनल एडजस्टमेंट्स, बट वी हैव सीन नवंबर 24 से बहुत सारे नए एडजस्टमेंट्स भी आ रहे हैं एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दोज 50% मार्क्स उधर ही उठ रहे हैं। आई गॉट टू सी माय पेपर, मेरे 2 एडजस्टमेंट्स रॉन्ग थे, 14 में से मुझे 4 मिले सीधा, और मैं वो मास्टर सम की सारी एडजस्टमेंट रट के गया था। तो हाउ टू कवर फॉर दैट?
सी आप सिर्फ एक सम पे तो पूरा पीजीबी पे डिपेंड नहीं कर सकते करके, ठीक है। अल्टीमेटली दैट इज द लास्ट डे रिवीजन, कि भाई लास्ट डे में अगर आप पूरे 42 एडजस्टमेंट अगर आप कर लेते हो तो आपका ऑलमोस्ट उसमें ऐसा है कि आपके जो क्वेश्चन में से 50% कवर हो सकता है। नाउ देयर विल बी अ न्यू एडजस्टमेंट दैट इज देयर, लेकिन वो न्यू आपके लिए नहीं है, सबके लिए, पूरे इंडिया के लिए न्यू है। अगर वो इंस्टीट्यूट ने पूछा ही नहीं, पहली बार पूछ रहे, तो दैट इज द न्यू फॉर एवरीवन। नाउ अगर आप 2 एडजस्टमेंट गलत किए, उसकी वजह से 10 मार्क कटे हैं, तो वो तो गलत है, वो तो चेकिंग का इश्यू है, क्योंकि इतना नहीं होना चाहिए। क्योंकि आपने 2 देयर आर, सपोज फॉर एन एग्जांपल इन द क्वेश्चन देयर आर 10 एडजस्टमेंट एंड 10 में से आपने 2 ही गलत किए, उसकी वजह से आपको 10 मार्क कटने चाहिए, वैसा नहीं होना चाहिए। बाकी चीजें भी आपने गलत की होगी। जो आप क्या होता है ना, सी
पेपर
हाँ,
रॉन्ग सिर्फ 2 जगह पे था।
ऐसा नहीं होता। अपन क्या करते हैं, रॉन्ग, और जहां सही था वहां पे भी आपने नोट्स प्रॉपर्ली लिखा है क्या?
हाँ
हाँ, वो आपको लग रहा है, हाँ ठीक है। मेरे को भी यही लगता था जब मैं एग्जाम देके आता था ना, तो मुझे भी यही लगता था मेरा सब सही है ना करके, ठीक है। सी तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ कहीं ना कहीं पे देयर में भी पॉसिबिलिटी, आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि आपने कहीं कुछ गलत किया होगा, बट देयर में भी पॉसिबिलिटी कि या तो नोट्स में कहीं पे कमी रही होगी, या कुछ एडजस्टमेंट ऐसे है जो तुमने गलत, तुमको लग रहा है ये सही है, बट देयर में भी पॉसिबिलिटी वो गलत हो, या उसका कॉन्सिक्वेंशियल इफेक्ट आया हो आगे। सो मैं ये बोलता हूं कि जब भी आपका फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन आप सॉल्व करोगे, आपको 100% एडजस्टमेंट सही नहीं होंगे, 1-2 में प्रॉब्लम आएगी जो नए एडजस्टमेंट है। अब उसमें आपको ये है कि अपना लॉजिक थोड़ा इस्तेमाल करना है कि भाई अगर कुछ भी ऐसा एडजस्टमेंट आ गया, जैसे गवर्नमेंट ग्रांट से रिलेटेड कोई एडजस्टमेंट आ गया, अब वो आपने कभी देखा हुआ मास्टर सम में मान लो नहीं है वो, और आपको अगर मिल गया, देन यू हैव टू अप्लाई योर रीजनिंग, योर लॉजिक, कि मुझे कैसे इसका आंसर करना है, and try to answer that. And wherever you write ना, please try to write the notes. इंस्टीट्यूट को चाहिए नोट्स ज्यादा से ज्यादा। आप कुछ भी एडजस्टमेंट करोगे, आप ऐड कर रहे हो तो ऐड में क्यों किया उसका नोट्स लिखो, अगर लेस क्यों किया उसका नोट्स लिखो, जहां सेक्शन नंबर याद है वहां सेक्शन नंबर लिखो, नहीं है तो ऐसा लिखो एज पर द प्रोविजन ऑफ द इनकम टैक्स सो एंड सो इट हैज टू बी एडेड बैक। सो आपको लिखना पड़ेगा, तो देयर में भी पॉसिबिलिटी उसकी वजह से ऐसा। बट मैं बताऊं फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन ऐसा रहता है जहां पे अगर आप थोड़ा बहुत भी ठीक ठाक करोगे तो 8-10 मार्क्स तो आ ही जाते हैं, 10 तो आ ही जाते हैं। अगर आप बोल रहे हो मेरे को 4 ही मिला है, मैंने बहुत सही किया था, मैं मेरा पर्सनल नंबर देता हूं, मुझे भेज देना, आई विल ट्राई, आई विल चेक इट एंड आई विल रिवर्ट यू कि तुमने कहां कहां पे गलतियां की है करके, ठीक है।
सो नोट्स जो है वो ब्रैकेट में नीचे
ब्रैकेट में साथ में ही लिखना है, लास्ट में लिखने की जरूरत नहीं, बिकॉज अभी जो इंस्टीट्यूट बहुत टाइम से जो ट्रेंड फॉलो कर रही है वहीं पे ब्रैकेट में साथ में लिखना है, ब्रैकेट में साथ में लिख लो, बेस्ट है। हाँ, एनी अदर डाउट? बोलो, वो पीछे पे बच्चे।
Sir,
हाय।
sir, even after doing practice of mock tests and papers, but paper complete होता ही नहीं है DT का।
इवन आफ्टर डूइंग प्रैक्टिस पेपर पूरा होता ही नहीं है।
During those 3 hours, मतलब अभी तो करते हैं तो
हो जाता है,
but वो 3 hours में
अब वही है, मतलब प्रैक्टिस ही कर सकते हो। मैं इसमें क्या आंसर करूं, मैं इसमें क्या करूं? मैं यहाँ तो कोई ऐसा मशीन हो जो फास्ट फास्ट लिखने दे दे, कोई दवाई हो ठीक है। बट मैं बताऊं तुमको बेटा, सी कैसा होता है ना, पहली चीज तो आप थोड़ा वहां पे आपको अपने आप को ये इवेल्युएट करना पड़ेगा कितने मार्क्स का क्वेश्चन है, कितना टाइम तुम दे रही हो। कहीं ना कहीं तो ये हो रहा है ना कि अगर 5 मार्क का क्वेश्चन है उसके लिए आपको मैक्सिमम 10 मिनट ही देना है, क्योंकि मैं ये मानता हूं 90 मार्क्स का पेपर अगर आप ढंग से अटेंड कर लेते हो बहुत है, अपने को लाने होते हैं 50 मार्क्स, ठीक है, 60 भी आगे तो बहुत बढ़िया बात है करके, ठीक है। तो अगर 90 मिनट्स का टाइम है, आप 90 मिनट्स है आपके पास में, 90 मार्क्स है और आपके पास 180 मिनट्स है, तो आपको यू हैव टू डिवाइड इक्वली कि आपको ध्यान रखना है कि जब भी आप कोई क्वेश्चन कर रहे हैं वो क्वेश्चन में कितना टाइम दे रहे हैं। अगर आप पीजीबीपी का क्वेश्चन है 14 मार्क्स का और उसके लिए अगर आप 1 घंटा लेके बैठे हैं तो आप कहीं ना कहीं तो आपका छूटने ही वाला है, ये बात पक्की है। तो आपको ये पहले से जब 15 मिनट्स अपने पास पहले मिलता है ना, जब आप पेपर रीड करते हो, आप अपने दिमाग में पूरी चीजें बिठा दिया करो कि मुझे ये पहले ये करना है, ये बाद में करना है और मुझे इतना ही टाइम इसमें देना है। अगर इससे ज्यादा टाइम लग रहा है मैं वहां से छोड़ दूंगी उसको, मैं बाद में देखूंगी एक बार, नहीं तो मेरे पीछे वाले क्वेश्चन है वो छूट रहे हैं। क्योंकि क्या होता है ना, अब जैसे मान लो स्लम सेल का क्वेश्चन आया करके, ठीक है, स्लम सेल का क्वेश्चन 8 मार्क का है और वो 7 मिनट में हो जाता है। करना क्या है, 7 मिनट में हो जाएगा 8 मार्क का क्वेश्चन। बट पीजीपीपी का क्वेश्चन वो 14 मार्क का है, अगर तुम लेके बैठना चाहो, नोट्स लिखना चाहो, बहुत ज्यादा करना चाहो, 1.5 घंटा उसमें निकाल सकते हो, आराम से उसके साथ खेल सकते हो आप। सो ऐसा नहीं करना है, यू हैव टू बाइफरकेट द मार्क्स एंड उसके अकॉर्डिंगली आपको देखना है। जब आप एमसीक्यू कर रहे हो, आपके पास मतलब एमसीक्यू 30 मिनट्स का है, 30 मार्क्स का है, आपको 60 मिनट से ज्यादा उसमें टाइम नहीं देना है। 1 घंटे से ज्यादा मैं टाइम नहीं दूंगी उसमें। जब आपको पता है ट्रांसफर प्राइसिंग का क्वेश्चन है, 4 एडजस्टमेंट करके 6 मार्क्स मिल रहे हैं वहां पे करके, ठीक है, तो 6 मार्क का क्वेश्चन है, वहां 6-7 मिनट में हो जाता है वो क्वेश्चन। तो यू हैव टू प्लान इन सच अ वे कि मेरे को मैक्सिमम मार्क्स कवरेज करना है इन दैट पर्टिकुलर टाइम। ये तुमको पहले 15 मिनट में डिसाइड कर लेना पड़ेगा। तुम अगर नहीं करोगी वो 15 मिनट्स में डिसाइड, तो लास्ट में जाके कैसा होगा कि जो आपको आता था, जिसमें मार्क्स ज्यादा मिल पाते, वो तुम छोड़ के आ रही हो। वही हो रहा है ना, मुझे पता है करके, ठीक है। हाँ, मैं भी बाबा बन सकता हूँ, ठीक है, बोलना क्या है ठीक है। तो वही हो रहा है। तो वो क्यों हो रहा है पता है तुमको? बिकॉज तुम कर नहीं पा रही हो सही से। तो उसको अभी तुमको क्या करना है, अगली बार से जब 15 मिनट का टाइम है, 15 मिनट नहीं पढ़ने एमसीक्यू, छोड़ दो एक बार के लिए, ठीक है, बाद में पढ़ूंगी बोलना। बट तुम 15 मिनट में ये डिसाइड कर पाओ कि तुम्हारा सिक्वेंसिंग क्या होना चाहिए और कौन से ज्यादा मार्क्स के क्वेश्चन है जो आपको कवर पहले करने हैं। तो वैसा करो, ऐसा पहला क्वेश्चन पहले ही करना कोई जरूरी नहीं है, लास्ट में करोगी तो भी चलेगा। और ऐसा होता है ना, बहुत बार क्या होता है, पहला क्वेश्चन अपन करते हैं तो बहुत जमा जमा के लिखते हैं, आराम से लाइनें लिखेंगे, रेड कलर, अब लिखना तो ब्लैक कलर ही है, तो बट तो भी लाइन है, स्केल, ये वो, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता उससे। हाँ,
सर, जो कंप्लीटली प्रैक्टिकल चैप्टर्स है, मतलब ट्रांसफर प्राइसिंग, कैपिटल गेन, ट्रस्ट, तो उसमें कंप्यूटेशन पार्ट प्रॉपर्ली होगा, तो फिर प्रोविजन वन लाइनर में कंप्लीट कर सकते हैं।
वन लाइनर में कर सकते हो आप प्रोविजन।
प्रोविजन पढ़ा है तो वी यूज्ड टू राइट एवरीथिंग।
नहीं नहीं, सी यू हैव टू राइट द प्रोविजन आल्सो, बट आपको कंप्यूटेशन पार्ट करना है, बट प्रोविजन आपको ज्यादा एलिब्रेट करके नहीं लिखना है वहां पे। अब स्लम सेल आए तो उसमें क्या प्रोविजन लिखोगे आप? स्लम सेल मींस सेल ऑफ अंडरटेकिंग फॉर लमसम कंसिडरेशन विदाउट असाइनिंग वैल्यू ऑफ इंडिविजुअल एसेट एंड लायबिलिटी। स्लम सेल का डेफिनेशन लिख लिया, उससे ज्यादा क्या लिखोगे? बाकी तो अल्टीमेटली कंप्यूटेशन ही होगा। फुल वैल्यू ऑफ कंसिडरेशन, एफएमवी 1 एफएमवी 2 व्हिचएवर इज हायर, उसका वर्किंग नोट होगा, बाकी और क्या होगा उसमें। या ट्रस्ट का क्वेश्चन है तो जहां पे आपको लगता है नोट देना वहां पे आप नोट दो। ऐसा भी नहीं है कि आप इतना एलिब्रेट करने चले जाओ, 6 मार्क का क्वेश्चन है 20 मिनट खराब कर दो, कोई सेंस नहीं बनता उसमें। तो यू हैव टू बी वेरी लाइक, कितना बेनिफिट है उसमें और कितना टाइम देना है वो ध्यान रखना करके, ठीक है। कि अगर बेनिफिट हो रहा है 6 मार्क का तो मैं 12 मिनट से ज्यादा नहीं दूंगी। अगर 12 मिनट से ज्यादा दे रही हूं तो तकलीफ है, फिर आगे जाके छूटेगा, ठीक है। यस
Sir, I have a very upon income section 79 है अपना carry forward of losses. Sir, before reading the provision, what all things we should keep in our mind? क्या हमको legislature का intent समझना जरूरी है और हमको डायरेक्ट सेक्शन रीड करना चाहिए?
सी, आपको इंटेंट अगर समझ में आता है तो आपको लॉन्गर ड्यूरेशन तक वो प्रोविजन याद रहता है। ओनली यही बेनिफिट है कि मेरे को अगर इंटेंशन समझ में आ गया कि सेक्शन 79 क्यों लाई थी, कि जो क्लोजली हेल्ड कंपनियां, लॉस मेकिंग कंपनियां थी, वो बेच देते थे। मान लो मेरी कंपनी बीबी वर्चुअल्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड में 50 करोड़ का लॉस है, मैं क्या करूंगा, वो कंपनी के शेयर होल्डर चेंज कर दूंगा, ठीक है, और आप उसमें और धंधा चालू कर दोगे तो वो 50 करोड़ का लॉस तुम कैरी फॉरवर्ड कर पाओगे। तो ये लोग प्लानिंग करते थे। अब उसको रोकने के लिए इन्होंने ये बोला कि जिस ईयर में लॉस हुआ था और जिस ईयर में सेट ऑफ ले रहे हो 51% शेयर होल्डर सेम होने चाहिए। तो ये आपको उसका इंटेंट समझ में आया तो यू विल एबल टू रिमेंबर दिस प्रोविजन फॉर द लॉन्गर ड्यूरेशन। तो इंटेंट, सी, आपको इंटेंट समझने का टाइम कब होता है? जब आप पहली बार पढ़ रहे होते हो, जब आप क्लास कर रहे होते हो, तब आपको याद आया कि अच्छा ये ऐसा करना है। बट इन द लास्ट रिवीजन एंड ऑल देयर इज नो नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड द इंटेंट, जस्ट व्हाट इज द प्रोविजन एंड व्हाट इज द एप्लीकेशन, दैट्स इट। कि जिस ईयर में लॉस हुआ, जिस ईयर में सेट ऑफ कर रहे हो, उन दोनों साल में 51% शेयर होल्डिंग एक पर्सन के पास, मतलब सेम पर्सन के पास होनी चाहिए।
सर इन व्हेन वी आर सॉल्विंग प्रैक्टिकल केसेस तो उसमें सर बहुत बार ऐसा प्रॉब्लम आता है कि लाइक कभी सेक्शन 79 कभी अप्लाई हो रहा है
प्रैक्टिकल लाइफ में?
हाँ सर, प्रैक्टिकल केसेस में एनी ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट्स इफ वी आर डूइंग इन आवर फर्म्स,
हाँ
तो उसमें सर एक बार ऐसा आया था इंट्रा ग्रुप रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन होता है।
ठीक है।
तो अभी सर लोकसभा की सिलेक्ट कमेटी ने जो क्लॉज नंबर 119 के अंदर अमेंडमेंट डाला था तो उसमें उन्होंने इंट्रा ग्रुप रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन को अमेंड नहीं किया था एंड उसको एज इट इज रखा था। सर व्हेन आई वाज गोइंग थ्रू द प्रोविजंस वंस ट्वाइस थ्राइस तो मुझे वो सर क्लिक ही नहीं हो पा रहा था कि व्हाट वाज द इंटेंट, व्हाई द लॉ इज फॉर्म, उसका लेजिस्लेचर का इंटेंट क्या है।
बट ये तो अभी नए वाले एक्ट की बात कर रहा है तू। हाँ, सो आई विल स्टडी फ्रॉम नेक्स्ट मंथ।
यस
देन व्हेन यू आर अपीयरिंग फॉर सीए फाइनल?
सर जनवरी 27।
January 27?
Yes.
Then you will study 2020 1961 वाला एक्ट only.
Yes sir, but जो भी हमारी फर्म्स है
Very good.
Articleship में सर उसमें जब भी हम कुछ प्रोजेक्ट करते हैं तो उसमें सर जैसे सेक्शन 79 का हमको शेयर होल्डिंग पैटर्न ड्यू डिलिजेंस में चेक कर रहे थे। तो टिल द इंसेप्शन ऑफ द स्टार्टिंग जो कंपनी स्टार्ट हुआ था हमने पूरा शेयर होल्डिंग चेक किया।
Very good.
उसमें हमको
सब इम्प्रेस हो गए तेरी बातों से। ये बात तो है कि भाई बंदा बहुत नॉलेजेबल है। तो अब कहना क्या चाहता है?
सर मतलब इससे प्रॉब्लम आती है कि लाइक वो जब भी ऐसा कोई नया इंसर्शन आता है
एग्जैक्टली। अब मैं तुझे एक सिंपल सा उसका सॉल्यूशन बता देता हूँ कि कहीं पे भी ऐसा लगता है तुझे, देख सी अभी जब नया प्रोविजन कोई है, अब वो क्यों है क्या है, स्टिल वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड। मैंने तो अभी तक नहीं देखा करके, ठीक है, जो सेक्शन की तू बात कर रहा है वगैरह कि सेलेक्ट कमेटी ने क्या बोला क्या नहीं बोला, मैंने उनका एनालिसिस अभी तक नहीं देखा है। बट यस, जब तुझे समझने में दिक्कत आ रही है, अब देखो एक तो ऑफिस की वजह से आ रही है, ऑफिस में कुछ तो ऑफिस में यू कैन टेक हेल्प ऑफ योर सीनियर करके, ठीक है, कि इसमें ऐसा क्यों है, यू कैन आस्क द क्वेश्चन टू योर बॉस, योर सीनियर, दे विल रिप्लाई यू करके, ठीक है। उसके बाद भी नहीं होता तो चैट जीपीटी आजकल बहुत बढ़िया है, ट्राई टू पुट द सही वाला प्रॉम्प्ट करके। बट इनकम टैक्स में चैट जीपीटी काम का है नहीं, क्योंकि वो कुछ भी दे देता है और लास्ट में सॉरी भी बोल देता है। अगर अपन बोलते तूने गलत किया तो बोले ओ सॉरी आई मिस दैट करके, ठीक है। तो भाई साहब ऐसा सॉरी बोल के निकल जाता है ना करके, ठीक है, इतना तो कपल लोग नहीं बोलते सॉरी। तो भाई तो दूसरी चीज वो है, इफ ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड फ्रॉम दैट पार्ट, अगर उसके बाद भी नहीं आता है तो एक बार के लिए जैसा है वैसा होके और ऑफिस का काम चला लो। एग्जामिनेशन पर्सपेक्टिव में तो अल्टीमेटली एप्लीकेशन वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि व्हाट इज द एप्लीकेशन। बट यस, आप जो कर रहे हो जो एनालिसिस वगैरह आफ्टर बिकमिंग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ना, यही करना है अपने को। उसके बाद सीए बनने के बाद मोर फोकस टू दैट एरिया कि व्हाई दिस प्रोविजन, बिकॉज बहुत बार क्या होता है ना, पता है तुझे, प्रोविजन जो लॉ मेकर्स ने डाले हैं ना वो ही प्रोविजन में ही गड़बड़ है, और अपन अपना दिमाग लगाते रहते हो ऐसा कैसे हुआ, ऐसा कैसे हुआ, ऐसा कैसे हुआ, और उसके बाद 4 साल बाद अमेंडमेंट आता है कि ये गलत था। तो डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट। बहुत बार अपने आप को इतना अंडर एस्टिमेट नहीं कर देगा कि नहीं नहीं शायद सेलेक्ट कमेटी का एकदम सही रहेगा, ऐसा नहीं होता। वहां पे भी इंसान ही बैठे हैं। मैं बताऊं ऐसे बहुत सारे अमेंडमेंट ऐसे हैं करके, ठीक है, जो बहुत लेटर पार्ट में हुए। पहले गुडविल ऑफ बिजनेस पे टैक्स लगाना चालू कर दिया था, गुडविल ऑफ प्रोफेशन लिखना रह गया था। 2021 में निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने गुडविल ऑफ प्रोफेशन पे टैक्स लगाया इन द सेक्शन 55। मैं बताऊं एक बिजनेस ट्रस्ट की सेक्शन है वहां पे 112 लिखना रह गया था। 112 है, 112 वाला जो लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन बिजनेस ट्रस्ट को है उस पे 20% टैक्स लगेगा। शॉर्ट टर्म कैपिटल गेन 111 वाले पे जो भी 15% लगता था वो 15 या अभी 20% लगेगा। बट उन्होंने 112 लिखा ही नहीं था। अब वो 112 इतने सालों से 2013 से लेके 2024 तक नहीं लिखा, 2025 के एक्ट में लिख लिया। तो बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि देयर आर सम मिस्टेक इन द एक्ट इटसेल्फ, तो डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट, ठीक है।
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू। एनी अदर डाउट? या सो लास्ट डाउट।
This is more of a personal doubt. Like,
yeah personal, yeah, I would love to solve your personal doubt. हाँ,
so
क्या हुआ?
it is more like this is an analysis of myself. Like I was from last
you analyze yourself?
Yeah, from the last 2 to 3 weeks I was just doing this. I was more of this phase in the last 2 to 3 weeks. The reason,
which phase?
Like as in thinking, overthinking and all.
Overthinking phase.
So,
due to reason?
Yeah, I'll come to
yeah
that.
tell me
So
the reason. I am interested in reason.
Yeah, so I just recently graduated. I did my graduation from Mangalore University.
Okay.
My native is Mangalore. So the first point you mentioned was कि South के students are more like polite and like they do not. So coming to that, I have noticed that trend in the South students, and they are not quite like cross questioning or like not much of a thinking. Rather, they follow a chain of command. So if they are said to do something, they do that thing and they get the result done. So that did not stick on with me, and like I did not follow it through the end, and eventually did not get the particular result which was determined. Like I was born and brought up in Mumbai, so that gave me a first problem. So अगर आप ये solve करोगे तो मैं उसका follow on question. Like how do I correct? Like now I am back to Mumbai.
Okay, so now you are in the Mumbai, और like एक set of problem है वो तू solve नहीं कर पाता
नहीं
है.
अभी for example like we were suggested to study 8 hours a day 12 hours a day ऐसा like they used to do it in the classes, and then they used to do उसके ऊपर से कि ये भी solve करके आओ and eventually get the result. So study ऐसा था. But when I was in Mumbai I used to follow different type of like more of
No,
a
you are in the
casual.
Mumbai only ना.
पहले बीच में डिग्री के लिए उधर गया था.
अच्छा डिग्री के लिए उधर गया तो उधर तूने मजे किए.
डिग्री किया.
हाँ.
इवेंचुअली मेरे को रियलाइज हुआ कि दिस चेन ऑफ कमांड वाला स्ट्रक्चर ये ऐसा लाइक मोर ऑफ अ कमांडिंग वैसा जम नहीं रहा था, तो मजे किए फिर इवेंचुअली. हाँ. सो वापस आया अभी.
तो वापस मुंबई आया.
हाँ.
तो अब क्या है?
अभी वही अभी कैसे उसको बैक टू ट्रैक लाऊं, कैसे उसको फॉलो ऑन करूं ऐसा.
मेरी बात सुन, क्या होता है ना, देख बड़ी सिंपल सी चीज है कि जो डिफिकल्ट चीज करना है ना वो डिफिकल्ट है करके, ठीक है. जिसमें मजा आता है वो चीजें करना बहुत इजी है. वॉट एवर यू वर डूइंग देयर करके कॉलेज कर रहा था.
हाँ.
टाइम पास था बढ़िया वाला.
नहीं
फ्रेंड
मैं
थे. फेस्ट था. हाँ फेस्ट वही तो अपॉर्चुनिटी थी उससे बात करने की, ठीक है.
नहीं फेस्ट
कि उसके साथ मिलके प्रोजेक्ट बनाएंगे.
नहीं
थोड़ा कलर वो डालेगी उस पे, थोड़ा हम डालेंगे.
इंटर कॉलेज सर. दूसरे कॉलेज.
दूसरे कॉलेज. हाँ वो दूसरे में थी, तू दूसरे में था. जो भी था मतलब दैट वाज यू फील दैट वाज समथिंग जो यू लाइक दैट. तू उसको लेके अडॉप्ट हो गया था, मजा आ रहा था सब चीजें. तो बट एकदम यहाँ आए बोला कहाँ आगे करके, ठीक है. तो अभी उसमें ओवर थिंकिंग हो रही है, बोला ये पढ़ना पड़ेगा, ये करना पड़ेगा, वो करना. इंटरमीडिएट और फाइनल. इंटरमीडिएट तकलीफ यही पे है, ठीक है.
वो इसीलिए मैंने पूछा क्योंकि
मेरी बात
आपने
सुन.
वो भी एक बोला कि इंटरमीडिएट के ज्यादा बच्चे आते नहीं है सेशंस में.
हाँ तो तुम आयो, यही तो बात है, तुमको जरूरत है, ठीक है. तुम इसलिए आए हो, तुम चाहते हो कॉलेज होगी ठीक है, क्योंकि कॉलेज वहां तुम करके. देख मैं तुझे एक बात बताऊं, सिंपल सी चीज लाइफ में है ना, बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी रहती है जो ये जो अभी तू कर रहा है इंटरमीडिएट में पढ़ना, ये सब एक्टिविटी अटेंड करना, और ये डिफिकल्ट चीज है, ये इजी नहीं है. बिकॉज क्या होता है ना, अपना जो माइंड है, अपना माइंड इज वेरी सिंपल कि जो चीजें जहां पे आपको डोपामाइन रिलीज होता है वो चीजें करो, बेस्ट है. आप रील स्क्रॉल करते जाओ करके, ठीक है, कितना मजा आता है यार, एक के बाद एक. इंस्टाग्राम वही रील देता है जो अपने को चाहिए. आप 2 रील एक जैसी देख लो, इंस्टाग्राम को पता चल जाता है भाई को चाहिए क्या, तो भाई को वही रील दे रहा है, मजा आ रहा है, अपन बैठे टाइम पास चल रहा है, डोपामाइन रिलीज हो रहा है, इट इज वेरी गुड करके, ठीक है, मजा आ रहा है. बट सी जब आप मोबाइल अलग रखा, मोबाइल स्विच ऑफ है, आप पढ़ने बैठ रहे हो, तो वो तकलीफ वाली बात है. लेकिन उसके लिए आपके अपने दिमाग को ट्रेन करना पड़ेगा, आपको डिसिप्लिन बन. इट इज ऑल अबाउट द माइंड गेम यार, सिंपल सी बात है. तो है ना, अगर इंस्टाग्राम या यूट्यूब पे फॉलो करता है तो देयर इज अ वन गाय कॉल द सिड वॉरियर करके, ठीक है. सिद्धार्थ वॉरियर, डॉक्टर सिद्धार्थ वॉरियर, ही इज द न्यूरोलॉजिस्ट, एंड ही विल एक्सप्लेन यू कि एग्जैक्टली अपना माइंड काम कैसे करता है, हाउ टू बी अ डिसिप्लिन. उसका एक 8 मिनट का भी वीडियो आया था कि आपको डिसिप्लिन कैसे रह सकते हो आप. क्योंकि पहली बार मैं भी बहुत बार सोचता हूं मुझे जिम जाना है, ठीक है, बट मैं जा नहीं पाता हूं. मैं रोज सोचता हूं आज तो पक्का जाऊंगा, बट वो जा ही नहीं पाता हूं. सो सी वहां से उस फेज में कब कैसे आते हैं जो वो आपकी लाइफ में रेगुलर हो जाए. सो दैट इज ऑल अबाउट द माइंड गेम. तो तुझे कैसा है ना, उसको लेके थोड़ा ट्रेन करना पड़ेगा अपने आप को. एंड जो चीजें देख यार, हर बार हर चीज अच्छी लगेगी वैसा नहीं है. पढ़ना डिफिकल्ट है करके, ठीक है, अपने आप को क्लास जाना, 6 घंटे फोकस करके पढ़ना, फिर घर पे आके सम सॉल्व करना, रिवाइज करना, कुछ एक्स्ट्रा चीजें करनी, वो डिफिकल्ट है. जो कॉलेज में तू लाइफ जी रहा था वो बहुत ईजी है. बट ये जो है ना, ये भी ईजी लगने लगेगा जब तू एक बार ये करेगा. एंड जब तू इसको जब एंजॉय करने लग जाएगा ना, तो ये अपने आप में फन बन जाएगा. बट ट्राई टू दैट, उसके लिए थोड़ा टाइम लगता है. जस्ट गिव योर टाइम टू दैट करके, ठीक है. और अपने आप को एकदम थोड़ा डेडिकेटेड रख करके, ठीक है, अपने आप को चैलेंज देना सीख. यार कल मैं 8 घंटे पढ़ूंगा, जो भी हो जाए पढ़ूंगा, नहीं पढ़ा तो मैं खाना ही नहीं खाऊंगा. अपने आप से ऐसे क्वेश्चन, अपने आप से ऐसे चैलेंज करने का मैं बहुत बार करता हूं करके, कि ये अगर नहीं किया मैं सोऊंगा ही नहीं, मैं इतना पढ़ना ही पड़ेगा, ये करना ही पड़ेगा. एंड गाइस अगर आप ये करोगे ना, अपने आप से बात करना चालू कर, और अपने एंड ओवर थिंकिंग मैं बताऊं, बाकी सब चीजें सोचने से कुछ नहीं होने वाला. बी इन द रियलिस्टिक करके आज की जो डेट में है. एंड सीए इज अ ब्यूटीफुल कोर्स. जब तू सीए करेगा ना, अमेजिंग चीज है. मैं बताऊं तुझे, जैसे तूने बोला आई एम फ्रॉम साउथ इंडिया, मैं भी कुछ दिन पहले अलमाटी घूमने गया था, कजाकिस्तान। वहां मुझे 2 बच्चे मिले साउथ के। मैंने उनसे पूछा कि तुम क्या कर रहे हो, तो वो बोले वहां एमबीबीएस कर रहे हैं। ठीक है, एमबीबीएस बहुत सारे लोग कजाकिस्तान और रशिया और वहां से करते हैं, यूक्रेन वगैरह से। तो मैंने बोला एमबीबीएस यहाँ से कर रहे हो? मैंने कहा हाँ। तो मैंने बोला कितना पैसा मिलेगा यहाँ से? सीए यहाँ से जब एमबीबीएस करोगे तो इंडिया में तुम डॉक्टर कहलाओगे? वो बोले इंडिया में जाके हमको एक और एग्जाम देना पड़ेगा। मैंने कहा ठीक है। तो यहाँ मैंगलोर उडुपी साइड के वो थे, और उन्होंने बोला कि हमको इंडिया जाके एक और एग्जाम देना पड़ेगा। मैंने कहा अच्छा, उसके बाद तुम डॉक्टर कहलाओगे? बोले हाँ सर। मैंने कहा यहाँ कितने साल यहाँ रहना पड़ेगा? तो बोले 5 साल सर यहाँ पे रहना पड़ेगा अलमाटी में। फिर मैंने उनसे पूछा कि भाई कितना खर्चा आता है यहाँ पे तुमको ये करने में एमबीबीएस? तो बोले सर 50 लाख अप्रोक्स आ जाता है इन द 5 साल, हर साल का 10-10 लाख मान लो, 50 लाख का खर्चा यहाँ पे, कॉलेज का फीस, रहने का वगैरह सब मिला के। जब उसने 50 लाख बोला ना, उसके बाद मुझे ये लगा कि शायद ये अब एमबीबीएस बनेंगे तो इनका 50 लाख का पैकेज तो रहेगा ही, पहला पैकेज। मैंने उससे पूछा, मैंने कहा तुम एमबीबीएस बन के जब इंडिया जाओगे, जब डॉक्टर बन जाओगे, कितना पैसा मिलेगा तुमको? तो वो लड़का बोला कि सर 40,000 की जॉब लगेगी महीने की, 40,000 पर मंथ का जॉब लगेगा। मैंने उसी टाइम कैलकुलेशन किया कि इतने का तो म्यूचुअल फंड एफडी खरीद लिया होता ना, तो उतना उससे ज्यादा रिटर्न आ जाता तेरा करके। ठीक है, बट दिस इज द कोर्स चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंसी, जहां इन्वेस्टमेंट बहुत कम है। यहाँ इन्वेस्टमेंट जवानी का है, ठीक है, आपकी। उसके साथ साथ में आपको एफर्ट मारना है, जल्दी जल्दी व्हाइट बाल आ जाएंगे करके, ठीक है, ये एफर्ट है यहाँ पे। बट उसके बाद जो रिटर्न है ना, दैट इज द अमेजिंग, नॉट मैचेबल रिटर्न करके, ठीक है। एंड यू कैन डू वंडर्स इन द लाइफ। चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट आज की डेट में क्या क्या कर रहे हैं लोग, बिजनेस कर रहे हैं लोग, पॉलिटिक्स में भी है, बहुत सारे लोग इंडस्ट्री में है, बहुत सारे लोग प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं, बिजनेस, बहुत सारी चीजें आप कर सकते हो। सो थोड़ा है ना ऐसा बुरा लगेगा तुझे ये सब करने में, पढ़ने में, कॉस्टिंग वॉस्टिंग पड़ेगा, बोला क्या चल रहा है ये, इनकम टैक्स पड़ेगा, ये क्या प्रीवियस ईयर असेसमेंट ईयर, ठीक है। बट मैं बताऊं ना, ये जो चीजें है ना, ये अगर फेज तूने पास कर लिया ना, उसके बाद सच में लाइफ सेट है।
Thank you.
चलो, थैंक्स अ लॉट पीपल, दैट्स इनफ फॉर टुडे फ्रॉम माय साइड, बाय, थैंक यू।
उसे फेस्ट, तो हमारा भी एक फेस्ट आ रहा है तो अक्टूबर को, अब प्लीज आप लोग आ जाना यार, प्लीज आना। हाँ, फेस्ट है।
So, well, thank you, Ria, for that wonderful announcement. And thank you so much, sir, for such an amazing session. On behalf of everyone here, I would like to sincerely thank you for taking the time to be with us on such a short notice. And most importantly, for patiently addressing all the questions of all the students. I'm sure each one of us has not only enjoyed, but also gained immense clarity and motivation from your words. Thank you so much, sir. I kindly request the Vikasa team to come up for a group photograph.